It's called that I'm sorry that I got fat, I will slim down. This is the song that is reminding me that I'm fixing to lose weight and go on a strict diet. The first time when I got fat, I was eating those fatty hamburgers, fries, and all that. That's what I'm gonna do something about it right now. And this is the song that I just wrote about. I'm sorry that I got fat, I will slim down. So here it goes right now. Before I got fat, I was slim. That was this time when I was eating McDonald's. I kept eating McDonald's for 5 years from 1987 to 1991. That's when I became fat. A year later, I'm doing something about it. I'm sorry that I got fat. I'm sorry that I got fat. I'm sorry that I got fat. I will slim down. I've been trying to lose weight, but it's time taking. It's been time taking that I'm fixing to stay away from Wendy's, Burger King, and McDonald's, plus White Castles. That's what I'm going to do, and that's that. I'm sorry that I got fat. Sorry that I got fat. I'm sorry that I got fat. I will slim down. I'm getting tired of eating McDonald's. That's the same as I'm tired of eating Wendy's, Burger King, White Castle, and other places. Let me tell you when and how I'm losing weight. I'm sorry that I got fat. I'm sorry that I got fat. I'm sorry that I got fat. I will slim down. From now on, I'm staying away from fatty foods, but eating healthy foods and going on a strict diet. I'm sorry that I got fat. I'm sorry that I got fat. I'm sorry that I got fat. I will slim down. I'm sorry that I got fat. I'm sorry that I got fat. I'm sorry that I got fat. I will slim down. I'm sorry that I got fat. I will slim down. I'm sorry that I got fat. I will slim down. 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 I'm sorry that I got fat. I will slim down. Thank you.
I'm all fucked up from a year of pain. I'm ready for the worst. I really hope our brief and fun association didn't hurt. I was branded as a living joke, lolcow and a meme. Whenever something good happens, it's usually taken away from me. From me, from me, from me, from me. It's weird how my life works. When I try to win, I lose. To think that you are snaking me, I'm want me to fuck off, it's all good. Just let me know. I was a big YouTuber and I had money to blow. It's incredibly hard for me to trust anyone with my history. It's back to the old Phil, who I actually hate to be. Unless I tell the truth and ruin the whole thing. I got fucking snaked by a lot of people over the years. The world is full of big mouth pussies who only talk then disappear. The worst thing you can do with me is to be dishonest. People will ask why the hell I did this. There's no reason to object. It's incredibly hard for me to trust anyone with my history. It's back to the old Phil, who I actually hate to be. Unless I tell the truth and ruin the whole thing.
Big ups, everybody. It's been a while, and it has been tough. Hello, everybody in chat. Hello, Kroof. Hello, Monokuma. Hello, Nick. Hello, Astrodontis. And hello, Major of India. Thank you for coming by, and thank you to anyone else who decides to stop by. It's been a while. Hello, Bill Brasky. I have been, to be perfectly honest, very uninspired with streaming DSP stuff, doing DSP stuff lately. I sort of wanted the dust to settle on a lot of this stuff before I got into it. But where was it? I want to start with something light, and then we'll get into the thing, because I have a lot to catch up on. Thank you for coming by, everybody. This is kind of what got me back in. DSP, his whole crash out stream with Inzoi when he couldn't get to work. Because as GTG says, how DSP does one thing is how he does everything. So let's fucking watch. This got me back in. Hey, Game Master, how are you?
Brother. Snort, snort, snort.
Thank you, Snort Hogan, for clipping this. This is the only place I could find this.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to Inzoi. This is only my second session. We have an hour left tonight.
I didn't watch anything last night.
I have to get to work.
I was at a
don't know
100th
how.
birthday
I can't
party
figure out
last night.
in-game
It was
how
rad.
to actually get to work. Here's the schedule. Look,
I was
how do
watching.
go?
I stayed
can't-
up
no matter
whatever
what I
night
click,
this
it doesn't let
happened
me
to
go
watch
there. It
this
just
live,
says,
and I'm glad I did.
"Move." That's it.
Fucking
it doesn't show
insane.
you how to get to work. And it doesn't appear to be on the map.
I also appreciate. I'm already pausing, but I also appreciate that he got himself a financial job that kind of mirrors life, because he always claimed to. Have a finance degree. So there you go. Big ups to Pasta Maker. Hey man.
Xeno7, no one on the kick chat is tagging me or talking to me, so that's why I'm not interacting. If people did, I would. So, anyone know how to actually get to work?
I don't know if you've seen this, Astro, but it gets good. It gets fucking good.
Go outside.
It's mostly
how do you
this,
do
so
that?
I'm gonna speed it up a bit.
When you walk out of your house, what's happening?
But it's mostly this. We're gonna go to 1.5.
The problem is on the map. This place, this Pluto Financial, isn't on the map.
Oh, I
There's a
love
furniture store.
PWR.
See
I
that?
fucking love PWR.
Because I think these are potential jobs. The surf shop and the furniture store are potential jobs. But I'm working at the financial place.
If you're
it's not on the
not
map.
getting asked
So how do I get there?
tonight, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yes in the chat if you're not getting asked tonight, by the way.
I'm so lost. I don't know. I'm going to be late. I'm not going to be able to get to work.
Hell yeah.
That was the last time I sampled a thrill. We're popping it, locking it, and slipping the change tonight.
What do? I really hope someone can help me, or else I'm
I
going to be late for
love
work.
that
What else do I
guy.
do? I turn off
He's
the AI
great.
At this point. I don't know what to do to get to
I
work.
guess I technically have to say hell yeah because I live with my girlfriend, but I'm not getting anything tonight because I told her I'm gonna stay up and stream. She's
a
not
boss.
feeling well anyway. She went to bed early with a migraine, so I was like, yeah, I'll call me if you
Okay,
need
so far,
me,
I
but
like
I'll
it.
hang
Actually,
out and
wish I
stream.
realized how to do more
What's
in
up,
it.
Johnny? How are
I
you?
am confused. Look, use public transportation. Oh, God.
My lady is a very good sport
How do I know where
about
to go to
this.
work?
If I get called away, it's because I gotta
Look at
go
this
help
dude.
my lady.
How the hell do I get to Pluto Financial?
No, it is legit migraine. She had to get a refill of her migraine meds
your
this
schedule
morning.
under your
It was so
face?
bad.
What do you mean? I don't have a schedule under my
We've
face.
done a lot this weekend though. We were at a 100. We were in the city and we were
Where's
at a
my face?
100th birthday party
What are you talking about?
last night, and it was fucking nuts. It was wild.
Killer, $2
It was one of the
pop up,
wildest
I'm gonna be late.
parties
I'm
I've been
gonna
to
pop up.
for a while,
already gonna be
and
late.
it was someone
popping
turning
up. I'm going to be
100.
late for my
It's
job.
fucking nuts. I saw, just to derail for a minute, I saw a 100-year-old woman dance to apple bottom jeans. It was fucking rad. It was so nuts. 100 years old, could dance, still living on her own, still doing her thing. It was wild shit, man. It was great. And I think about Phil being 42, almost 43, going to be 43 in a couple of days, thinking that he's old. And I saw a 100-year-old lady dancing last night. It was nuts, man. So Phil needs to suck it up and walk it off. I don't know.
What am I supposed? The game explains nothing. It's really pissing me off. I just want to know how to get to the fucking job. Why
His
won't it tell me?
chat's helping him. Look, Spawn Killer is telling him it'll pop up. His chat's literally helping. You have to call a taxi. It's all. Is today? No, today's the 5th. Oh, tomorrow's his birthday. Today's the 5th. Unless it might already be tomorrow for you, Game Master. I don't know where your time zone is, but it might already be tomorrow for you. But
How
he's
long should I
April
stay here?
6th. April 6th style.
What do you mean it's not time yet? Yes, it is. My work is in less than an hour. I need to get there. Look, there's my work.
Got
is at
migraines from
9
your
o'clock.
mother.
It's
I'm
8:18.
lucky. I
What the
don't
fuck?
have severe migraine symptoms or anything. My girlfriend gets them. She
gonna
doesn't
be
get
late.
them often, but when she gets them,
Go
they
to career tab.
hit
What the hell's a
hard.
career tab?
She got one when we were on our way home
There is no
from the
career?
city this morning.
Okay.
So
My
felt
career
bad.
recruitment. What about it?
I asked her if she wanted me to not stream, and she was like, "No, it's cool.
My
I'm
career.
just gonna sleep it off anyway."
Days work
So-
0. What do I do? Work hours. Look.
You're from the East Coast,
Career
yeah.
path.
So you're
Resign.
same
There's no way
time
to say
zone
go
as me.
there. It doesn't say go there. Instead, look what he's doing. He's punching a vending machine.
Deposit Maker, good point. He doesn't realize the game is early access, so of course he bitches. Well, it's not that he knows full well it's early access, but he plays early access games wrong. The best way to stream early access games is to embrace the bugs and glitches and have fun with them. If you pull up an Inzoi stream, you just see a lot of people having a lot of fun with spoiler, the karma death bug, because apparently what happens to Phil a little bit later, and I think Snort clipped it, what happens to Phil where he dies twice of bad karma, that's like a known issue. That's like a known issue that you can't currently solve for. And I punched up a couple of stream clips of other people playing through it, and people have fun with it, but Phil just, I don't know. He's never quite learned to embrace the chaos of early access games. Yes, just a fat boy. This is basically The Sims.
Can't even move. I'm stuck.
It's a very polished
What is this bag?
Sims competitor made by a South
I don't
Korean
know.
studio. with
It's
10
already
cent
8:30.
money.
It's still not triggering me to go to work, so I guess I'm going to be late. The game doesn't have anything
This
to explain how to go to
is
work.
10 cent makes The Sims,
I'm
basically.
lost. I don't have a car.
I like the idea of Inzoi, and I almost
want to go to
played
work.
it, but
I can't
then
go. Wow.
Decepticon made a video about it, and they said it was mid. And I
We're
knew he was
8:43.
playing it, and I asked him
8:45.
about it,
I'm
and
gonna
he's
be
like,
late for work.
it's pretty mid. Just play The Sims.
It's 8:45. I'm still not being told to go to work. Look. Spawn Killer did a $2 super chat.
Yeah,
There's a pop-up
10
notification
cent
when
is
going to work.
everywhere,
Do you
man.
see a pop-up notification anywhere? There's 12 minutes.
That's right. He has to win. And that's, I'm gonna pause again. That's the thing that like he doesn't understand about these kind of systems driven kind of chaotic games is that you have to give yourself over to the game in a lot of cases. That's one of the reasons why when Lefty and I were first starting out, when we started the channel, we immediately thought of the idea of trying to do a Hitman series because we both enjoy systems driven games that sort of make you embrace the chaos, and we like games that you can sort of fucking break, but also it's fun to watch Phil struggle with these games. So that's why Lefty and I, when we were starting out, we kind of centered on Hitman mostly. It was fun.
Five minutes.
Does he doesn't know you could speed up time either.
Wow, look at all these pop-ups.
Like when you're playing a life sim game, like time compression is paramount to the experience. Especially if you're streaming, dude, I'd be cranking this time speed button. It's the cheetah button in The Sims. I'd be playing this whole thing at cheetah speed. Fuck that. If my sim stream got this slow, holy shit, I would just log off and go to a different game if my sim stream was this slow. I get anxious if I'm streaming Hitman and nothing's happening.
I'm already late. What do you mean go? I'm already late. I hit go. Where is he going?
Yeah, Anno. That's right, Deposit Maker. You're a big Anno guy. Yeah. Your
How am I going
favorite
to work?
Ubisoft title. Although it's barely a Ubisoft game, to be honest.
A taxi arrived. But you're already late. You're going to work at 9:08. What just happened? What's happening?
There's probably a grace
The fuck?
period, Phil. I don't know. And
What's
he
going
didn't
on?
know it was a rabbit hole job either.
I'm stuck.
He had no idea.
I can't do anything. Where did I go? I disappeared.
Sure, Astro.
I was sucked into an
Send
alternate
it,
dimension. I can't
send
go
it
to
via
work.
Discord if you haven't already. I'll check Discord real quick. I gotcha. I see your clip. We're going to go on a quick field trip. Thank you, Astro, for sending this along. Let me open this. I got to open this in a different browser. I got to... Oh, it's... this is a shorty. Fucking shorty. I like short clips we can field trip with. All right, this is a 15-second clip. Let's go.
Okay.
Wait.
Should I clicked out by accident, sorry.
Wait.
Lip line?
Whoa. All right, that's pretty fucking cool. Oh my god, I didn't know about this. I didn't know they would talk for you. That's kind of uncanny.
Should I clicked out by accident?
I don't know if I should be uncomfortable or not. I don't know if I should be uncomfortable or not.
Okay.
Wow. But okay, that's kind of cool. I feel like Inzoi is a little bit undercooked. But it's cool. It's got promise. Like DSP has trouble appreciating things
I don't know what to do.
that take
I'm
risks.
gone. How do I even do anything? Look.
Oh, it's face tracking. Oh, so
I'm
it's
stuck.
basically
I can't do anything.
like a face rig. Okay, interesting.
They'll never
What am I
stop
supposed to do?
coming.
They'll never stop coming with those face rigs. Nope. Yeah, he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand like the value of taking risks.
Can I see myself somewhere? Click to focus.
I
Where
like
am
the idea of like
Shoulder view.
a hyper real
This is the shoulder view.
version of The Sims.
Whoa,
That's cool
I have a
to
shadow,
me.
but I'm invisible. What the? I have a shadow, but I'm invisible. What is happening?
A lot of VTubers are playing around. Okay, interesting. Maybe I should pull
Can
up
I move?
VTuber
No, I'm frozen. I'm a
clips
ghost.
of Inzoi. Thank you for sending that, Astro. I appreciate you. Well,
I'm a ghost.
as always, I appreciate you a
I
lot.
tried to go to work and
You're
I
a cool
died,
guy.
and my body just instantly vaporized, and now I'm dead, and I'm a ghost because I can see my own shadow, but I can't move.
No, it's
I'm
a
tethered
rabbit
to the
hole, dude. They've had
sidewalk. There's nothing I
rabbit
can do.
hole jobs in The Sims since like forever. Sims 1 had rabbit hole. Was all
Wow.
fucking rabbit
Top
hole.
down view. What am I supposed to do?
And actually,
Fast forward?
even a lot of Sims 4 stuff is,
Well,
is
Spawn told me
rabbit
that
hole.
the $2 super chat says there was going to be a pop-up notification. There was, but it made no sense. You're already late. Why would there be a pop-up at 9 that says go to work now when you're late? And then I got a $2 super chat from a troll. So thanks to the $2
Because I
super
want
chat.
to like Inzoi.
All right,
I don't know.
$59
I'm
to
just
support.
not sure about it.
Let's keep it going, guys. Let's hit that goal tonight.
I'm
We got
editing a
45 minutes
Death
left on the
Stranding
stream.
video,
Okay.
so I haven't
literally
really
don't know
had
what
time to
Like, what am I supposed to do?
dive
right now?
into other games. Because I have 25 hours of Death Stranding footage, and I'm trying
This
to make
just
a
sucks. I wanted to see the
supercut,
job. I
so
wanted
that's
to live
where a
the job
lot of
and see
my
what you need
time
to do
is
until you
going
can level up your
right
skills.
now.
It just doesn't work. Oh, Kuchan says some jobs don't have a physical location designed yet. Your choice sits in a taxi till the shift is over. Try fast forwarding to the end of the shift and see what happens. That is awful.
Oh,
How
yeah,
smart is
we know
that?
how good he is with rabbits. That's right. I should have known. I should have known. Can't trust him with a rabbit
How
hole.
stupid is it to wait?
No
and you
wonder
wait
he
to fast
died.
forward like 8 times. So he just sits in the taxi and gets paid for it.
So he's
some
only
reason, I wanna
now
play the
doing
beach
the
ball,
time
even though I'm at
compression
work.
stuff. Oh, sorry, bad
is
boy.
great.
I've been calling you
This is
fat
top-level
boy the whole
stuff.
time. I'm sorry.
I really did want to simulate a work.
I don't mean to
like,
insult or assume your physique is rotund. I'm
It doesn't
sorry.
exist. How lame is this?
This is kind of lame, DSP. Like, he needs background music. Like, he
long
should
is my work day
have
supposed to be?
background music ready to go. Like, ready? Background music. Hold on. I've got this. There you go. Background music. Boom. You should always have like streamer rule fucking number 1. You should always have background music ready to go.
9 2
Fat Boy
3.
Slim.
6
Now you're
hours
making me
injuries
want to
dead.
watch that video, but I'll get claimed to hell. This stream will get
This is lame as
blocked
hell.
everywhere.
I feel like I want to do another job then. I want to do a job that actually has a location. This is boring.
165.
much rather
I
any
weigh
other
more than
job
you.
Than one where
I weigh
gotta sit in a car all
170
day. This is
pounds. I'm
stupid.
fatter
So I'm
than
gonna change
you.
Jobs then.
Wow. And I'm considered thin.
Whoa.
I'm
should say that
6'1", 175, which my doctor says is a healthy weight. So I believe him.
Exactly. I want to do one
He
that actually
basically
sits on the map
said
so I can actually have a place
when
to
I
live.
was at the doctor's office a couple months ago, because I've gained like a decent amount of weight the
Look how
past
bad.
year. He basically said, "Listen, don't gain any more, please."
I have no needs.
He
Apparently
basically
everything's
was
full
like,
when
"You're
I
gonna
work
have a
for
problem if you get into
I wanna
like the
wash my body in the
180s,
shower, then I can
190s."
do.
But he's like, "You're good.
Where's he
You're
going? What's
perfect
this?
where you are."
A top-load washing machine. Wait, what? I already had one? But I put one over here. Oh, I already had one.
He rebought
I
a
didn't know I already
washing
had
machine.
I already had a washing machine and all this stuff. Okay. Well, turn Smart Zoe back on. I will.
Wait,
I'm going to change my job.
hold
Screw
on
this.
though. I missed this when I was watching it live because I was doing other stuff. So he's got like a little laundry area here. He's got clothes hampers, and then he put a washing machine up there in the bathroom. So he was trying to do it European style and American style at the same time. Interesting. That's really fucking weird.
Resign. That job sucked. So I can work at the surf shop or I can work at the burger joint. I'll try working at the surf shop.
Yeah, I saw
so let's
this
see what's the
VLX.
schedule.
I was
Work
making
hours 9 to 6. So it's a full
thumbnails
part-time day.
and researching stuff
Uh,
while I was watching this
Monday,
on another
Tuesday,
screen.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday, Thursday, and Friday. So today's Tuesday, so I'm gonna have a free day. I don't
The
have to
game
work till
forces
Thursday.
you to
At
clean
least
a
I'll be able
lot.
to go to the shop
Yeah, I
and work
heard
day.
that. I heard that
Okay.
like cleanliness is big. If you don't
All right,
clean
well,
your
that's done.
furniture, it
Ooh,
degrades.
Programming has hit level 2. Bill Burnell has reached programming level 2. Now we can say this Zoe is like a friend to computers. They can develop a wider range of programs on the computer. As their level increases, program quality improves, and completed programs can now be sold. Ah, that's good. You make money with the programs you make in your free
Yeah,
time. That's
Timo.
neat.
I was. We have a family member that mostly lives in
for
Paris
bed.
these
Why is
days,
this a sleeping outfit? We gotta
and
fix that.
he
game
lived.
thinks that this
He's
is an
lived.
acceptable
He's
sleeping outfit.
65
I
years
don't
old,
understand.
and He's basically living
Why is
in
the car
Paris
on my-
full time.
What's going
He
on?
moved there 2 years ago, but he was in for the
What the hell just
100th
happened?
birthday party. And he was like, yeah, man, in Europe, you have no space for anything. It's all tiny spaces. It's all very efficient. In the U.S., you spread the
What
fuck
the hell
out.
just happened?
That's just how it
What?
works.
Why
Phil
did I
Burnell has
die?
passed away.
Why did Why did I just die?
You died of bad karma. I like the idea that he died of bad karma, but also I did a little bit of research on this. It's a known bug. But the game warns you that you're in a risky state because he will die again in a couple of minutes, and it warns him as basically like, you're in a risky state. Get your karma points on. Get your karma up, dude.
I had 1 day of work.
And this is him. He's looking for the clip right now.
You can't make it
He's
up.
soy boying for the clip right
What
here.
happened?
He also made no friends.
Exactly, the dream of all of my
It's
souls.
important to have
I
friends,
absolutely
man.
no idea what just happened.
It's really important to
I
have
just-
friends.
I don't know. What happened? You tell me. Why did I die? So let's read this.
Why did I
embarked on the
die?
final journey of life, embracing death. This Zoe lived a full life. Wow, yeah, it was like 2 days. Gaining knowledge through many experiences, filled with cherished memories with family and friends. What? That didn't happen. Phil Burnell passed away peacefully. This Zoe's ready for the next
Yeah,
life.
no,
He
it
remembers a
does.
noble
It gives
soul
him
who's cherished
no
all
time to
experiences and love
react.
from the world.
Yeah, I
He
saw
watched over
this
Phil Burnell's soul
before.
warmly as it embarks on a journey of new learning. A Zoe's karma is determined by past choices. Zoe's with bad karma scores
Yeah, we
become ghosts.
well
Those
we
random
wash
wolves reflect
carpets
upon their
here
lives
too,
and learn lessons
Timo.
that they missed during their lifetime.
I did the
Zoe's
200
unfinished
IQ
business.
move, and when
Sort of on
we
their
were
life.
moving into
Nice
this
to meet you.
house,
I'm
we got
Nick, the one
all
who manages
hardwood
Zoe's in the
floors.
afterlife.
So
What?
all we have to do is sweep
Don't be
and
alone
mop.
because you become
It's
a ghost
great.
by performing good deeds to fill in traces of your
It's
past
so
life.
much easier to
Complete your journey
clean
and
if you
embark
have
on a new
all
beginning.
hardwood
Once the
floors,
karma reaches good, you can
because
be
we
ready to
just
move on.
sweep and mop all our
Having
shit
too many
and you're
ghosts in your
done.
city makes it harder to add new Zoys.
It's a
What?
bigger investment than just getting
Why did I die?
carpet, but
I don't even understand what. It never even indicated that you were sick.
if you have the
How did I
means,
just die?
I recommend just going all hardwoods.
Ghost play is in development. It's not done yet.
Our last
Play
place
your
had
original
carpets,
family.
and it got fucking
No
filthy
family members
over
available.
time. Yeah, like if you've ever cleaned a carpet yourself, because we cleaned our carpets ourselves back in the old apartment. We cleaned them a number of
I
times.
don't even understand what's going
And the
on.
water
What am I
is
supposed to do?
the water turns so brown when you're using like the carpet shampoo machine. It's fucking
I don't know.
disgusting.
What? I don't even know what to say. Like, what happened? What the fuck happened?
You died. You died of bad karma,
know.
Philip.
Man, did this stream take a somber turn? What? I don't even know why I'm dead. How did I die? How do I, like some people are saying, oh,
How
you
did
told
I
me.
die?
Why
No
did
one
I die?
told me.
The game gave no indication there was any problem.
To be fair to him, it really didn't. It really didn't tell. The second time, he got a pop up that said, "Warning, you're in a risky state." But this time, there was no way he could have known. He just, his Zoe went to sleep and died in his sleep, and it was, I guess, very peaceful way to go. Carpet is nicer on your feet. Yeah. We've been here for 4 months, and I'm getting used to, or 5 months.
$2 super chats, maybe reload the
And
last save.
I'm getting
It's semi-
used to the
safe ending
hardwoods.
spot, though. I mean, it was funny, but I don't know what happened, and it's so bizarre. What did I do wrong?
But
He
I
said
do
nothing
miss
about
the
me
feel
dying
of
at any
carpet
point.
on feet. We've got a few nice area rugs, so we get by. We get by.
Was I poisoned by the detractors? I don't know. Maybe I was.
Why am I poisoned?
I don't even understand. Like, what? Because I remember I'd set my
Use
preferences.
house slippers.
What I
Oh
like, what I
god.
dislike. I don't remember how to
Yeah,
do
we
that
should
now.
get house slippers.
I
Okay,
think
I'm gonna
preferences, I forgot how I
pause.
did
Does anybody remember? Because I remember a very specific thing. Well, also, Deposit Maker. If you hear the echo in this microphone, because I have not. I've set up a new desk. I've completely redone my streaming / editing space. I've set up a new desk, but I'm still hardwoods with parallel walls. So if you hear an echo, that's why. I need 2 things for this room, which I've yet to purchase yet. I need an area rug and I need sound dampening foam. But I wanted to get all the shit set up to understand what I needed spatially. But I need sound foam and I need area rug. Area rug can be crucial to sound dampening in a space, more crucial than wall foam, to be honest, in my experience. Slipper socks? I'll keep
how do I
it.
do that?
My girlfriend
sleep
is
again.
really
My death
into
is imminent.
slippers, actually.
My death is imminent.
I know. I'm trying to set my microphone.
programming level 2 again,
That's why
which is
I'm
what I did
like
last time.
I'm like right up on this mic.
And then it's gonna be time
I'm
to
trying
sleep.
I'm trying to minimize.
So here it is. See,
It
hold
was
on.
really
She's in
bad.
a
Like the
risky
first
state.
day I streamed from here, it was
I died
fucking
again.
insane. Yeah, he died again. Phil Burnell has passed away. This also got me thinking, like, not to get too emotional, but this happened like what, last Tuesday or something, and we went to a funeral that Saturday, that the Saturday before this unfortunate stream happened. We went to a funeral for one of our best friends' mothers passed away, and it happened very suddenly, kind of tragic, and it sort of got me thinking, like being at a funeral, it got me thinking about like two things when it comes to DSP. One, what is he going to say at his parents' funeral, if anything, if he ever shows up? And two, what would people say about him at his funeral if he showed up? Because this funeral that we were at, this person happened to be a very well-known like political activist in our area, in our part of the state, even for like the state that we live in. She was a very well-known political activist. So it was like, you know, standing room only, lines out the door. Everybody was real emotional. They had kind of like an open forum where anybody could get up and say something, and the words that they had to say about this woman were just so emotional and like so heartfelt. But I got to thinking when I saw this stream, like, there'd be nothing like that for DSP. Like there's the Wolverine doll story, I guess, is what he could say at like Dave or Linda's funerals. Like if they'd only bought that Wolverine doll. But like it really got me thinking, especially like our friend was like really close to her mother, and she gave a very emotional eulogy that like I fucking ugly cried at a funeral, man, because it just hit me so hard to see a friend of mine, you know, grieve that hard. But you know what, one of the things she said kind of hit me, and it's the reason why I fucking ugly cried, to be perfectly honest. And she said, one thing my mother taught me was that profound grief is not a bad thing, because a feeling of profound grief means that you felt profound love for that person as well. Which, like, is there anybody that really loved DSP? And did DSP really love anybody? Like, truly, like, not to get too emotional and like weirdly existential, but like, I don't think there's any of that for DSP. And it's kind of sad if you think about it too much. You know what I mean? Like, as funny as this moment was to watch, and like this moment kind of made me want to stream DSP again. Like, I was taking an extended break. I've been trying to figure out like what I'm gonna do with DSP streams going forward. I've been kind of having a lot of thoughts about that, but this got me back in and sort of thinking about this, because it was fascinating to see things occur in this way, for sure. DSP would only go if they use Discord video. Yeah, you're probably right. You know what? I'm going to refresh OBS. I was in the red. There we go. We should be coming back. I don't know why my internet connection upload the last couple of weeks has been kind of spotty, so I apologize. I have to diagnose some network shit. I'll get to it eventually. I'm gonna tweak something.
I don't even know what to say. I don't understand. It pops up as you're in a
real
risky karmic
quick
state.
here.
You can't do anything about it, and then you die in your sleep. I mean, I've only played this character for 3 hours. Well, what was it, like 3 days in the game? Something like 3 days, and you're dead.
There we go. I'm gonna try this.
I mean, choosing to go back in time, all it's going to do is it's going to have you, exactly, it's going to have you load, so you can't fix it. So I guess this character is screwed. What I need to do next time, I have to make a new character.
There we go. That should be better.
And I have to I'll start at another place, if there is a next time. Because I'm shocked that tonight we actually had more people here, more engagement, but the support was actually not even, we didn't even get halfway to the goal.
We're back.
Which is very odd.
Thank you, everybody.
Usually when I have a game like this, it's a newer game and we're playing, we're having fun with it, and there's a lot of engagement.
I'm using a modem that my ISP gave to me, and I don't think it's a very good modem. I've had problems on and off like since they installed everything. I think I need to buy a new modem. I think it's time. I think I need to buy a better
There's
modem.
support. There was like very little tonight, so I don't get it. I don't know. If you wanted it next time for the
Because
game,
I
you
am
should've supported
dropping
it, quite
frames
frankly,
like a
'cause if you told
motherfucker.
tonight,
I see him.
absolutely, I would have done
I
another stream
see
of it.
him.
Now I don't know. No, there's no quick audit to be had. The stream is over.
It's bad.
My character is dead.
You know what? I'll be back
in.
I'm gonna reset. I'll be back in like a couple minutes. I'll be back. I'm gonna reset everything. I should be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. All right, we should be coming back. Thank you, everybody. That should have sorted it. I disconnected a bunch of stuff. I'm just gonna keep it on as best as I can. But thank you for your cooperation.
That's why he died. Because he realized we didn't even hit halfway to our goal, and he just immediately had a heart attack. He couldn't take it. There you go.
There you go. Uh-huh.
Kick won't let you sub. That's because you're probably on mobile. You cannot sub yourself if you're on mobile. You could gift a sub, but you can't sub yourself. I know that sounds stupid, but that's how Kick works. You have to be on a PC to do the regular sub. So, well, I don't know. Really? Waffles the Cat King says it seems like a bug. It's happening to other people, and people are posting up on Steam about it, so it does seem like it's a bug. Huh. Jeez.
All right. I need to do this for the sake of the stream. I'm going to
Mariah
go...
Scary says sim streams only get a lot of views if you torture a sim, you know how to do a cooled build, or you're using a mod. Well,
I'm going to go
it's my first real
potato
experience. I
mode.
haven't played a sim game in over 10 years. I decided to take a chance on this one because people
I'm
asked
dropping
me to.
bit rate
So I don't know
like
why
a
you would be expecting
motherfucker.
that. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm going to drop the bit rate till it's
Game Boy, how are you?
stable.
Well, we're done. This is it for Bill Burnell in Inzoi. He's dead. He's absolutely
dead.
Pretty crazy. Only 3 hours of gameplay. The guy's dead. Sheesh.
All right, we're back. We're back for now.
Choose a new family. No, I want to leave. I just want to
Refresh
leave.
this.
Exit. Exit. It wouldn't even let me leave.
He's dead.
This game is something else. I don't know, man. It's weird. Like I said, it seems like it has certain parts of it are really good, and other parts are just completely unfinished mess. So, all right. Well, here's the deal. I played the game for 4 hours. An hour was character creation, right? Wait a minute. Did it just update?
It's
Oh, no,
worse than
my
before?
save to the cloud. Okay.
Fuck.
An hour was character creation. 3 hours.
All right, hold on. I'm going to... Hold on. I'm going to re... Okay. I got to figure this out. I'm going to do a brief tech derail. I talk a lot of shit about tech. I'm checking the stats. Yeah, the bitrate is really inconsistent. Super inconsistent. It's... Yeah, I can't get it to level out, and I don't know why. I'm not dropping frames due to network, or I wonder if it's a rendering issue. I wonder if I... Hold on. I wonder if I'm bottlenecking like at the GPU or something. Let me see. What if I take that offline? What does that do? Nope. Background's not doing it. Oh man, this sucks. Now everything's broken. I don't even know if I'm still live. My stream chat's broke. Fuck. And it's saying no data to the stream? Fuck. Hold on. I'm gonna refresh this. Refresh that. Man, yeah, this is bad. This is what happens when you go away. Holy shit. All right. I am felted, apparently. Yeah, because it's saying I'm not sending enough bitrate. Holy shit, this is bad. Okay. I can do this. I've done this before. Streaming. Good quality. 2 passes, main. I'm gonna try a quick switch. Hold on. I'm gonna switch to a different encode. Okay. I've switched over to a different encoder. We're still in the red, but I'll see if it normalizes. I don't think it's a network issue. Hold on. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. I'm gonna fix it, and I will, because I really wanted to stream tonight. Hold on, I want to try something here. I'm running a quick speed test in another tab, and let's see what it does. Yeah, dude. Oh, man. Even the download speed's fucking tanking. Oh, my God. That's really bad. That is bad as shit. Uploads at 13, though. I should be able to... Only thing I haven't tried, which I can do very quickly, is restarting the PC. I'm gonna go restart my PC, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna restart, and we'll continue. So hold on. I gotta close this. I'm gonna restart the PC, see if that does anything. I am gonna make this work. So I need to close this. All right. I think we're back. I think. Nothing is open, but I think we're back. We're sort of back. I'm gonna try one more thing. Hold on. I might just be out of luck tonight, unfortunately. I might. I'm gonna try one more thing. Okay. Hopefully this stays stable. Thank you for the few of you that are still here. Hopefully people make their way on back. Let me reopen my browser tabs here, and we'll get back into it. Yeah, this seems more stable. Let's see this. Thank you, Firefox, for maintaining browser tabs. That seems more stable. I reset the router, restarted the PC. I need to diagnose some network shit, but I'll keep it here for now, because I feel like we're still a little bit flighty, but at least the stream is staying up. So I'll keep on keeping on, just like Sam Bridges in Death Stranding. We're pretty much done with the Inzoi stuff. What I want to get into, though, and what I was trying to do was I was trying to start with something a bit light. But let's get into the snaking, shall we? I think this is where it started. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. When buffering up and down. Well, I'm gonna keep on keeping on. It's more stable. It's more stable than it was. I'm gonna keep on keeping on, and we'll see where this takes us. If I have to punch out, I'll punch out.
On stream.
But I want to get into this because I feel like this is where the snakening started. So here we go.
I owed the state over $5,000. I owed,
because I'm here to talk about the snakening,
over $5,000. All of that money that was phantom money that I didn't have got charged to
Big ups
credit
Memology
card, and
101.
completely and utterly maxed out. Any remaining credit that I had was maxed.
Right,
Yep.
like Kick is
I'm
no.
looking at the stats, checking the data. It looks more
Let me
stable.
just put it to you this way: do you think that Iron Chef Sakai is your slave?
My slave? No, of course not.
Yeah, or do you think he's like your prostitute working a corner?
I will say, so I've had a lot of thoughts on PPP. I've had a lot of thoughts on PPP. I don't like him, but I will say I think he was the villain we needed to push DSP to this extent. To the extent of psychosis we've gotten, we would not have gotten without PPP.
For you, or
Not at all. I actually don't even know what his deal
like,
is,
are
because
you the pimp, or like, because Because it seems to me, and you can deny this and cope all the
Astro, I definitely want to do call breaks. Maybe after this clip, you and I can do a call break. That would be cool.
that you want. But it seems to me you're pretty seething and salty that Iron Chef Sakai is giving you what you perceive as your money to this woman.
Not at all. I could care less.
Whoa, hold on. That was a great Lex face.
Is your money to this woman.
Fantastic. Yep. Great memology. Fantastic. Because, like, I don't know, she looks like she's having fun, but also she looks a little bit goofy.
Not at all. I could care
Memology's
less.
a genius.
In fact, with Iron Chef Sakai, it was kind of a weird thing.
Yeah, the tech
This
is
was not
failing
like
me,
a
the
guy who I
pasta
knew
maker.
of, who had been watching my content for like a long time and supporting. He kind of like showed up out of nowhere one day last year and just started supporting like big. And then he would disappear for like a long time. And then he would come back like 3 months later and drop another big contribution. I was like, okay, maybe he's one of those people who only watches.
This is the weird thing about like DSP's relationship in quotes with his viewers. He doesn't find it odd or suspect that someone will disappear, in his words, disappear for months, and then all of a sudden come back, drop, hundreds to thousands of dollars, and then go away again for months and months and months. He doesn't find that problematic or suspicious in the least. And for me, that's just not a sustainable business model.
Occasionally, and then all of a sudden back in the fall he started dropping a
Oh,
lot,
thank you,
like,
Spitfire.
a lot on streams. I was like, whoa,
I appreciate
And
you
it got to
stopping
the
by,
point where
dude.
he was like, well, I'm on
I'm
all your
happy to be
streams, I'm
back.
contributing a lot, could I be a mod? And I was like, yeah, I guess he's never shown.
Well, MeathBear, honestly, I'm not surprised you wouldn't have gotten a notification, because up to this moment, this has been a fucking disaster stream. I've had to take it up and down like 5-6 times, no lie. But it seems more stable than it was. So big ups. Thanks everybody who's here.
Any reason not, to make him a mod. He's on a lot of my streams. So, I moderated him.
And this is another thing. It's gonna take me an hour to get through this clip because I'm gonna pause. But when Phil says, I saw no reason not to make him a mod, that's really indicative of like how willfully ignorant DSP is, because he doesn't put thought into modship, and he doesn't put stable people in those roles. Now, not to say that you mods are necessarily stable people, because we've got MeathBear, Sunny, and Astro. You guys, all three, are mods for this channel. I find you all to be the trustable sort. I like to think that I've been careful about who's modded, and when Lefty was on the channel, he was very careful about who was modded. We like level-headed, reliable people. But for DSP, for modship, all you got to do is, suck his dick rhetorically and or give him money. I actually kind of like people to be mods who push back just a little bit, or who maybe I can disagree with.
And everything. And then all of a sudden in December, I noticed his attitude.
I'm here and
started to
showing
change.
teeth. I am showing teeth. I got all my teeth. They're all relatively straight, though not perfectly straight. Wear your retainers, kids. I didn't wear my retainers after high school.
Like, he started to say a lot of snide remarks, a lot of insults, almost like underhanded insults. In the
Very
chat.
trusty,
And I
but
let
women.
slide.
See, this is why I like MeathBear, because I feel like his and my politics are like diametrically opposed. But you know what? He's come on stream a bunch of times. We've had some decent Discord conversations. We've had some decent DMs. It's fine. I can agree with him. And also, I like that he keeps to the Hebrew calendar, the lunar calendar. So we'll exchange niceties around Passover and whatnot, because my girlfriend is Jewish, so we talk about Jewish stuff sometimes to get weird. Also, I am going away next weekend to a hell of a Seder. Let me tell you, my girlfriend's stepmother throws an amazing Seder every year. Look forward to it.
I'm like, whatever, it's not a big deal. And then this one day,
You know what though, Astro? I trust you. I have had enough sincere conversations with you to trust you as a mod, is what I'll say, because we've talked offline quite a bit.
went nuts. Like,
So.
he was like outright insulting me constantly during this one stream.
Right.
And And I called him out for it publicly. I'm like, dude, you're like killing the vibe of the stream. Everyone's noticing that you're.
Yes, that's correct. My girlfriend is in fact Jewish. I'm not, but she is. Although I might be Jewish. I don't know. Some of the things my grandfather said about his mother, because they had to leave Germany in the late 1930s due to religious differences, makes me think I might be slightly of the Jewish persuasion. I don't know.
You're acting like this now. And he really just had nothing much to say besides that he just didn't like my content anymore. And I was like,
I
how
love
could you be a
unleavened
moderator?
bread. It's
So
awesome.
now for the record, Iron Chef Sakai is demoted on kick. And if he continues to act the way he's acting, he's going to catch a fucking ban like anyone else would. All right? All right, get the fuck out. Now you're just full of shit. Like, what a fucking
Get the
loser.
fuck out.
He says, oh, you played Coin Game just to make me contribute. Go fuck yourself. No, really.
I mean, he did though. I don't have the clip, but I remember that stream specifically. The day stream, ICS asked him if he could play Coin Game, and then that night he played Coin Game. Pretty simple.
I want you to do me a personal favor. I want you to go fuck yourself in the ass. You're a fucking loser. Right? So I demodded him. Then he went nuts. He did his whole ranting, raving stream about how he hates me and all I care about is money and all this
That stream is cringe. It no longer exists, but if anybody needs the audio, I have it. So hit me up, probably in Discord, because that's where I don't respond to Twitter. I don't. I'll tell you that. But I do respond to Discord. So if anybody needs the Iron Chef Sakai audio, I've got it. Hit me up.
stuff. And
It's
so,
true.
of course, everyone knows that. So then after that, he was gone for a long time. Like he was gone for about a month, I would say, maybe. And then all of a sudden one day he comes back. Now he had been banned in Kick.
I just gotta say, Phil, like, let's get to the heart of this matter. What is this? What's going on with this Lex girl? You
There we
called her
go.
a slut.
This is the part I
Now,
liked.
You're saying you're not upset, but you called her a slut. Go ahead.
So I don't know anything about this woman at all. I've literally.
Then why did you call her a slut?
Okay, I'll tell.
This is like the like double speak rhetoric of DSP. He will simultaneously say, and he does this often if you look for it. He will simultaneously say, "I've never heard of this. I don't know anything about this person. I have no idea what you're talking about." And then he accuses people. He accuses people of doing borderline sex work. He accuses them of like showing cake on stream or whatever it was. So if you give him enough room to move when asking him these questions, he absolutely tells on himself all the time. And you saw that in the Steve Cambian Broside Phil conversation, because like Broside Phil, to his credit, was very kind of hard on Phil and uncompromising. And I was very publicly critical of Broside Phil initially when I first saw that, because I felt like Broside Phil was moralizing a little too much about it. I think trying to discuss morals with DSP is a very difficult thing. You can't make an immoral or amoral person see actual moral arguments. I think it's kind of a fool's errand, but I do appreciate Broside Phil for sticking to it. And I think given the chaos that conversation became, he did well. I think he did better than most people would have done. And I reached out to him after the fact, and I told him, I was like, I was very publicly critical of you. I'm sorry. That whole thing was hell in a handbasket. You did as well as anybody possibly could have done, given the fact that you were brought into a stream with two people you were unfamiliar with and never talked to. My ass probably would have frozen up and royally boned that thing. So he did well with the opportunity he had. I also think that Steve let the thing get away from him. He could have done a better job kind of reeling it in and moderating it a little more, because if you give DSP too much room to move, it gets derailed and it loses all sense of coherence.
Let me tell you, because this is what happened. I don't know who she is.
What's up, Matthew?
I don't really know her content. I've never watched her. I've never heard her. None of it.
Shit, bro.
None.
You're full of shit.
I literally have. In fact, I've never said her name.
Then
Not
why
once.
call her a slut?
So Iron Chef Sakai goes over there and starts watching her. And then he comes into my chat and he's telling everyone in my chat, hey, everyone, here's what she's doing. You should go check her out. And I was like, dude, that's
well, yeah,
obviously
and MeathBear, I think that was my initial criticism of it, is that it did become a rehash of the side scrollers interview, because you can't really catch a guy like DSP with facts. That's not really how you're going to get people. Again, I've never done detective work. I've never done policing. Broside Phil obviously does have experience with detective work, interviews, and everything like that. So I don't want to second guess his technique too much, because my opinion is just an opinion. But in my experience dealing with narcissists in my family, is you can't catch them based on facts. You have to play to their ego, and you can almost use their ego and their emotion against them, because if you try and catch them in a fact, they'll just twist your words and worm their way out on some kind of rhetorical technicality. And DSP kept doing that constantly during that conversation. Broside Phil was coming at him with airtight, bulletproof facts, right? But the first thing he said was, when the detective that I spoke, because he spoke to a guy called Chris Edwards initially, and DSP said, "Oh, I got you. The detective I spoke to was a woman." That's why facts don't really work on DSP, because he either doesn't see facts as consequential, or he will take what you say, and if it's any deviation from how he sees it or what he experienced, he will try to discredit you immediately, and it just becomes you screaming at a retard into the void. That's what made parts of the side scrollers interview so frustrating. If you go back and you listen to the side scrollers interview, it was a lot of that. It was a lot of Krigler pressing him. He would evade, and then Krigler would press him again. Craig would kind of calm things down and diffuse things a little bit, and then move on to another topic. But it was all evasion. You can't catch a guy like DSP based on facts, because he doesn't believe in facts. If he did, we wouldn't have the DSP we see now.
You can't be advertising someone.
And we got 220 out of it. That's the thing. We got 220 out of it, and honestly, Broside Phil, like, one of his best contributions ever that we will be talking about for years and years and years is the fact that he was able to have a very cordial call with Leanne, was the Officer Whitney. Just great, legendary call with her to kind of like sort out the facts and prove DSP wrong, because nothing is ever going to be good enough for DSP. You could have irrefutable footage of him taking out a gun and shooting someone in the street, and he would still say, "That's not me." You could have him dead to rights, and he would still argue to your fucking face that that's not him. You know what I mean? So really, on the other side of it, Broside did the only thing he could have done, which was call Officer Whitney and sort out his own credibility, because it turns out, based on Officer Whitney's retelling of the events, Broside Phil was 100% credible, which we all thought he was. But I think it's a mistake to try and catch DSP on facts. I think it's an approach worth pursuing, because I think we do get good content out of it. But I don't think you can catch DSP on facts at this point in time. Maybe a few years ago, but not now. If anything, based on his smug reaction to the June the King documentary, which was very well factually laid out, facts don't work on DSP anymore. They don't.
Content.
Well, why not?
In a competing
Well, Astro,
stream.
if you disagree, so we'll talk in a few minutes, Astro. We can talk about why you disagree. I'm always happy to hear from you.
Oh, not the money.
Oh, the viewership then?
That's right. Let me put it this way.
About the viewership or the money? Because you're saying, oh, it doesn't matter But you
Right.
can't advertise a streamer in your chat, so it does matter.
There is no advertisement of anyone in my chat because it's always been the rule. That's like the equivalent of walking into a subway.
I never understood why he's so I understand why he's so averse to people mentioning other streamers in his chat because he knows they're going to eat his fucking lunch, like literally. But I am very happy when people just show up. Like for this, honestly, I booted up this stream knowing that we're going to be tanked in the rankings because I haven't streamed in a long time, and just as a result of some of the other things Lefty is working on, to be honest, he privated a lot of streams that he was a part of, a lot of his solo streams because he's trying to like clean up his online footprint a little bit. So I kind of knew that like this stream was gonna, not be great in terms of the rankings, but at the same time, like it doesn't really matter. I wanted to show up and do a thing. And I'm happy when anybody shouts out anybody in my streams because we're here to have fun and we're here to big ups people,
Coupons handing out for, Papa John or, what's that one? Jimmy John's, right?
Why would it be so wrong in the community? Go, hey.
Well, and Sonny, you raise a very good point. One of the reasons why I wanted to visit a lot of this stuff after the fact was to sort of challenge the idea and really scrutinize the idea that this was all part of the plan. So him copping to banning Iron Chef Sakai for this dumb, stupid reason and all of this and him doubling down on calling Lex a slut, was that part of the plan? Is really the question.
Hey, I saw this streamer and they were good.
That's okay. See, here's the thing. That would be fine. This literally was the entire stream. He's sitting there and he's talking about her, and he's actually trying to.
But it wasn't the entire stream. If I recall, it was like 5 chat messages, like literally 5 chat messages. I don't recall it being massive spam.
Convince viewers to go check her out, and then they are, and then they're coming back to my chat to talk about it. It's like, but that's not what my stream is. I don't want to hear about another streamer. I'm trying to have a good time with my audience. So he basically completely derailed the stream.
The fact that Iron Chef Sakai
5D tic-tac-toe, yeah,
thousands of dollars on this woman's head. Had nothing to do with you calling her a slut.
No, not at all.
You've not.
I think too, like, this is going to sound like I'm giving DSP a little bit too much credit, but I don't care. I think he would be right to be upset, at least at the situation, that the person who was propping up Kick at the time went over to someone else's page and was showering them with money. That's a pretty sensible thing to be pissed about. But I think part of DSP's like idiosyncratic psychology right now is he doesn't like to admit when he's upset about something when he's asked a direct question. Like PPP is kind of doing the like legal prosecutor thing where he's pressing Phil just enough to try and force him to answer the simple question of, were you upset? Were you or were you not upset that Iron Chef Sakai went over to Lex and showered her with money? He is approaching it multiple times over and over and over again from multiple angles. He's pressing and pressing and pressing and trying to get that answer. But DSP's ego will not let him answer the question honestly. He will always deflect and he'll always say, well, no, I wasn't actually upset. Even though everything about the original clip of him saying that what Lex was doing was sex work and calling her a slut, those are all indicators of him being upset, So honestly, I think if he owned this, he, like in a weird way, if he owned this, it would look kind of based to a guy like PPP for just calling Lex a slut,
Seen any of her content.
Nope.
You don't know anything about her, but you just chose to call her a slut for no reason.
All I know about her is what he said in the chat that night. That's what I know about her.
So what did he say that led you to call her a slut?
He said that on stream, her content is that she basically does aerobics on camera in a very provocative way to get people to throw.
No, I think it was something like, damn, Lex has cake or something like that. Because I remember seeing an ICS chat comment where he was talking about her having cake, which, she takes care of herself, obviously. I'm not a butt man, but it's very obvious that she takes care of herself. You know what I mean? But I remember seeing like 1 or 2 comments mentioning her cake, which like, I don't know, dude. If it's there, you can admire it. You know what I mean? I don't think Lex is averse to people admiring her body, you know?
Her money.
The brown ones or the mustard yellow ones?
I'm wearing the mustard yellow ones.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, so MeathBear, I actually agree with you on that. I think I'm going to take it a step further, MeathBear. A woman doing anything on stream is sexual to someone. It absolutely is. If you put a woman on stream, people, lonely guys on the internet will fap to it. It could be a fully clothed woman reading a book, and that would be enough for a lot of people. So I think anything can be considered sexual, but like slutty and borderline sex work, like no. Sometimes people are just doing squats.
All right, take down those drawers. Let's see the full shebang. Come on. Let's see a little bit of the outline for Brian Dunn, Phil. Show Brian.
Oh, I forgot about the underwear. Holy shit.
Your outline.
Well,
buddy.
if Brian Dunn were to drop maybe around, I don't know, 50 subs, maybe I would,
Brian, please. So you're calling her a slut. Are you aware that you show your feet in underwear for money?
I'm going to
Phil?
speed this up.
Of course. Oh, frequently, right? No, I don't. That's not my gimmick, and you know that.
But she doesn't show her feet. She doesn't show her underwear. And you do. I'm just saying, you called her a slut.
See, this was part of PPP's plan. Because PPP, I think, and people say that I've given PPP too much credit. I think PPP kind of planted the seeds of bad ideas in Phil's head just to see what would happen. Like PPP was basically encouraging him to dance on stream and like show body parts and whatever, just to see what would happen. I don't think he anticipated this, but I think he was kind of sowing the seeds of clownery and seeing what would happen. And this was supposed to be kind of a payoff for him, you know?
And I think it's pretty obvious you're upset that Iron Chef Sakai was giving her money, and it's okay if you were upset about it, Phil.
I legitimately was not upset about that at all. I didn't care. I cared that he was derailing my stream and advertising someone else's stream on mine. That has always been against the rules, and he knows that, by the way.
All right, let's just move on from that point. You then said that she's
that's gay.
Lesbian.
That's right, the
sorry,
pasta
you said
maker.
that she's bi, or you said what did you say exactly, Phil?
She said she's not gay, she's bi. Yeah, that's because she wants money from Sims, from dumb Sims. Of course.
And like masterful edit, because what he actually said contradicts everything. I will say that any woman that shows moving footage of herself on the internet will have some kind of simps. You know, Amberlyn Reed and Foodie Beauty have their own simps, and if they can have simps, just about it. I mean, Tofia Chew's got fucking simps, man. Not many, but a few. I think if you show moving footage of yourself, you're gonna have simps. I think to a certain extent, Lex kind of knows what she's doing, but at the same time, I think it's also not that deep, and DSP is just being like overly callous and cruel about this.
Of course. Anyway, enough of this bullshit. So guys, let's get some support going.
You said that she's a lesbian, but she says that she's bi.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what you're participating in, Phil, is what's called bi erasure. And, you know, I'm just surprised because you have in your title.
Good point, Sonny. Male creators run into issues as well. I will read what you sent.
Screen at the slideshow at the beginning that you're an LGBTQ ally, and yet here you are erasing this woman's identity, telling her that you know what her identity is better than her, but you're not upset about Iron Chef Sakai giving her the money.
Okay, so follow me on this, all right? You're a streamer. You know that there's people out there that are weak-minded simps.
Oh no, OnlyFans sued by 2 dudes.
Not all the way, but you know, hey.
Oh, so they're suing. Well, dude, that's also why OnlyFans sucks, because you're never quite sure who you're talking to. I was of the mindset, like when I was in high school and early college, anybody you're talking to on the internet that says they're a lady is probably a dude.
I work out or whatever, and people throw me money when I do it, right? Is it the honest question to you? If you have a significant other on stream, right, and you say you're gay, and you say I'm just gay, that's it, and this is my significant other, or if you say
You can still be attracted to gay women and bi women or whatever. Like, we've got friends that are bi here locally that are attractive. Like, you can still acknowledge that someone is attractive even if they're not into you.
You're bisexual, which then would give viewers a thought. Oh, wait a minute, she's bi, so she's not.
What's
the
up,
gayest
August?
Person on stream. There's other. Maybe I have a chance.
It just seems like it's easy for the criticisms from you to flow to her. But if anybody criticizes you, you have
Some
to
people
follow,
do.
right?
Some people make
criticizes me every moment, every
insane
day.
money
I
on
don't give a
OnlyFans.
But you know that's a lie, Phil. Come on. Come on. You see the listen, you get upset when people speculate about your love life and your partner, and yet here you are talking about this woman who apparently you have no.
Yeah, so MeathBear brings up the idea of like the OnlyFans breadcrumbs, because you do see female streamers where the way they have their camera oriented in a very specific way, and there's a lot of female based shorts channels that will just lead you to an OnlyFans. Like if you look at an attractive, well-endowed female on the shorts section of YouTube, like there was a lady that I saw that was like had, you know, large breasts that was making swords, and she was like legitimately making swords, right? But also you click into the description, you click the link tree, and there are links to OnlyFans and Fansly, and it's like, okay, well, this is a lady who does make swords, but ultimately she also wants to lead anybody she can to their OnlyFans, which is fine, but I think you have to know what you're getting into.
No idea about, nothing about her streaming career, nothing about her life, and here you are.
To clarify, as far as I know, Lex does not have an adult page. She is not breadcrumbing people in that way. So the argument that DSP is making is invalid.
She's not.
No, Deposit Maker, I don't. Honestly, I'm personal friends with a few people who have adult pages. I don't fault them for capitalizing on a market that exists. I'm just saying, it's very obvious the market that they're after. You know what I mean?
Actually bisexual, she's a lesbian, and she's exploiting her audience for money and this and that, and she's doing this. Like, do you not see that as hypocritical in any way, Phil?
Hypocritical? No, absolutely not. It's this simple.
No.
Iron Chef Sakai is a simp, and whoever this woman is.
Yeah, no, I've seen those clips, Astro. It was kind of a side angle, you know.
Simp herder. This is her content. This is what she does, and that's fine. I just don't need to hear about it in my content, and I certainly don't need my streams derailed by this behavior. So Iron Chef Sakai got his ass kicked out of my streams. He's never coming back. I don't care how much more he begs, how much more he grovels, how much he offers to give me. I don't.
You know what? A lady with huge boobs cleaning a motorcycle actually sounds kind of cool. To be honest, that actually sounds pretty good.
Need his money. I don't need his time. I don't need simps trying to fucking derail my shit. I'm far above that shit.
Let's talk about Lesbo Lex a little bit more. So, are you upset that she finished the Lego set quicker than you?
No, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know until someone told me.
The problem is, we're now on the second stream of you doing it, and we're what, halfway there. She finished.
Yeah, see, like I would appreciate streamers who like use their bodies in very interesting ways. That's compelling to me. Like the booby painter, Marcy Hawk. She's actually still around. I looked her up a while ago, and she at least up until recently did streams where she paints with her body, and she did it in a way where like she wasn't really showing much, but she was still like, that stuff is cool. You know what I mean?
In one stream, so like, are you dumber than a girl?
You know, all I did was get this, and my audience said, "Will you do something different instead of just gaming?"
My problem too.
Right?
Like, why did you buy the cheapest, shittiest Lego set that's so boring? Couldn't we get the Death Star or Ghostbusters or Ninja Turtles or whatever?
Well, it's a demo basically, and if this is successful, I have told people I will invest into a bigger Lego set.
This is also a major problem with DSP and how he sees content. He's not willing to, and I think PPP says it at one point, he's not willing to build anything. He does one or two streams of something and he goes, oh, it didn't hit. I'll just stop. You got to refine something. You have to be willing to refine your style, refine a vibe, make it work, you know, tweak it, change it until at least some people show up. And Phil just abandons ship every single time.
When we're done with this one.
Because everybody's saying that the reason you're so worried about people going over there is because she was doing what you do, but better. And I think that's why you're worried about it.
Why would I care about that? I'm successful. I'm hitting my goals on my streams. I don't care what other people are doing.
Talk about how it's a business, but if there's a competitor that's doing the same thing but better, that business will go under. No, especially when they're taking one of the largest clients of yours that gave you so much money. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of how you could have improved your stream and been better than her stream, but hers was better. But she turned it on and sacrificed the ad revenue.
Oh, by the way, there's a cut here. He's talking about background music. He's talking about you should have had background music to alleviate the dead air, because dead air is really bad on a stream. Like dead air is terrible. What I find is that when I listen to Raw Phil, the few times I listen to Raw Phil when I'm listening to DSP, whether it's the pre-stream or whatever, he just has dead air. And I think that, oh, my phone stopped playing, or did my internet blink out, or whatever. No, I think background music, if you're gonna be someone, or you're gonna have a stream where there is gonna be dead air, it's good to have background music at least available that you can pull up very quickly.
But you wouldn't do it. Why? Because the ad revenue is legitimately pennies at this point, brother Phil.
I have not. K Pikes, you guys are giving me good recommendations.
Why are you so chintzy this way?
Oh, it has nothing to do with that. For me, my problem is whenever I try to do something in the background.
Oh,
that's
speaking
not
of which,
remixes,
I need to pull
it ends up
up
getting like muted or blocked. This has
my
happened tons of times.
music app again.
I have like 70, 80,000 videos on
It
YouTube, and every day I
closed
get like 500 notices
when I
that videos
restarted
are
my
blocked.
PC.
No, I'm just not. I wasn't aware that I was in any competition with anyone else to build a Lego.
Well,
This
it's
isn't
not
like
a competition.
Phil's
it's just because
speedrun.
You look dumber than a lesbian.
Why does it make it look? Wait. Why would it make me look dumber because she did it faster?
She finished it quicker. Her cognitive abilities were there to do it faster.
But when
I do agree that her cognitive abilities were there to do it faster, by the way. It just makes sense.
doing the stream, okay, I'm actually using a new setup, which I actually the same setup we actually just used to do these cards, I'm using to do the Lego now. So I'm trying to get it in frame. I'm messing with the camera and all of that to get it working. I'm not in any rush. I'm hanging out with the audience. I'm literally having a conversation with my audience. It's considered a hangout stream, right? We never were of any impression that there was a rush to finish this. I mean, if that was the case, I would have had it done the first night. I could have rushed through it and done it, but I'm not in any rush.
You know, I don't know, Phil. Like, you can't have it both ways, you know, because you say that they create that atmosphere of hate around you, and then here you are doing the same thing to this girl.
I agree.
Very, very hypocritical.
I just think if
I agree, August. I have used both for background music before.
Bit more honest about things, and we're directly like, listen, fuck this slut. I don't believe in it. I'm pissed that she took Iron Chef Sakai's money.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying earlier. Phil, in a way, if he really wanted to be a heel, he could have. I mean, it still would have made him look bad, but it would have been way more entertaining. If it was like, yeah, she stole my whale or whatever. There would have been something to that, you know.
Money away from it. I think that's something that people can understand and get behind. But this whole I wasn't upset, but I called her a slut. But people can't advertise, but it's not because I'm worried about losing money stuff. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, it doesn't make any sense because you don't have the same belief system as me. Like, I really am not upset about... if I was upset about Iron Chef Sakai, why would I have banned him?
You live in your own...
You banned him because you were upset about what he was doing. That is such a backwards statement. If I was upset about Iron Chef Sakai, why would I have banned him? This is why I say that DSP doesn't believe in facts and facts don't work on him, because he made it very clear that the reason why he banned Iron Chef Sakai is he was talking about Lex in chat, and he was in Lex's stream chat giving her recommendations for detractor clips. So it's exactly the reason you say.
Own world, or...
Of course I live in my own world. We all do. We all live in our own moral values and belief systems. We all have different perspectives on stuff, and that's okay. It's okay to not agree on something. Like I said, with Iron Chef Sakai, I appreciate everything that he did for myself and my business. I really
do.
did.
Let me ask you something.
But I banned him for a reason, because I had enough.
But the thing is, you advertise yourself in, like, my chat, or you did for a while. Like, should I have banned you?
If you felt like you wanted to, sure. And you had the right to.
Would you want me to do that?
It's up to
you. Well, Phil is full of shit, as we know, but you know that Phil would absolutely talk about it if he got banned or timed out in Kino Casino chat for shilling his stream. Because there were times in Kino Casino chat where he was like, I need a commitment for some of you to come over and support the Lego stream or whatever it is.
It's your call. There's other people who I'm friendly with.
Logic does work different on Phil's planet.
That's allowed.
It absolutely does.
Can
Silent
you just
weapons.
admit that you were upset about losing out on the money? And
I'm not. I am literally not in one piece upset about that.
So it has nothing to do with the money. So is it that she's a woman?
No. I don't like predatory content. I don't like predatory content. I never have. I feel like there's a level of content out there that's very exploitative that takes advantage of certain people, okay? And a lot of people will
That's
say that
you,
about me.
brother.
Is this contradictory for yourself? My content, you know what you're going to get when you come on my stream. There's no misrepresentations of anything. You know that we're not going to be close personal friends or anything better than that.
I mean, I'd say that's right. You know what you're going to get when you log into Phil's stream, but it's going to be cult speak, actual manipulative tactics. He wears people down until they give him things. That's his actual style, you know?
But you know that if you support my content will continue. So if you like me and my content and you want to see it continue and you want to support improvement, support my content.
No, of course, most of the time, the things I'm saying aren't meant to be taken literally. But I genuinely think, Phil, that if you don't
That's
make
right, August.
some real changes real soon,
That's right.
and get passionate about what
Pot
you're doing
meat
for
kettle.
your job and excited about it again.
And this was genuine advice, right? I believe there were times where PPP was trying to be genuine, and I think this is one of those times. I think this is one of those times where it's like, listen, you got to step up, you got to be more interesting. Because PPP's whole goal with Phil, at least the way he tells it, was to make Phil more interesting, to build him up to a point where it would be worth watching and engaging in his content. That was PPP's whole goal. Was he scummy about how he went about it? Sure, of course, but his intentions were pretty clear from the jump.
You're going to be in a really, really bad spot, bro. And, you are considered one of the treasures of the internet. And we don't want to, some people want to see you in a really bad place and they want to see you homeless and they want to see you die. And, sometimes I understand why. But
fucking brutal.
Even though I understand sometimes why they hate you.
They
so
want to
much,
see you homeless and they
sometimes
want to see you die, and sometimes I understand
I
why.
want to see you die, Phil. I want to see you succeed. I want to see you win. I want to see you prosperous. I want to see the whole community, the whole vortex excited and having fun. And that's what I want. So that's why I decided to go off a little bit more tonight.
It's all good. It's totally all good.
We're gonna eat it.
And I think this is more transparency for the viewers, too,
What a
because
good edit.
A lot of them seriously think that you guys are like trying to screw me and stuff, which I know neither you or Andy are. I know that, but they don't see that, right? They don't hear this. They think that there's some
Andy.
evil plot behind it. And I get it. It's for me, it's going to be a slower process, but I think that we'll get there. It's just a matter of time and finding the right way to do it. Because again, it's a tricky thing for me. I easily could have jumped fully into the drama stuff back in the fall, right? When
Yeah, this was all part of the plan, Sonny.
But what I started to
Absolutely.
see from my core audience, the people who were there every day to support me, was saying, Phil, what are you doing? This is not what we want for you. This is not, this is not who you are. And if you do this, we're gonna leave. And I can't just have the people who made me who I am today upset and leave. At the same time, I know I can't play games forever.
But like, those people were gone at this point. Like, by this point, a lot of pretty significant followers had already left. Like, he had already sacrificed his standard core fan base by this time. And he kind of said, a while before this, if you're not into drama, maybe don't watch Smart Guys and don't watch DSP Politics. If it's not for you, don't watch it, is pretty much what he said. So I find it very interesting that he's now saying this, where he's saying, I still have a core fan base, this, that, and the third. I had a clip for call breaks, and Astro, I'll get you on. Where the fuck was it? I had the DMs up because I want to do that. Oh, here it is. Yes, thank you, Action Kid. We're gonna walk through New York City. When I'm gonna try and get Astro on the line here. Do that. I'll put on some music. There we go. We're going with the Ape Escape soundtrack. I'll see if I can get him on. He wanted to do a call break. We'll see if we can put it together real quick. All right, awesome. All right, we'll see if Astro hits us up. If not, I'll just continue. If you guys have not seen this channel, it's awesome. Action Kid. He's the guy that just walks around New York with a GoPro. It's fucking rad. Very fun. The pacing of this stream got fucked up by the disaster. Yeah, that's Dumbo. Hell yeah. Yeah, dude. The DM logs were insane. Oh, you're in the waiting room. Okay, hold on. Astro was in a different place than I thought he was gonna do. Hold on. I gotta test the troll phone to see if it works.
Fuck you.
Okay, so that.
Fuck you!
Okay. But I'm not hearing Discord. Okay, so you guys are hearing the Discord soundboard, but I'm not hearing Discord. All my shit's broken. Hold on, I gotta fix something. And now this. This is a massive disaster stream. Holy shit. Here we go. Now we're good. Now we're good. Okay. I'm gonna mute the music. Gonna go here. Gonna go there. Gonna go. Let me test the soundboard one more time.
Wah!
Okay. Yeah, that should work. All right, I'll bring them on. Astro, how are you? Welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm good. I sorted my shit out. We're good. What's on your mind?
A lot. Also, a lot I forgot because I know I said something about me disagreeing with you, but I can't remember on what I disagreed on.
No, that's cool. If it comes back, it comes back. I know you.
Do you remember? Because you acknowledged it in chat.
I did, but then we had disaster stuff happen, and I kind of forgot about it. But you had stuff to say about the snakening. So if you've got stuff about the snakening, let fly, man.
Oh yeah. I mean, nowadays Phil is saying like, "Oh, they snaked me." It's like, but I thought you snaked them.
Yes.
What happened with that?
Well, it's amazing how quickly that changed, and I have clips. I have clips on that to go through a little bit later. But it was incredible to see that change. I think within about a day or two, he was like, "Oh, this was my plan." Not only did he say, I don't know if a lot of people caught it, but not only did he say, this was my plan for the past 8 months, but also for the past couple of years. Did you catch that?
Oh yeah. He said that he was planning it since the side scrollers interview.
Okay,
and
so he
scoped.
He was
that he scoped.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that he scoped out a bunch of misery merchants, so to speak, and then he set his eyes on. Then he set his eyes on the Kino Casino specifically.
Yes, I find that very convenient. That all of a sudden he knew he was going to do it. But he does this all the time. He did a similar thing with the WWE champions. He told a convenient lie of "I no longer have the account," which was his way of just further evading responsibility and I guess taking less of a hit. And that's exactly what this is, right?
Yeah, also, I just remembered what I disagreed with.
Okay, hit me.
Yeah, in the Steve Cambian interview, where you said you can't...
Oh, yeah, you can't get Phil with facts. Yep, that's what it was.
Yeah. You can.
Okay, elaborate, please.
You're just not allowed to slip up.
You know what? I think that's right. Because they're
every time he weaseled his way out of it, it's because someone didn't have the exact evidence to put against him.
True. You have to have exact evidence that is an exact parody with his experience of the situation. If it deviates even slightly, he'll say, "That's not what I saw," or "That's not what I heard." You know what I mean?
Or you have to have hard evidence that shows, no, you're lying.
Yes, absolutely. You're right.
Because
it is possible to catch him, but you cannot make a single mistake. Because if you make a single mistake at all, he will hold on to that, and that's it. It's over. He will just shut down, and they'll say, well, why should we trust that? Because you already fucked that earlier thing up, you know?
Yeah, because like with the side scrollers interview, it was, you know, Craig bringing up like, where does the $5,000 business expenses come from?
Right.
And then he just claims, oh, I don't know. Where did it come from?
Yeah, and then he
Craig
started saying like, oh, my tax guy, you know, this and that. It gave him enough room to maneuver past it, you know?
Yeah, because Craig admitted like, I don't know where it came from. The detractors have been saying.
Yeah, and then he's like, well, that's the problem. You heard it from detractors. See, they're just gonna make it up. Yeah, that's how it always is.
And that's why I thought that it was a bit sad that Broside Phil's thing lasted for so long.
Yeah,
I know Steve had the hard evidence about Phil's bankruptcy.
Yeah,
But
well,
that
he did a
was
lot.
his-
He did weeks of research on that specific thing too. So he had things ready. He definitely did.
Yeah, I spoke to him about it. He said that his
Oh, you asked him.
wife-
Cool.
Yeah, and his wife is like a tax accountant for a Fortune 500 company.
Oh, so she's like a real professional. Okay.
Yeah, and she dug through his entire bankruptcy filings. And
Interesting.
apparently she had the time of her life with them.
I'd imagine, and it seems like she would be very qualified to scrutinize those a lot.
Yeah, and then it got kind of derailed and everything, and then Steve started bringing up, but what was it? Like the trip to his parents.
Oh, you didn't go. Yeah. As soon as he said, you asked for a trip to his parents and you didn't go, even though we don't like Phil, we all know that he went, you know?
Yeah, and that's when I was like, okay, you just lost the entire thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just fucked the entire thing up.
Yeah, totally. And I think it's like you were saying, if you slip up once, whether you make an accusation that's not true or you misspeak a fact when you're trying to get something out, you're done. He's just going to shut down. He's going to hang that around you, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you are going to put something against him with hard facts, you need to have the clip ready to show him.
Yes.
Like, no, this is what you said.
And side scrollers actually did a fair job of that. If you think about like the slave trade clip and everything like that, like they actually set that whole thing up pretty well. And then they had the clip and they showed it and it was great. So
yeah, but he still managed to weasel himself out of it.
Because he said, I didn't say it. You said black girl. You said it.
No.
Yeah.
He said, it was already known that the sheriff was a really bad person, yada yada yada.
Yes.
I actually dug through the Let's Play.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
At that point, it wasn't known that the sheriff was the main villain.
Okay. So DSP was making massive assumptions then. Well, he wasn't even making assumptions. He was just lying through his teeth.
No, it was just because he had already finished the game
Yes.
and the sheriff was the main villain.
Yep. I was right all
That's
along.
an excuse.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like you have to do so much fucking digging and looking into shit.
Yeah,
And sometimes
totally.
I feel like I'm going a bit too extreme in it sometimes where I'm like, nah. Like I wanna know.
Well, it is exhausting, isn't it? Right? And I think that's something that Phil kind of gets lucky with because he makes everything so exhausting that he wears people down, whether you're a DSP viewer and you just tip him to shut up, or you're a detractor and you're researching, or you're someone like Broside Phil, who did have the opportunity to speak with him face to face, he kind of muddles things up and tries to wear people down. That's just his style.
I mean, like Broside did admit it afterwards. Like he did go a bit too much into the morality of things.
I think too, like when you're talking to DSP, when you try to make it too much about yourself, he also kind of he'll use that against you, because he'll be like, well, we're not here to talk about you. I thought we were here to talk about me, or something like that. And he'll try and kind of like flip it around on you if you're not careful. That's why you got to stay focused on him, and you got to stick with your questions in a lot of cases.
Yeah. Like it's literally like you're doing a police interview. Like you want to pin like someone did a crime, and they're trying to dodge around it, and it's like, no, I'm gonna get you on this fucking crime.
Yes. And you have to be sure, you have to stick to your questions and everything like that. For now, before we go into the next segment, anything else? You could call again later if you want. But I was going to also move on to some other stuff, but I always like your input.
Let me, as I said, the whole snakeling thing. I do think that PPP was legit trying to help him.
Yes. I think he was trying to help DSP to be self-serving, because I think he wanted to more effectively farm content out of him. But I think he was trying to help DSP. I think that much is apparent.
I'm guessing you're gonna go over the DMs in a bit.
Yes, I have them open. I am gonna read some of them, because some of them are very interesting and fun for sure.
Oh, if you're gonna read the the ones about Gundam, I'm gonna call in again.
Okay, sure. I'm not sure when we'll get to that, but if you're still up, definitely feel free to. But thanks for coming on. As always, we'll talk to you soon. All right, bye. Yeah, Deposit Maker, we can do Discord and phones as well. If you're in the Discord, you know what to do. I think that's going to be the call break for now. I want to move on to some other stuff. We watch that here. I'm going to move my Action Kids stuff. What's new with Firefox? Don't need that. Boy Yourself felt it himself. We did that. I did these out of order. We don't need to watch the Sakai ban. We did that. I had Expand Dong up. I had more Memology stuff, but I think those tabs got destroyed when I had to reopen everything. I'm just gonna quick search again. My fucking shit fell apart. All right. Kino Casino stream quit. Oh, the kick stream quit is great. Okay, yeah, this one would be logical to go to next. Fuck them.
Oh no, my wife.
I owed the state
Fuck
over
them.
$5,000. I owed my tax attorney over $5,000. All of that money that was phantom money that I didn't have got charged to my credit cards. And
I like that expression too, phantom money. It's wild shit.
And utterly
Phantom money.
out any remaining
I'll do a call-in segment again after this clip to whoever wants to call in. I'll drop the Discord link as well after this clip.
credit that I had was maxed.
Officially as of today, all right, I am going to be doing Smart Guys solo starting tonight on the late stream. We're going to see how the show goes. As long as the show still gets some attendance and support, I want to continue it through WrestleMania. Then we'll...
This was like pure delusion. The idea that he thought that Smart Guys was still going to get traction without PPP is like absolute fucking water-headed delusion.
we'll see what we want to do. You know, WrestleMania is only about a month away, so it would be a few more episodes or whatever, and that's it. And then we'll go from there. But I'll just say this up front because I want to make this clear. Absolutely nothing that I'm about to tell you on this show is private information. So basically, why am I doing Smart Guys solo? PPP on his show, Kino Casino.
By the way, I'll be the judge of whether or not it's private information. We'll get into that.
Has increasingly started up with rhetoric that's pretty toxic, negative, and insulting towards myself and my family.
We're only 582 away from the goal. Some bitch is fat. She's fat.
Fat.
Weird has gifted a sub. Manchurian candidate for a sub.
Now, there's a difference between myself and my family. I want you to understand that, okay? So, Kino Casino, now, since those guys did so much for me, I let them know, listen, I'm not going to have any bad feelings towards you if you guys use me in your content. If you have whole segments on me,
she's fat,
saying my content sucks, saying I suck, I really don't care. I mean, everyone else does it anyway. You know, I'm okay with you guys. You might as well benefit from it too. Go for it, right? I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to be a dick now just because we did some content together. Now you can't make fun of me, okay? I mean, that's the whole premise of their entire show. Definitely the rhetoric has...
I mean, they were always going to make fun of you. And they were always calling Cat fat. That's the thing that is so wild about this. The first time they ever mentioned DSP's name on their stream, they're calling Cat fat. Before he was even acquainted with them, people were telling him they were insulting him and his wife. Before he even DM'd Ashton and was like, "Excuse me, sir, are you the real host of the Kino Casino?" They were calling her fat back then.
Kicked up, and in particular where I started to get wind that this was happening and it really was upsetting me was PPP starts bringing up my wife. Now, for those who don't know, my wife Kat has showed up in my content less than 10 times, and everyone made fun of her. I say everyone, it's the detractors, of course, made fun of her for her looks, and it really got to her. So for many, many years, she never appeared in my content, okay? And then last year, early on, after years of kind of sitting on the sidelines and wanting to be part of the content, but I'm like, man, these fucking idiots are just going to say something, finally was like, you know what? Who cares? Let's just do it anyway. And we were trying to plan like what kind of content she could be in last year. And then after that, I'm going to tell you something that I've kind of alluded to, but haven't really talked much about. Kat started to experience some health problems. And because of that, her health took a turn for the worse.
See, this is private information. Remember earlier when he said none of what I'm about to tell you is private information? This is private information right here.
And it wouldn't have made sense for her to start coming on stream with the levels of stress and stuff that she was going through. Okay? So that's why she just disappeared from my content. It wasn't that, oh, there's no content or anything we want to do. In fact, I had bought Beyond Two Souls to actually play with her and do a whole co-op playthrough of. All right? But then, because of these circumstances going on, we just said we can't do it. All right? Now,
I will say this, since he mentioned it. I do believe that Kat has health issues. It's not outside the realm of possibility that she has massive health issues, being that she came onto the scene being a relatively thin lady, and now she has ballooned out to, you know, double or triple her original size. So it's reasonable to think that the health problems are there. Of the same token, I think it's unfair for DSP to sort of promise that there were going to be more co-op playthroughs, there was going to be Beyond Two Souls, and him keep suspiciously pushing it further back and further back and further back, and then now only later say, well, Kat had health issues. I feel like this, in retrospect, would have gone a lot better if at the time, even just thinking about the Beyond Two Souls playthrough idea, if he just said, you know what, we've decided we're not going to do it anymore. If he kept it simple, it would have been so much easier to explain now, instead of him, you know, pushing back a Beyond Two Souls playthrough for like 3 fucking months, you know? Because that's suspicious. That's really suspicious. He should have made the decision, you know, the second or third time, let's say, that they kept pushing back the playthrough, he could have just said, you know what, we've decided that it's not a good decision for us to do this playthrough. That's what it would have taken to avoid most of this, to be honest. And I studied communications. That's my degree in college. That's right. You guys can make fun of me for getting a communications degree, because communications degree is something that people in college get when they're not sure what they want to do. But I had a communications professor that I took multiple classes with, and he would always say, when trying to explain something to someone or trying to give someone your rationale, you want to say as much as is necessary and as little as possible. And if DSP subscribed to that doctrine, he would not be in half the shit he's in right now, because DSP's biggest problem is his propensity to overshare, as we all know. So I think if he spoke definitively, like, you know, to use this tropey saying that a lot of people hate, but if he said what he meant and meant what he said, he could have avoided all of this, you know, a year ago, because this Beyond Two Souls thing was happening or in process at least a year ago. So now people wouldn't have had that data to look back on and say, well, now Cat has health issues, and now he's saying Cat had health issues, and that's why. There wouldn't have been as many dots to connect if DSP was not just a fucking chronic oversharer, you know?
Over the course of the year, the good news is stuff got better, all right? It improved. We're in a situation where we're already so stressed out about all kinds of stuff going on.
But Stray Fox, I'm not making the assumption that Cat is at death's door. I actually think the opposite. I actually think Phil, in a way, is using the weight gain as rationale for her being in trouble. And while that may be true, and honestly, Phil has been, dare I say, cruel about this entire thing, because if you look at the way that Cat came on for the Yakuza Infinite Wealth Dondoko Island streams, what's the first thing he said? When Cat came on the stream, they booted it up, they were getting ready to talk. The first thing he said was, "This is not a pregnancy announcement," which, one, already makes light of her weight, which is just not it's a very uncool thing to do. If you're with a partner that has outward medical issues, whether it be that they're a little big or whether it be that they've got something on their face or a skin condition or whatever, you never want to do anything that makes light of the issue. So that's the first mistake that he made. Also, pregnancy in and of itself is a serious medical condition. So in a way, that sort of got people thinking about Cat in a medical sense. Is there something going on with her? Could there be an underlying issue at play? But also, if you think about the way she exited those Dondoko streams, there was a point where she had her head all the way down and she was doubled over in what looked like pain. So if you take it a step further and think about that a little more, especially knowing what we know now, with DSP saying not having children was our choice until it wasn't, him saying this is not a pregnancy announcement and her doubling over in pain on that stream kind of hits different, doesn't it? Kind of makes me think of something like PCOS or something like endometriosis, you know? So while I agree with you, Stray Fox, and that it's unreasonable to assume that just because Cat is a big style woman, that there would be underlying health issues, I think if you couple that with Phil bringing up the idea of pregnancy, and now saying that Cat was having health issues, I think it all makes sense. And I don't think it's detractors being unreasonable. I think it's Phil oversharing. And I think it's Phil, I don't want to say it's intentional. I don't want to say he's intentionally doing this, but he threw her under the bus and blamed her, because ultimately even at the time, he said, well, Cat didn't feel comfortable, or Cat didn't want to continue the streams. She was not comfortable continuing the streams. And even for the Beyond Two Souls stuff, it was a lot of him, you know, not understanding or not, I should say, not conveying clearly enough that Cat was not interested. So it gets people thinking. You know what I mean? Yeah. August, Panda is not Asian. the fact that that's actually a perfect connection. The fact that he brought up her appearance got people to think about her appearance. It's like the idea of Inception. You know, if I tell you to not think about elephants, what's the first thing you think about? Elephants. Exactly. By telling people that it's not a thing, that it's not a pregnancy announcement or medical issue, it gets people thinking about the fact that it could be a medical issue. And based on the DMs and based on what he said about the DMs, the not a pregnancy announcement hits a little different, doesn't it?
And that is one of the many things going on in my private life right now. It's not everything, to be clear, and I'll talk about that in a second. But it's just one of many things, all right? And, you know, fast forward to this year and today and all this stuff going on.
Well, Astro, I was going to get to that too. Phil is very fat phobic. He's very fat shamey. I'm not. That's why, honestly, I tend not to single Kat out, especially not because of her weight. I have gotten a lot of shit for being soft on Kat and maybe being a little too sympathetic towards her. And I do have to say I have a massive soft spot for Kat because she reminds me. So I was a sped kid. I was in a lot of special ed classes when I was a lot younger. And she reminds me just in the way that she speaks and carries herself with a lot of people that I was in classes with. I wouldn't say that she's unintelligent, but she's a bit slow. You know what I mean? You meet people and you say, oh yeah, this person, you know, they can think and rationalize and reason. They're just a little slow on the uptake. And I get the sense of that with Kat. And that's why I really tend to sort of leave her alone, despite there being very obvious low-hanging fruit with fat jokes and what have you. I just don't feel that comfortable making fun of Kat in any sort of meaningful way. And to be honest, I feel less comfortable making fun of Phil in certain ways. Because, by the way, I am slowly editing a series of videos about why DSP does have autism. And I was able to, through the connection of another detractor I know, interview a psychiatrist from the UK who is herself autistic about the relation and connection between DSP and autism. And by the end of that conversation, we all... three of us that were on the call kind of got to the point where, yeah, maybe he's just autistic. Maybe you can attribute a lot of the reason why he does what he does to autism. So if you notice on this stream, I'm kind of being a little bit more delicate with how I talk about Phil and how I present my gripes with Phil, because I had that interview, was it 3 weeks now, and I'm still editing the videos. But my perspective on Phil has shifted a lot, because I think if you subscribe to the autism theory, and I think that's a big if, but I think my personal perspective, I do. You can attribute a lot of this shit to autism. Absolutely. And August, thank you for bringing this up. Kat had a very difficult childhood. Her mother was a fundamentalist Christian. I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian church, and like fundy churches are fucked up, man. There are fucked up places to grow up. So I relate to her in that sort of way. Because in a macro sense, she didn't really have a chance. Like, this is a pretty grim prospect, but if you think about it, you know, maybe Phil was the best chance she got. And if Phil's the best chance she got, I fear to think of an alternate timeline.
And all of a sudden, you know, after weeks of PPP...
And yes, Timo, Jenna said they were both on the spectrum. I take things Jenna said about Kat with a massive grain of salt, although if you look over the restraining order she filed, there's a lot of evidence that suggests that she is on the spectrum based on her handwriting, based on how she describes certain things, and based on how she chose to handle the situation. It's all a little bit aspy if you look hard enough.
Escalating this rhetoric on his show, this toxic stuff about me, which again, I don't give a shit. I really don't. I've got thick skin. I don't care what you say about me. Say it. Get your rise. Get people to toss you money for it. I just don't care. I'm not trying to do a victim complex here or anything. I'm not super thin-skinned Phil where I can't take an insult. I don't. But when you start bringing up my family members for literally no reason,
Stray Fox,
besides, maybe this will all
you must have missed it. MeathBear unearthed the restraining order that Cat filed against Subaru Man via a Freedom of Information request. He and I went over it on stream. I had MeathBear on stream that day, and it was fucking insane. It's all up on Gautopia.net. I'm gonna find the link, and I will post it for you.
Also get something out of the audience. Maybe this will get a rise out of Phil.
I gotta find
because
it.
if you want to know the truth, I think that's what this is all about. I think that PPP wants to get a rise out of me. He wants to have me here freak out and start going full path number 2. The return of the king of hate,
number
the
2,
angry man
baby.
who just wants to rage against everything and burn everything down around him and hurt everyone around him because all I care about is myself and, go crazy. And I totally feel like that's what it is. Basically, when you start bringing up my wife for absolutely no reason, again, there's no reason. It's not like Kat is part of my content. She's not, right? She was in like 3-4 streams last year. She stopped being part of the content. She's not affecting anything. So it's that simple, all right? It is. It's just that simple. There's no reason to ever bring her up at all. Now, of course, you guys wouldn't know this, but I've spoken with him about this many times, okay? Many times. This isn't the first time, second time. And every time I say, this has to stop, he apologizes. He says, I got too worked up. I got into my rhetoric again. I'm sorry.
Oh, you know
okay,
what?
Fine. And then some time will pass, and then he does it again. It's like, wait, what are you doing? We had the conversation already. You understood it was wrong. You apologized for it. So if you did that, why are you doing it again? Okay? So this week, it's this simple. He won't stop. He's been doing it nonstop, like 2 shows in a row. And he basically feels like he just has free reign to say or do whatever he wants because, I guess free speech or whatever it is. I really don't give a shit. I'm not going to let a man just publicly bring my family into his content because he feels like whatever, whether it's...
I mean, but you brought your family into your content, which makes you fair game. DSP made that very, very clear. Or I should say PPP made that very, very clear.
He thinks it's funny. He thinks it's free speech. He thinks this will get a rise out of me, So here's the thing. I can't stop him. I can't stop him from making that level of content. But what I can do is refuse to make content with him because I'm not going to stand for that kind of behavior. All right? If he was married and he had a wife, regardless of how she looked, how she acted, whatever, I would not insult his wife. Even if I have a million problems with him, I wouldn't insult his wife.
I find this to be true, actually. I think DSP would leave a wife or significant other alone. Although he kind of didn't because he alluded to some kind of PPP secret girlfriend, didn't he? So that's not even true.
Over on the DSP Reacts channel and on my Kick channel, I will be solo streaming Smart Guys covering SmackDown and Raw from this week. Of our country's design bureau. What I'd like to
Here
do
we
is
go.
not only
I
there's a
found
million
it.
questions here about all of this. All right, there is.
I am
let's just
posting the
briefly
link
talk about what's happened
to
and the change in
Cat's
attitude
restraining
towards me and all
order
of that
in
since
the
August
chat.
of last year. Because all I can really do is speculate, but at the same time, I do want to clarify a whole lot
There
of
you go,
stuff.
Stray Fox.
First of all, right
That's
now,
the link
PPP
to
is
the
sitting on his
actual
Twitter
document, but
very
it is on
hurriedly
Taken
and
L's.
scaredly tweeting. I don't know why.
There's a stream on
It's like
Taken
the guy's
L's. If you go to
terrified of
Taken
what I'm
L's
saying
and you
or something.
search
I don't know.
restraining
I don't get
order,
it.
it'll come
It's like
up.
he still doesn't get it of who I am today versus who I used to be. I don't know. But he's just going crazy on there, saying a million things. Oh, this and that about all toxic stuff. I don't care. And we definitely tossed around a lot of different ideas. Okay, we did. But most of them, sadly, have to do with pure drama. And if you were on the show yesterday or you watched my podcast yesterday, I told you.
Yeah, but you were the one that was in his DMs trying to find drama you could fabricate. That was you. You were the one saying, is there drama we can stage?
That I feel there's 3 routes I can take. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck
PPP
up.
absolutely thinks the best course of action is the drama route. No shit. Why wouldn't he? What's his whole show about? Right? Drama. His entire show, the entirety.
I mean, oh, Sonny, good point. I completely forgot about that. The whole reason why Kat appeared at all was to lessen the blow of people calling her fat when she inevitably appeared in the Mike Klum documentary that they had, or that they were going to shoot stuff for. So yeah, that's a good point. So it was all damage. It's all always damage control. But like John and Howard said, DSP has a problem with damage control. Massive problem.
Yeah, it's just covering people in a dramatic way. And I get it. And I have no.
Also, yes, the Sasquatch like cryptid photo that somebody took across the mall to Kat in the Lucky Brands. Well, we already knew Kat was a big girl. Thank you, Astro. I appreciate you finding that.
Issue with that. Now, listen, I don't have to agree with that content, and I don't have to like that content, but I certainly can respect that hustle. I certainly can respect that life.
Respect the
But it
hustle.
doesn't mean I
I'm
have
gonna
to live
crack a
it. And
ginger ale.
basically, PPP this year wanted to get me heavily
In the
involved
car
in all kinds
photo.
of drama and
Yeah.
stuff. But that's as far as I'm going to say. I'm not going to tell you anything because that's private shit. I kind of turned it down, left, right, up, down, in every direction. Not to say that I wasn't willing to play ball or try stuff, but I was convinced. I keep turning this camera on and off. It's annoying me. I was.
That's
convinced
right,
that,
Tim Snake.
Sadly,
It's got to go
if
somewhere.
I did go as far and do these things that
Unfortunately.
these guys, or I say these guys, it was basically just PPP, the stuff that they had these plans for. I was gonna have to throw away 17 years of work that I had put into the blood, the sweat, the tears that I had put into my work to get where I am today. Because as I said yesterday, if I go all the way into the drama, 100%, okay?
But you already did commit to the drama. Your first foray into drama was you felting Review Tech USA and you keeping his last chip. Like, that's already, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, Phil. That was out. You committed to the drama when you would go on stream with Kino Casino. You went after RTU. You went after COG. Like, you fully committed to the drama, and now you're acting like it never happened. Okay.
I can't go back. Wait. Oh, one final thing. For 10 years
There we go.
of you
Thank you,
fucking with me
Memology.
and making my life miserable for your personal gain, I'm taking your final chip as the king's tax, you motherfucker.
Yeah!
You're fucking felted, bitch. Felted. You're done. And so I think what's happened is
Wait, was Warski silent?
making my life miserable for your personal gain, I'm taking your final chip as the king's tax, you motherfucker.
Yeah!
Yeah, Warski just, you can read his lips. You could see he goes, let's fucking go. But you can't.
Fucking
That's funny. Warski's silent pantomime is so fucking funny. I missed that the first time.
Bitch, felted. You're done. And so I think what's happened is over the last several months, since basically none of the ideas that PPP came up with I would really roll with, all right, he soured against me. His opinion towards me has definitely soured, and he's very frustrated. He's upset. And now he feels really the only way to move forward is to try to do something drastic. Because if you notice, the rhetoric against me picked up big. All of a sudden, he's still bringing up my wife every stream. It's like, why would he do that all of a sudden out of nowhere? Because he feels like he's going to force the hand. He's going to push he's going to push that envelope. He's going to make Phil play his hand of cards. He wanted me to come out today and just explode, but I'm not doing that.
I mean, you did though. Like, that's what you're doing now, you idiot.
I'm just very calmly and matter-of-factly explaining to you what's happened, okay? Now, it sucks because here's the thing. I feel like we work together well, and I feel like Smart Guys is a great show. I do. But at one point, you've got to put your foot down, and you've got to have some kind of self-respect. And I'm just not going to allow the guy to just say and do whatever he wants. I think that he has free reign to disrespect my family just because I want to have him as part of Smart Guys. So that...
I mean, you were asking him to watch you eat corn a certain way. That seems like permission to me. Like, oh, guys, watch me eat corn. I eat corn like a fucking moron. Look at me. Well... that's it right there.
That's why I made the decision, all right? And it's that simple. Doesn't matter what he says or does. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter how he kinds to cope, because that's what he's doing. He's coping all over Twitter today, posting up 1 million cope tweets. I don't care, all right? I really don't. It's sad because I really feel like he's a guy.
That's right. It's all part of the plan,
Can be
Sonny.
really fun to work with, and he's funny as well, and he brings that hype, and he brings that energy. He's the ultimate pitch guy. He's the Paul Heyman of drama content on the internet, right? That's how I feel. But at what expense? Because I'm not going to become full-time Kino Casino, full-time drama. I'm just not going to do that. I don't want to. People say, he wants to come on Smart Guys tonight to hash it out. No, we're not going to do that. That's what he wants. He wants to create drama content. And he felt like this was his way to force the hand. You don't get it. And this is what no one gets.
Let's not forget that DSP approached PPP specifically. And he was like, hey, man, do you want to... Here, I'm gonna actually pull up the DMs because I have them in chat. Okay, Power of Truth. So dismiss this because Firefox being Firefox. But this right here, F11, zoom in a bit. Hey, is this the real host of Kino Casino? Trying to find a way to talk to you guys, but can't find anything official. And then this is actually the host. So this is on July 26th. Okay, so these are all July 26th. Okay, I'm trying to find the point at which he talks about specifically going after Review Tech. Okay, good stuff, good idea. Let me know. Lots of fun, your audience. When are you guys usually streaming? Okay. Wow, yeah, dude. So actually, I'll get into this in more detail in a bit. But there was actually kind of a few days of like kind of fucking around. And then I think eventually here I'm so glad this is searchable. I'm gonna see if I can find RTU in here. Yeah, so hold on. Oh, RTU just rings up. Okay, RTU's doc. Okay, so first mention of RTU's doc is August 15th. So July 26th to August 15th. So that was about 3 weeks of fucking around with him. Wow. So there actually was a lot of courting in DMs. I was going to do this in a later segment, but I guess I'll talk about it now. For the handful of you out there that might be watching that have been in my DMs, I tend to be pretty direct when people reach out to me in DMs about like what I think the relationship is a weird word. What I think the dynamic is going to be. Where if DSP wanted to make drama about RTU, he probably could have just led with that here on the 26th or on the 30th. Just do it a few days, because when people contact me in DMs, I tend to I respond to just about everyone, to be honest. Like, I'm pretty well, I don't check Twitter DMs, I honestly don't. But if you hit me up in Discord, unless I get vibes where you may be a little off, I'll usually be cordial and respond to you pretty much right away. And I'm the kind of guy where, like, if I want to do a crossover with you, or if you want to do a crossover with me, just say so. You know what I mean? I think part of what made DSP annoying to PPP is he took 3 weeks to get to the thing. It's kind of like, in high school or college when you're texting a girl you like. The longer you extend the initial niceties, the harder it is to ask her, like, hey, you want to go out sometime? You want to chill? That becomes more difficult and more awkward the longer you wait. I remember one of the best approaches I'd ever seen in terms of like someone asking a girl on a date. I was in a college class, and it was our last day of classes before I think it was our last day of classes before spring break. And this guy named John, this girl, I don't say girl anymore because they're all ladies by now. This guy named John and this lady named Kristen, he went up to her when class was ending. They were both kind of walking out. He's like, you know what, Kristen, I'm going to be honest with you. We've been in class for like 3 months together. I don't know anything about you, and I want to get to know you better. Do you want to get a coffee? And she was like, hell yeah, let's go. And it was great because he was very nice, very cordial, very direct about what his intentions were. And she kind of dug that. And I was like, you know what? Big ups. Like, great. I think so many people, whether you want to date somebody, whether you want to be friends with them, whether you need help, because some people have got either contacted me directly, gotten into DMs or whatever, and have literally just led with, hey, I need help with something. I have an audio thing that's broken. Can you help me out? Or I have this tech issue, that or that. Like, if you need help, just say you need help. Like, make your intentions clear. I respect and I appreciate people when they reach out, when they make their intentions abundantly clear about either, if you want to be friends, if you want to vent, if you need a tech problem looked at, or whatever. This, like, if you're in my DMs for 3 weeks just fucking around, not really saying anything, not really volunteering anything about yourself, I'm not interested at all. Just in terms of like even just making friends, because some people just want to be cordial in DMs and want to make friends. And like, I don't know, if you want to make friends with someone in DMs, you can do that. Like, there's been people that I have become very fast friends with in a matter of like a handful of DMs. Like, for anybody that's watched the channel for any meaningful length of time, Misery Merchant, like, dude, Mr. Merch and I became buds over the course of like 5 fucking DMs. Like, we knew. And also, speaking of Misery Merchant, we've got another Misery Merchant stream coming up on May the 4th. Misery Merchant, both Mr. and Mrs. Merch are going to be coming on, and we're going to be talking about DSP and Star Wars on May the 4th. We're going to watch some Star Wars This Is How You Don't plays. It's going to be fantastic. But they are a good example, Mr. and Mrs. Merch, of somebody that I gelled with in like 5 fucking DMs. Because we both were like, hey, like Merch was like, hey, I like your stream style. Like, is that cool? And I'm like, yeah, I like your songs. You want to do something together? Boom. Like fucking, it was like 3 or 4 DMs. And we had a dynamic going, and they are still 2 of my favorite people around. And I talked to Mr. Merch quite a bit, but that's how it happens, dude. It can happen so quick. And DSP first contact was 7/26, and first fucking mention of RTU was like August 15th or whatever. Where the fuck is my Control F? Did I break it? No, I fucking broke it. Whatever. Oh no, it's down here. RTU. Not used to Firefox. Okay, RTU was that. Or no. Yeah, first, actually no, I stand corrected. First firm mention of RTU was August 1st, but he was still fucking around for like 7 days almost. Like 6-7 days, which is nuts. Like just get out. I know I'm derailing and I'm rambling, but when you contact someone like cold turkey, to use Phil's expression, when you contact somebody out of the blue in DMs, make your intentions clear. It makes things way, way less awkward. Where the fuck were we? We were going not here. I lost my tab. Here we go.
So that's what's going on. And listen, I'll end it with this because now I have a lot of shout outs to do. I have to sit here, I have to shout out things for the rest of the show, essentially. Okay. But my final take on it is this. I understand that many of you probably came over here to watch me because of
August, good point. Phil was in bed next to Kat while sending the dude, that's basically emotional cheating if you think about it. That would be like maybe I'm being a little too deep with this, but that is like laying next to your spouse and like texting a woman that like you think is hot, like at night. That's really weird, dude.
And I appreciate that. I would hope that over the last 6 to 8 months, you've seen enough of me to now know who I am, what I'm about, the kind of content that I make. And if you enjoy that content, welcome, stick around, let's have fun together. But if you were solely here because you felt like you were doing a favor to Kino Casino, right? And this was just, oh, well, they like him or they're giving him the rub, they're glazing him, so now I got to glaze him. They even say this like, oh, let's get our pay pigs to go over there and throw him some money. To call your viewers pay pigs?
Pay pigs? Pay pigs? Pay pigs?
I don't know, man. I don't think...
All right, hold on. Let's search the word whale in the DMs. The word is whale. All right, we're gonna search whale. Okay, so that's PPP. Does Phil? Okay. Oh, Phil. Okay, Phil refers to his viewers as whales on 112. Interesting. He actually had somewhat of a whale account himself. I think he has a grudge because, okay, so they're talking about ICS. So Phil's calling them whales right here. Fuck you, you hypocritical piece of shit. But we all know Phil's a hypocrite. That's why we're here, right?
Think of it that way. I never have. Some people do, but I don't think of you guys like that. But I do appreciate.
I don't know, Stray Fox. Do you all? I don't subscribe to the 2-bed theory. I think it's 1 bed. I think they got a king bed, but I think they might have one of those dividers in between them. I don't know. I don't think there's 2 beds. I don't think there's 2 beds. I think there's 1. I think there's 1.
Those of you who gave me a chance, I've said this since day one that if I got snaked, that I basically would kind of be like, fuck it. It's not worth it. I probably won't bother with it ever again, right? But now what's happened is I've done so little work with them that now snaking me is probably entertaining to the audience because I haven't been in their content positively, right? So it kind of makes sense to do it now. I don't think that that's going to be a big deal anymore, right? So if any of you were here on behalf of Kino Casino, you're still welcome, but I'm not going to obviously be upset or not understanding if you leave. What did I ever do? What did I ever do to anyone? So
it was about TJ Gamebox.
People,
thank you, Astro. Thank you for the correction. I wasn't really paying attention.
PP was not only tweeting, but he also was sending me threatening messages on Twitter. Great, right?
Oh,
He's a
Sui
nice
Koda.
guy.
Big ups.
It is what it is. Like I said, I have nothing else to say about it. He is going to now endlessly go at it, I'm sure, 100%. I don't care. I don't care what he says. You know, I'm just done with it. There's no point in continuing because that's what people want. They want more drama.
I'm done with it.
They can do.
All right, I'm gonna pick another clip. Luckily, Memology, you can kind of go through the Memology timeline and get most of this. All right, so this was the kick shutdown. There's that. The end. We did that. PPP goes. Oh, was it this? There was the next one I wanted to get to. Oh yeah, Truth Seekers. Yep. Truth Seekers. This was a legendary moment, I think.
I owed the state over $5,000. I owed my tax attorney.
This is weird. I feel like I'm time traveling because I watched a lot of this as a viewer. Didn't really comment on it at the time, but I remember sort of cackling with glee when PPP was kind of losing his shit here.
Over $5,000. All of that money, that was phantom money that I didn't have, got charged to my credit cards and completely and utterly maxed out. Any remaining credit that I had was maxed.
Now, folks, when it comes to calling cat fat cat, I was under the impression amongst fat people, amongst fellow people of calories, that fat was our word. Yeah. I thought I had a right to use that word, and it's not just a right that I was given by.
I actually listen. I am not a large person, but I find the expression "people of calories" very funny. That tickles me in just the right way.
I earn that right to call people fat every fucking day. So I'm talking all this fucking shit multiple times on my stream, on his stream, saying all sorts of shit about his wife, about everything, and he never said a fucking thing. Most people's first instinct, you go after your wife, they say, "Fuck you, bitch. Let's fucking square up and fight. Fuck you. You can't say that shit." And they fucking check you.
That's exactly what Phil should have done. Phil should have actually made it an issue. Because, well, at the very least, Phil should have stopped talking to them right away. Because I'm not one to like square up in a fight. One, because I can't really fight. I got physical and like I got orthopedic shit. My legs don't work. But at the very least, if you insulted my girlfriend, I would not talk to you anymore. I would disassociate at the very least. Phil kept on Kino Casino and he kept sucking dick, basically.
Yeah, I would.
No, if you. He has no instinct whatsoever to defend his wife or care for his wife. The only reason he now suddenly has found this conscience for his wife is because the people that hate him the most told him he should.
That might be true.
Not because he actually gives a fuck about his wife. If he actually cared about and honored and cherished his wife, I would have honored his ultimatum. But I know it comes from a place of disingenuous fucking bullshit.
You're right.
I know he doesn't actually care about his wife, because if he did, his wife wouldn't be in the condition she fucking is in.
Yeah, recent.
And that is one of the most reasonable things PPP said. If it is true, and again, I don't know what's true or not, but if it is true that Kat has medical issues, and it is true that she is struggling, there may or may not have been ways that Phil could either alleviated those things or exacerbated them. I'm thinking the latter, to be perfectly honest. I think a lot of the shit Phil does would just exacerbate the situation. I don't know if maybe an eating disorder is at play where she may just overeat. I don't know if she's the type of person who will compulsively stress eat. There's a lot that we don't know. But I think one thing that I feel safe assuming is that Phil is neither supportive nor helpful to anyone going through a medical issue. I think that is a very safe assumption to make. And if he really cared about Kat, I think A, he wouldn't have said as much. B, he wouldn't have lied about this. All right, so I'm going to break the idea that he lied about this as part of the snaking into two scenarios, both equally bad in my opinion. Scenario one is that all of this is true. Kat is having medical issues, and he leveraged her medical issues so that PPP and Andy would take pity on him and maybe agree to work with him. B, he lied about Kat having medical issues as a means to use her for pity so that PPP and Andy would feel sorry for him. Either way, he used his wife as both a cudgel and a shield, and that is inexcusable. If I ever did that, my relationship would be over. Or if somebody ever did that to me, things would just be over. Because to me, when someone is going through medical issues, that is a very sacred thing that you have to be very careful and respectful about. Like my mother went through breast cancer, and there were times when she would ask, you know, friends, family, even down to like my stepdad and my brother and I, she would ask us to like, hey, don't share this with people. Don't tell this person. Don't tell that person. Because medical issues are a very sort of tenuous and delicate thing. Or not tenuous, precarious and delicate thing. Where if you talk about it too much or you tell the wrong people, it can make things worse. And I think DSP would not be sensitive to that whatsoever. So I think lies are not still a scumbag thing to do. And the idea that DSP can either out his wife's medical issues or lie about outing her medical issues, either way, the idea that he can do that and say, oh, it was all part of the plan is monumentally fucked up. I think it's more consequential than him lying about WWE champions. Because if he's willing to lie about a mobile addiction for 7 years, and he's willing to basically lie about his wife's medical issues or fabricate his wife's medical issues, then what else is he not telling us? You gotta wonder.
He knew what sort of audience he had. He knew right when.
Correct, Timo. So the best thing to do in a lot of cases is to say nothing. He could have said nothing at all about Kat's medical issues. There's plenty of shit for PPP to take pity on DSP for. Plenty of shit. But it comes down to him not wanting to go to the bar with him and Andy to see Hulk Hogan. That's what it comes down to. He felt uncomfortable at the idea of traveling, so he said, Kat's sick, can't do it. Sorry.
That when the detractors saw his wife, what they would say, how they would mock her, how they would shit on her, how they would cripple her self-esteem and confidence with what they said. And he did it anyway. He exposed his wife to all of that anyway, knowing what would happen. Yeah. And I think that's a fucking scumbag move. This is a man who orders DoorDash 7 days a week.
It's 7 days a week, really?
Every day, this motherfucker is
I believe in 7 days a week. I believe that.
For him to live an extra... What does he think he is? The Kardashians? They order food every day, but like they're millionaires, you know, like they can afford it.
And I'll tell you this, it's not just the DoorDash. I've seen what's in his refrigerator. He has something called the snack pizza.
Snack pizza?
It's an entire fucking frozen...
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Timo. Sounds like you and your family have had a rough time with cancer. I hope you all do okay. But yeah, it's a really fucked up thing to share and lie about. That's why I go to the opinion of either way it's bad. Like I've heard people say like, well, what's worse, him lying about it or him sharing as much as he did? They're both bad. What's worse? I don't know. I don't even know if that's an answerable question, but they're both reprehensible, and I think they're both worthy of going to hell, to be honest. Because if I pulled that shit when my mom was going through stuff, she'd probably stop talking to me.
Pizza that's apparently a snack.
That's a snack.
I'm 400 fucking pounds. I don't even call a pizza a fucking snack, for God's sake.
Oh, God.
Also, the idea of a snack pizza leads to chronic overeating in that house, probably for both of them, to be honest. Because if you're calling a pizza a snack, you've got an eating problem, you know?
Right.
It's fucking ridiculous. What are you talking about, man? The frozen pizzas.
Only the best of frozen pizzas, let me tell you. These are not Red Baron. These are not the Tombstone. This is the good stuff, all right? It's ridiculous.
They're pointing at pizza is a snack now?
Yes, absolutely.
Like, it might be a snack for me, But you know, like this is supposedly the healthy Burnell household.
Well, you don't eat the whole thing. You have a piece or two, and then you save the rest, and you warm it up later.
Imagine having a piece or two for snack. A piece or two. When I think of a snack, it's like a yogurt and some granola bar, that you could eat. Just it's a little snack. An apple, a piece of fruit, something like that. Something to kind of like fill you up if you're feeling a little bit hungry. Maybe some nuts, some cashews. That's a snack for me. It's not 2 pieces of pizza. That's insane. 2 pieces of pizza is a meal.
What do you mean you save the rest?
Put it into a Tupperware container. You put it in your refrigerator, and you can warm it up another day for a snack and a different meal.
Reheat frozen pizza, Phil?
Of course.
And now, so this whole thing, right, is about how he has to protect his wife. I have to protect my wife. I have to protect my wife. I have to protect my family. I have to protect my family. Ooh, what's going to happen? It's hurting my family. It's hurting their feelings. What does he do today to protect his
wife? A Kit Kat and a snack pizza is a meal. Yeah, that's the thing. If you think about the amount of calories that are in a slice of frozen pizza, it's probably a meal's worth of calorie, because if you get up to the 600 or 700 calorie range for a piece or two of pizza, you're talking about a meal. That's a meal.
Fat wife from being called fat by a fat man, he decides to reveal her medical info.
Yeah,
because like the caloric intake for a sedentary adult, which is me, I'm a sedentary adult, is generally like 700 to 800 calories per meal, and in a lot of cases that may be pushing it a little bit, but it doesn't take much to get there with frozen food. Frozen food is full of calories.
Today.
Yeah, I was shocked. Why would you do that?
Oh yeah, Astro, thank you, my friend. Keep in mind it's a midnight snack. Your metabolism works differently at night. After sunset, your body slows down unless you maintain physical activity. They're not being active at night. They're not going to the gym. They're not exercising. They're definitely not having sex, from everything we know. So, yeah, after sunset, their metabolism is tanked. So that snack pizza is going to stick to you.
Keeping your wife safe? Is that what's keeping your family safe? Or is that what you're doing, using your wife as a human shield, using her as a sympathy shield?
Yeah, get more donos.
Criticism, yes. To get pity donations, to get pity support, to make himself
and gin. That's right, Timo.
Phil has a hard time. His wife is sick. Well, she's 300 goddamn pounds. Of course she's fucking sick.
Christ. Yeah,
you think I'm fucking healthy, for fuck's sake? No. We have to live in the fucking real world and be objective about shit. It's not a healthy or mature or adult lifestyle the way that Phil's living or Kat's living or even I'm living, for God's fucking sakes.
It's not a healthy, mature, or adult lifestyle. They eat like children, basically, right? Like if you think about the kind of shit children would want to eat. When I was 9, let's say 9 years old, I would love to eat a fucking slice of pizza at midnight. My parents were also very against the idea of like a midnight snack, because that's bad for you. It's just eating at night is just a bad thing for you to do unless you're like not sleeping. Because I'm just not sleep. My plan tonight is to just not sleep. We got brunch reservations at 11:30. My girlfriend has migraines. It's easier if I just don't sleep tonight because she's got to sleep. And I know me sleeping with her would affect her sleep. So I'm staying here and I'm going to stream. But generally, you shouldn't eat at night. It's just not a good thing to do.
And I know that because I fucking live that shit, because I'm a big fat. And I'll say this. When it came face to face, man to man.
Yeah, she had a rough day today.
Didn't say a motherfucking
Yeah, he didn't
word.
say it to your face. He had a chance last week.
This one does have like a chromium effect to it, so maybe this is a rarer card. I don't know.
Piper Niven.
It's Cat.
How dare you?
When it came today, I said.
Also, I know people make fun of Piper Niven, but she's attractive. Piper Niven's attractive. She's not the kind of girl I'd go for, but larger ladies can be attractive too.
Come on, then. Bring me on. He could still bring me on in 48 minutes and have a chat about this, but he's a ballless bitch because he knows he can't.
Dude, I wanted that so bad. I wanted PPP to go on that Smart Guys. That would have been so explosive and so fun. I wanted that with every fiber of my fucking being, dude.
Like a fucking man. He can't have a confrontation. He can't have an argument because he knows he'll get blown out like the worthless bitch.
No, I'm lucky. I'm with a lady who is of a good size and takes care of herself. So I'm very, very lucky.
he fucking is. And that's just the bottom line because PPP said so. To quote the smart guys. And this is part of the problem with Phil, is he's just a boring fucking bum. He's not willing to ever give back to the audience. He
Correct.
takes and takes and takes and takes. It's not just the audience. It's his family. It's his parents that he takes and takes and takes.
Yeah, he took money from them and he promised to get a job.
Wife that he takes.
And the idea of him using her as a shield, and also, I want to talk about the vacation for a second, because I've thought about this a lot, because I've had people, I've talked about this with a few people, and I've seen it mentioned in various tweets and Discord channels and whatever. I've heard people say it's understandable if DSP wanted to refuse the vacation because he was not comfortable having someone else pay for a family vacation for him. And that's a perfectly reasonable and valid way to feel. And that's probably how DSP felt, to be honest. But he used Kat being sick as a shield instead of just saying, you know what, I'm not comfortable with this. You know, I'd rather us find a way to pay our own way. Thanks, but no thanks. That would have been a perfectly reasonable response, but he makes all of these very flimsy bullshit excuses and says, oh, we have pets, multiple pets, or my wife is sick and everything like that. It just comes off as very disingenuous. If you're going to refuse a trip, I think people respond a lot better if you're straight up with them and say you're uncomfortable with it instead of making up excuses. Because making up excuses for why you're refusing someone's very generous offer is rude and insulting. And I kind of got the sense that that's how PPP felt about it. Because if I offered to pay for someone something and they just made dumb excuses, I'd be a little off put, because I'd be like, well, what the hell, man? I'm offering to do this for you, but you're giving me the runaround. I thought we were friends, you know?
Takes and takes from.
He treats her like a maid. He doesn't treat her like a wife. He treats her like a live-in maid.
Well, okay, Astro, let me rephrase that. Phil would feel uncomfortable with someone paying for his trip directly, explicitly. He'd be perfectly fine if he had the vacation fundraising goal, because I could see him in another stream making it a funding goal. And really, the best thing for a 100 goal stream would be, oh, if we make 100 goals, my wife and I can go on vacation. Except they can't, because the money goes away immediately when he gets it. He doesn't have the ability to save. So yes, Astro, I think he'd be insulted by one single person that knows him and that he knows, paying for his trip directly. But crowdfunding? Hell no, that's still on the table. He'd still do it.
Just a trophy for him to show off his mature adult lifestyle. He's so comfortable. He's comfortable lying about everything else. He's comfortable about lying about WWE champions and spending tens of thousands of dollars a month while his wife goes without a fucking honeymoon, while his wife goes without a fucking day of vacation, while his wife works part-time at fucking Best Buy, but he talks about how he loves his fucking wife. Give me a fucking break.
You're right.
And you know what? I care more about Phil's life than he fucking does.
You try to help him, yeah.
He doesn't have any passion.
In a weird way, that's kind of true. PPP did want to see Phil's life change for the better. Like, don't get me wrong, he was insulting him and making fun of him, but he wanted things to change for Phil. I believe that. I think he was trying to do the right thing for the wrong reasons, if that makes sense.
Doesn't have any soul in his fucking body. He's a hollowed out husk of a fucking man that let me walk all over him.
I'm just saying.
I brought Phil in, and I gave him an audience of thousands.
A huge opportunity.
Thousands of live viewers and tens of thousands of replay viewers. Massive, massive promotional push behind him. I got him an interview with Josh Moon. We did the Review Tech USA stuff. This guy had tens of thousands of dollars flooding in when he was at his lowest financial.
You helped him when he was ready to fucking die.
The estimates are about $40,000 to $50,000.
That's what he made from your relationship. Wow.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Instead of going to things that
he never capitalized on any of that. He talks about momentum all the time. I think was it today or at some point earlier this week? The days are all going together. He was talking about momentum. And he said, guys, I want to keep up the momentum of these goals. Let's keep up the momentum. He had momentum, and when the Kino Casino shit was hot, he had momentum and he doesn't have a thing to show for it. That was it. Like, they gave him that momentum. They gave him the shot in the arm that he thought he needed, and he did nothing with it. But he still talks about momentum. It is wild to look back on this.
Actually could have tangibly improved his life or his wife's life.
Yeah.
Which is apparently what this is all about.
Oh, yeah, Tuesday, $1,084 on the morning stream. That's right. So he does still get whaled. Oh, yeah, because on whenever the first was that Monday? Yeah, Monday he did the $900 I'll shave my beard thing, and it didn't pan out. And then the next day he gets $1,084. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, nothing is ever enough.
But we know that it's not actually about that. We know what it's really about, which is that last week on Smart Guys.
Oh, that was the trigger.
I dared to actually be his friend.
That's what I said. Yeah.
I dared to speak out and actually tell him hard truths that he needed to hear about how he's streaming, how his life is, how it's unsustainable, how he needs to make changes, he needs to do something else. He just thinks, oh, well, I'm just going to show up with my fucking tin cup.
Play Ninja Turtles.
I'm going to talk
Correct.
in circles, and the show is going to be a fucking business meeting every fucking show. Every fucking show. It's a business meeting.
And the funny thing is, this was about, what, 3 weeks ago or something? This was posted when? Yeah, 3 weeks ago. In the last week, I would say, he has ramped up the business meetings like 10 fucking fold. It's 100% business meeting. There's barely gameplay these days. Like nothing. Almost nothing. So it's escalated even since this conversation.
Guys, I didn't get enough support. We got to hit the targets. The guy sounds like a retail middle manager. He sounds like
a telemarketer or like an infomercial guy. Yeah.
Assistant manager.
Pick up the phone right now. Operators are standing by.
Three more revenue generating units this week so that we can hit the goal towards quarter 2. It's like
it's very off-putting what he does. Yeah.
Like how any other live stream operates on the face of the fucking earth. Normally,
ask for support once or twice. Yeah.
That's not even
4 or 5 times.
Like support. It's just pathetic because the entire show revolves around the support. There's nothing else going on other than enriching him.
Yeah, and it's very telling of DSP's psychology when the mark of a successful stream is how much money he got. Where a lot of people that play games on stream would say, I had a successful stream because I completed this in a game, or we talked about that, or we finished the game today. Like, that's a successful stream. For me, like, I streamed, some of you saw it, I streamed Death Stranding a lot over the past couple of months. I streamed the entire game on stream. And my goals for a stream was always something tangible. It was always, well, I'm going to unlock trucks today. I'm going to unlock cargo carriers. I'm going to go find this prepper shelter. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I made my metrics for success on those streams based on achievable actions within the game. Kept it reasonable. If you make your only mark of success money, you'll never be happy on a personality-based platform. Because YouTube is a personality-based platform. Yeah, and I never ask for money. Even though my Logan K channel is monetized and like super chats are enabled and I do get some super chats, I don't ask for any fucking money on that channel. At all, ever. Because that's not why I'm there. I wanted to play the game. Like, I wanted to challenge myself to play Death Stranding on very hard. And I wanted to stream it because I thought it'd be fun. So that's why I did it. That's why he's so dissatisfied with game streaming, is because if you make the point of game streaming the money you get, you will always be disappointed.
And with money, there is no content.
Yeah, Hitman I set goals for too. Yeah.
Nothing to say. There's no points that he ever makes where you go, oh, that was a good take. Oh, didn't hear that one.
He does have shit takes.
For him, a reason to say no. But you know what? I come from sales and I'm persistent as fuck. And most people would give up. Everyone else has given up on Phil and working with Phil. But I'm like, fuck it. I'm soldiering on. No
that Steve Cambian laugh has grown on me. Indrid does a very good Steve Cambian impression.
A lot of it is sunk cost. I went through a lot of shit with the detractors, and perhaps rightfully so, because propping up this fucking pig was a total fucking mistake, total waste of resources, total waste of time.
Well, the detractors were right about it then.
But you know, I had my donators docs.
Yeah, we were right.
My editor, like his kids were threatened in DMs.
Jesus Christ!
Like all sorts of crazy shit that I went through just to have this.
I would like verification of these things. I am disheartened that this was not questioned at all. I don't know if I heard Steve. Well, Steve should have questioned it for one. Like, part of being a good host is you'd want to push back on that a little bit. You'd want them to elaborate a little bit, because this just seems like Steve was a yes man to him. If this were me, even if I was like sympathetic to the guy, I'd be like, well, hold on a minute. Can you please verify that? Because that is a wild claim to make, that, you know, the children of his editor were threatened in DMs. I wouldn't ask them to show proof, but I'd at least ask them to elaborate on it, do a smell test and a gut check on it.
Relationship with Phil. And I just kept giving and giving and giving. Just like the dents that give Phil money, except it was my time, my creativity, my effort, my charisma, my show ideas, and he just take, and he just take, and he just take.
Devour.
So this is the point I want to make to people. Every single thing that Darkside Phil...
Yeah, tomorrow is his birthday, and I'll probably sit that the fuck out. Oh my god. I might stream more Death Stranding tomorrow. I might go back and clean some shit up in Death Stranding. Even though I'm done with the game, there's always more cargo.
Years that he had been telling his audience that he wasn't about. He wasn't about drama anymore. He wasn't about begging anymore. He was a family man. He wasn't about doing clout. He didn't do politics or any sort of political grift. Every single thing that Phil sold himself on during the course of the Kino Casino arc, he sold his soul to me. He absolutely sold out every single principle that he ever claimed to stand for, starting with drama and then moving into politics. He did the...
This sort of confirms to me that it was not PPP's plan to completely make Phil sell out. Like, I know a lot of people have said, oh, PPP wanted Phil to sell his soul. I don't think that that's the case. If PPP is going to be this critical of him selling out, I think PPP wanted to build Phil up to see what would happen. And I think PPP wanted to give Phil the confidence and the permission to commit to being the king of hate. But it was a half-hearted attempt at best. And PPP risked a lot of his reputation. He invested a lot of time and some money into this, and that's why he's pissed.
Political grift, trying to chase my audience and chase my donors, and he fucking failed. And bit by bit, we took Darkside Phil's soul away, to the point where even his precious family, even his wife, Kat, even his parents, even his cat weren't off limits for me. I could say whatever the fuck I wanted, and Phil would lay down like a pig in the fucking mud.
Yeah, because he was making money from you. As long as he was making money, he was okay with anything you said.
The only thing he cares about is money, and he gave it all up, and he doesn't have a fucking leg to stand on. The thing is, Phil takes this stuff way too seriously. Way too seriously. He takes himself way too fucking seriously. He has the thinnest skin of...
Yep, that's what I say all the time. DSP would be in a much better place if he could be in on the joke and laugh at himself. He is very, very, very averse to laughing at himself, and if you're gonna make content on the internet, you gotta fucking make fun of yourself, man. It's just part of the process, part of the deal.
Anybody I've ever worked with, and I'll just be open and honest about this, and a lot of people will judge me for what I'm about to say. But I offered to pay this guy's flight and his wife's flight to Florida for the Super Bowl so that we could hang out in Florida. We were all going to fly down together. I offered to pay for the pet sitter for his pets. I offered to pay.
Think of the content. Think of the content we could have gotten with DSP going to Miami. Oh my God. The content we didn't get. I always think of the content we didn't get with the Mike Klum documentary being canceled. High-res footage of DSP's house would have been incredible. It would have been awesome.
Pay for his wife's ticket, his ticket, give them 2-3 days alone so they could have the honeymoon they never fucking had.
It was Tampa? Okay. Thank you for the correction, MeathBear.
Because he had to take care of his cat.
He couldn't leave the cat with a stranger, Pete. Come on.
It would be a traumatic experience for him.
Oh my God. What a fucking idiot.
Never goes out with his wife, never does anything fun. He's a total
True. Streaming is his life. His family is secondary to him. You're right. You're right, Sonny.
In, total hermit, no friends, and it's just no way to live. And he lives in fear. He lives in fear of the world. And
he's got all those cameras around his house. That's paranoid, delusional. The police called him a 220. Like, he's a mental case.
Well, he is a mental case, and now generally he's kind of almost a harmless mental case, and this is why it's like I kind of wanted to help the guy, because I feel like generally, like, he's not the most evil, malignant scumbag on earth, at least at first impression. But
yeah, no, he can come off as a little bit likable.
There's no real way to explain why Phil is such a deplorable and detestable person. You must actually experience it firsthand. And I experienced it firsthand.
Yes, I find this to be totally true. Every normie that I've shown DSP to that has not had prior exposure to DSP, when they first see him, they say, 1, I don't understand what's so bad about this guy. 2, I don't understand why you spend so much time on him, is what a lot of people say. Like, my girlfriend said that exact thing when she was like, I don't understand. Like, Phil just seems like your average internet asshole. And I'm like, well, he can come off as very reasonable if you get him in very small doses. But it's the contradictions and the lies over time that really spin the web and set the scene for what Phil is all about. You gotta watch him for a long time. You gotta study him to understand. The only reason why someone like Adam Krigler was able to get a fucking crash course is because DSP pretty much speed ran his pattern of contradiction and his pattern of lies in that Side Scrollers interview, because they asked him a lot of questions and they tested him in a very compressed amount of time. Usually DSP has to lie on himself, which can take several weeks at a time sometimes. But that interview was just so overwhelming for him, and it was so much information that he absolutely speed ran his normal patterns, which is why like Krigler was fucking done by the end of it.
When you watch his show every day and you keep up with the vortex and the people that are in it and the way that he interacts with it, only truly then can you actually know why he's such a deplorable piece of shit that deserves to die. Well, in the last couple weeks, it finally really was driven home to me as to why motherfuckers hate this guy. Because he just never, ever, ever will change his ways. He's ungrateful for everything he gets. He's negative. He's pessimistic. He's draining. He's soulless. He doesn't care. All he cares about is getting a paycheck and protecting his fragile, narcissistic ego. And that's it. And he doesn't care about friends. He doesn't care about family. He doesn't care about having ambitions or goals outside of money. And the money that he does have, he doesn't use it to travel the world. He doesn't use it to go to cool things.
No decency, no respect, no...
Wow, that was a sudden cut. Imagine having all that money, like I've said it before in like Discords and stuff. Imagine having all that money and having nothing to show for it. Pathetic. All right, I'm going to put on a video for you guys to watch. I need to send some beg tweets. I will be right back. This is the Winnebago Man. Great fucking legendary meme video. I'm going to send some beg tweets. I'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy Jack Rebney. Here we go.
The Winnebago Concepts and Engineering Departments have developed a multifunctional bathroom. Privacy, I don't know what the fuck I'm reading. I wonder what the fuck the real dialogue is. What the fuck is this thing? All of the windshield, for fuck's sake. Oh, fuck. What the fuck did I say? That didn't sound for shit, did it? And here, under the hood, we've stored something that'll really come in handy if it doesn't fall out and break my leg. Ah! What we're doing is we're building a fucking industrial film, trying to give these guys everything they can get. I mean, that's it. Fuck it. I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. We suppose we open... Gotta do it again, right now. Oh, fuck. 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 Oh, fuck. Shit. Tony, do me a favor, will you please? Will you? Will you do me a kindness? Leave. Yeah.
I think I want to be walking in and out if you're going to fuck up and I got to come back.
I don't make any difference to me at this juncture. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Tony. Don't slam the fucking door. No more. Listen, I've got to give a clue here now. I don't want any more bullshit anytime during the day from anyone. That includes me. It's going to be very hot. It's going to be very uncomfortable for everybody. Want anybody yelling? We get anybody yelling around here anymore today, and then the shit is going to hit the fan.
I love Jack Rebney. He's my favorite.
The diverse needs of a very big firm, and they fit the needs of a very diverse buyer segment. Why can't I remember? I wrote this stuff. Why can't I remember it? Why don't I say it fucking right? What does the goddamn line say, Tony? What is the goddamn line? I don't give a shit what the line is.
Tony got fucking roasted.
I can't even read the fucking VO straight. What the fuck was that? We got flies all over the fucking place. Son of a bitch.
I don't know exactly when it came out, Game Master. I want to say this was like late 70s, early 80s was when this took place.
Flies. We got 3 flies, 5 flies. And if you will, make sure, if you will, we don't have that fly on the left side, on the passenger side, because we don't have that in frame, but make sure we don't have any flies here.
I was going to stop it, but I'll let the whole thing play. This is because this is one of my favorite things on the internet.
Get out of here, you goddamn jackass.
This was 90s? Okay.
I gotta read it again because my mind is just a piece of shit this morning. God, I can't fucking make my mind work. Tony, give me a towel for just a minute, please. That... I'm blinded by that fucking hot light. God damn son of a bitch!
I gotta clip that for the soundboard.
I'm gonna fall off the fucking thing. Fuck. Just keep running. Bullshit. I'm gonna slate this fucker. All right, I haven't got time to mark this motherfucker. Here we go again. We can't hear anybody. Nobody can talk to anybody. Still feeding. Well, turn the fucking thing off, you dumbass. Man, I'd like to kick your...
Your grandparents had microwave with a crank dial. I never had a crank dial. I always had capacitive buttons.
Innovation. Money. Fuck. Not even funny anymore. Son of a bitch! Jesus Christ. Fuck! Shit. Son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Shit. Son of a bitch.
The way he says son of a bitch, he really hits that bitch.
Shit.
Son of a bitch.
Jesus Christ. Fuck off! What the hell's the line? Shit! What the fuck is it? Can't remember the goddamn line.
This is great.
The accoutrement that you will need. Accoutrement? What is that shit? I don't know, shit. It's just all gone. I get so goddamn diuretic when I sit here, and my mouth just never stops. For 1989, each individual storage compartment has this controlled light.
Okay, so 1989. Okay, yeah, he was saying the model year. Okay, so 89, yeah. So basically 90s, practically.
Burn if you want to. How's that? What shot is it? Oh shit! What did I do? Did I walk through it? It's going to be very helpful.
This shoot took place before I was born. Wow.
In keeping you from falling down, you big dumb son of a bitch. You're disturbing what's left of my brain. Yeah, but my mind is such shit. To say nothing of the flies in my...
So yeah, MeathBear is mentioning a DVD. There's a documentary called Winnebago Man. That a documentary filmmaker actually went and found this guy and interviewed him, followed him around for a while, and he actually went blind. Jack Rebney, the Winnebago Man, went blind over the course of the documentary, which is a wild thing to witness.
Head. Got a fly in my mouth and every fucking other thing happens. If I knew what the rest of the line was, then I would be in good shape. It's amazing how I just dabble. Uh-oh. I guess my mind is going again. My body is dismembered from my mind completely. Which is pretty average with me, but I can't think. Something is wrong with me. But you'd think I was making this up as I was going along.
He has a great voice, I will say.
To do this any better than it is. I was going bananas. My mind is just ready to go completely. Old mind is deteriorating. Because I don't think I can get out of this thing worth a shit. Nobody can, so, you know. Turn of a bobber schnabber rubber.
What the fuck? I forgot about this.
Catch a shit.
Speaking in tongues. God.
Schmegeldegel, what the fuck is it? Did the weed change
Unhinged, man. That sounds like a Star Wars language.
Imagine
being this lady. Oh my god.
The Super Storage Sun Cruiser offers maximum storage to a very diverse group of the ferns in the docks. The automotive fuses, they're all laying out here in beautiful condition for the fern in the dock. Let's go. And particularly at night, whenever you find your fern in your dock, I don't know. And they're made with an insulating material which really preserves the fern in the dock and the whatever, and I don't know, shit. The Sunflower now enjoys a full 5 inches in increased diameter.
Oh yeah, we do need the
fern.
documentary on the
And
succulent
pearl
Chinese
eyes.
meal guy.
Shit,
I agree.
Son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. Among the questions that you may be asked is, can I get this rig in and out of my driveway? Well, the answer is yes. The departure angle for the all-new 1989 Chieftain is exactly that of the 88 model. Ain't worth it. Not this shit. Ain't fucking
That's kind of dreadful when he's like, it ain't worth it.
part of American tradition. And today, on
It's
the
kinda
cutting
sad
edge
if you
of
think about it
design
too
and
long.
function in a Class C motor home. Let us get the fuck out of here. Do you believe any of that shit?
Okay, well that was a good.
My name is Markiplier, and welcome to Caught.
Why did it recommend Markiplier? I don't want to watch Markiplier. Okay. All right. PPP, SNAKED. Oh yeah. We watched some of this. I'm all disoriented now. I'm gonna go back to DSP Memology. Search again. I had all this stuff laid out, but then when I had to close OBS and everything and restart, I got all fucking thrown off. But we'll just keep on keeping on. I want to get to the Cypress TV stuff at some point. We did this. Call of Duty. Don't need. Nervous that support is dwindling. Wow. Dude, I took a break. I fucking missed a lot. Holy shit. I guess we should get to... Yeah, this, then this. We all knew it was going to happen. So we'll do this, and then we'll do the RTU conversation. Which is wild, dude. Okay, yeah. We're on track. Big ups to Memology.
You guys do realize that when you're in both chats repeating the same meme, that I know that you got the meme from somewhere else and it has nothing to do with me. Like when in this chat and that chat, people are saying, do you have a DJ name? No one here is talking about being a DJ, so what the fuck are you talking about? Obviously, you got it from someone else's chat.
So he watches WPIG. Okay, cool. He knows about ALT. He knows about WPIG. He plays stupid, but he knows.
So you do realize that you're pretty slow in the head. No one cares about your dumb meme, right? No, you weren't talking about DJ Trump over there. Both chats, there were people saying, what would your DJ name be? Your DJ. What are you talking about? Who's a DJ? I'm not.
Just make something up. Like if somebody would ever ask me that on stream, I would literally just make it up.
I'm not DJing anywhere.
I will say the Pokemon gym music in the recent Pokemon games is like pretty fire. It's good. Both. That's right, MeathBear. Both.
So right now, just for the record, YouTube chat is completely making fun of Kick Chat because they know what you guys are doing over there, wasting your time. They're actually making fun of you in the YouTube chat.
DJ more money? Yeah, probably.
YouTube chat can suck your freshly shaven balls.
Yeah!
Why do you shave your balls?
Why not? You got to be... Okay. I'm going to say something weird. You would shave them to be considerate. This also strengthens the no sex theory. You got to be considerate. Come on, Phil. Get with it.
Are your balls so hairy that you actually have to shave them? Like, that's just weird. Acid Rain Carl was basically complaining, making fun of my commentary style. Saying he thinks I should do more pussy jokes instead of just dick and ass jokes. Well,
I agree.
To disappoint you, I really am. It's bizarre. Anyway.
Because at some point he just said shitty dicks, and never stopped.
Let's not talk about that. All right. Any other questions, guys? Or again, please support the stream. Right now we're at like $10, right? 11 or something like that. Obviously, I haven't even started the game yet.
Oh, this is a sad boy stream.
Some streams we've got great support on the podcast, but today is slow. It would be great to get it to pick up a bit here. All right. What's going on in Kick Chat today? Asked Dumpy Koala. It's very simple. As you know, I'm not doing anything else with Kino Casino. Those guys now are all upset.
He hates Kick. He should just turn it off completely. Just get rid of it. You hate it. It does. He keeps Kick open because like 1 or 2 people still support over there, but Kick is done. I'm surprised he's kept it up for this long. I wonder if it's up because he doesn't want to take down the restream shit that he set up.
Because I cut them off. So they're doing their campaign, the anti-DSP campaign.
All right, have a look. This is middle manager.
Oh,
Phil
yes.
For now.
Legendary.
In another life, this is actually what Phil would be doing. Phil would be like a manager at a call
I don't know if
center
I've seen Orgasmo
or
in
a
its
manager at
entirety.
Best Buy, and he'd be trying to motivate the employees to hit their goals by saying there's going to be a pizza party.
I see
Those
a big
you who
pile of
work a
money.
job like
Oh,
this
thank you for
know
the super
exactly
chat.
He
what
lands in
this
Cat's
meeting
bush.
is.
He was just talking about himself and his. Nah, that's gross.
Yeah, that is gross. Thank you for the $5, Shiny Teeth. I appreciate you. Yeah, the only bush I would have landed is my wife.
Like where the manager.
Well, Game Master, I'll tell you, he's on Kick because Kino Casino told him to, and they told him about the 95-5 split, and here we are. That's it. That's literally it.
Tries to get you excited about your shitty dead-end job by telling you if you guys just work hard
Radical
enough, you
pizza
might
party,
get 2
dudes.
slices of pizza on Friday.
I'm gonna. Oh, you know what? I forgot to close my office door. I'm gonna. I don't want to wake my girlfriend up. I gotta close my office door real quick, else she can hear
This is
me.
basically the Fuck Phil Festival, yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
For the week. Let's talk about the schedule, the goals, and all of that, shall we? We are at 36 out of 40 goals attained.
No, isn't
we
this
attain 40
seriously
goals-
like you're at the call center? You know, guys,
There
we're
we
at
go.
36
I don't
out
want to
of
wake her up.
40 for the
She's trying to
quarter.
sleep.
So we're gonna need to sell 4 more units to hit the goal. We gotta push. We gotta.
This I might track down this video with no commentary because this video hit for me being a corporate style person myself. I find middle managers to be pretty useless. I think a lot of people that work in corpo settings do, and this hit really hard for me. I've been in meetings like this where they're like, well, if we meet our projections, everybody will get a gift card or you get a pizza party or whatever. And it's like, can I just get more money? I don't want a gift card or a pizza party. Can you just pay me more if we do well? How about that?
Push, guys.
Goals. It is time for a radical pizza party, dudes.
Radical.
To eliminate another pizza right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I am eliminating Pizza Hut.
Oh, I never picked up on this, that it was the Project 7 turn on the TV. That's so fucking clever.
He goes, we have these 3 options, and I'm going to eliminate one right now.
Is this?
Yeah,
not
more vacation
AI
days
and
would be
actual
awesome.
Audio from his video?
No, this is actual audio from his video. That's what makes it so great. Andy had to.
I thought it was AI. I thought it was AI. Ring the bell.
No, it really is. No, it really is all real. No, it's all.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, this is, I think, lightly edited, but all of this is not AI. I remember hearing these clips.
I thought it was AI.
Which we all knew was coming all along anyway.
No, you didn't. You're a blatant liar. You're just being a dick to try to get attention, man.
Like, we knew eventually
Amazing
it was going
edits.
to happen. It was just a matter of when, correct?
He's a blatant fucking liar.
Blatant.
Okay? So
because of that, they took it upon themselves yesterday to all go in there and do these memes about me that the casino had been doing. And I said, it's not allowed. It's against the rules. And they did it anyway. So I banned.
Also, like, Phil's concept of the rules can be anything he wants, which, fair play. I mean, as the streamer, you can ban people for whatever you want to ban them for, but saying thing X is against the rules and not really having a clear rule set is just a cop-out. It's just an excuse for you to ban more people without having to justify your reason, because then you can just ambiguously say it's against the rules. Yes, King Snake, by the way. That's right. King Snake. And by the way, chronologically, this was well after the snaking. by the way, I'm doing things this clip put things a little bit out of order, but this is after the snakening. So if he snaked them, he then cannot be offended if people talk bad about you or if that person makes fun of you. Basically, you can't trick someone or lie to someone and then not expect them to come after you. That's just bitch behavior, to be honest.
A bunch of people. I said, well, if they learned their lesson and they email me and say they're not going to do it again, they could come back. But instead of that, their friends then campaigned to them and said, oh, unban our friends, unban our friends. I said, this isn't your clubhouse.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? It's just, this is not your clubhouse. Like, what are you talking about? I mean, why on earth would you think you could take over my chat?
That's not taking it. You could have just ignored them. Like, weird shit's happened in this chat before as well. What I do when people be weird in this chat is I time them out or I ban them, but I mostly ignore them. If you acknowledge weird shit in chat, people are going to do more weird shit in chat. That is a massive problem that he experiences. He just can't leave things alone and let people kind of quietly spurg while ignoring them. He has to address it. He has to bring it up. So people do it. It's a feedback loop.
It's not yours. It's my place of business. Just because you've hung out here for a while, which is appreciated that you're here and you watch, doesn't mean you own the place. You have to abide by the rules like everyone else. All right? If people are going to be toxic towards me.
I really wish he would just own up and say, I banned person X for reason Y. And he was consistent about, like, explaining those things and would say, I banned this person for this reason, and he stuck to it. That's a lot more respectable, in my opinion, even though DSP is not very respectable in a broad sense. That's at least consistent, and that's something that people could point to of him sticking to his words.
That toxicity is not going to be allowed moving forward. That's the rules. It's always been the rules.
My stream, my rules.
So if you can't abide by the rules, you're going to get moderated. You're going to leave. So what's happened now is all these people are upset because all their buddies are gone. It's like, yeah, but they were morons. What would you like me to do about it? I didn't make them act like idiots and break the rules. It didn't happen. You know?
What rules, though? He still has yet to explain the rules.
No, they're doing it of their own accord. I can't stop them, right? And the funny part about it is most of these people who've been sitting and they're acting like that are not contributors, are not supporters. They're just the people who sit in there and do.
Okay. So you'd be more likely to unban them if they gave you money, like Iron Chef Sakai. Because Iron Chef Sakai was in the doghouse and on thin ice before Lex, but he bought his way back in. If you guys remember the Iron Chef Sakai cope stream, where Iron Chef Sakai talked for 90 minutes about why he was trying to infiltrate Phil's Discord and why it was always his plan to snake Phil. That was well before Lex. So that's kind of a commonality between Iron Chef Sakai and Phil. Iron Chef Sakai implied that giving Phil thousands of dollars and being banned was all part of the plan. Just like Phil is now implying that losing a whale, calling Lex a slut, and letting a fat man make fun of your wife was all part of the plan. Makes sense, right?
Memes all day, you know? So they're all sitting in there spamming their dumb emote and no one cares. Like, everyone's ignoring them. But then people are coming in who are like normal people, you know, not unhinged weirdos. And they're like, why are people in here spamming emotes? Because they're dumb. They actually think that it does something. It doesn't do anything.
I mean, it's
no one's paying any attention to them.
It's doing a thing right now.
I am ignoring
it's literally doing a thing
chat
right now.
Completely. But someone who's in Kick Chat and not acting like a fool asked why you're acting like a fool. So I explained very matter-of-factly and calmly. There's nothing crazy here about it. Any update on a new Smart Guys co-host? I'm currently into serious discussions with 2 different people. Okay, I need more time to work.
This
it out.
was before
right
Ralph, or after.
No,
before
so
Ralph.
It's looking like I may.
I'm messing
or
up the
may not,
timeline.
but I may. It's a possibility. Do some test runs with a couple of people as a co-host of Smart Guys, but I haven't figured anything out yet. I haven't scheduled anything yet. I haven't locked in anything yet. I'm working on it. Okay. Probably.
Yeah, they're cool to spam. Emojis are cool to spam if you got them.
Busy trying to do so much shit.
Thank you for the emoji spam,
now
Sonny.
I got to work on tax stuff and everything. Like I'm slammed right now. You know what I mean? I'm just completely slammed.
I was more focused at that time.
He didn't end up working on tax stuff, by the way. He never did that.
At just getting through normal streams and worrying about sub.
He's still talking about working on his taxes right now.
Financially, with everything going on with me, this month I really, really need the support with tips. If I don't raise enough money by the end of this month to have my taxes filed, I am in serious trouble with the feds. All right, like being honest.
The feds. I love when he says
Dimitri's
the feds.
put me
That's
on the
fun.
front page. Thanks again, Dimitri. You've been doing. Dimitri, hold on. Can you stick around for 1 sec, Dimitri? I'm curious.
That's right,
why
Timo.
You guys have been putting me on the front page so much often, or so often recently. I wonder what. Like,
I think they put it. So my Theo theory was always that they put him on the front page intentionally because DSP is always a victim of his own success, right? Like, give him a leg up, he will inevitably fall.
Like, I'm just curious, what prompts Kick to put someone on the front page?
Oh yeah. Good point, MeathBear. He probably would file for an extension, and they would probably grant him one, to be honest, because his tax structure would probably be complicated at this point, given that he's gone through bankruptcy and all of that. He has multiple income sources. He could probably easily make the case for an extension.
You've been doing this now on and off for like a month.
Like for me, I have a W-2 and I have a form from Google AdSense. I have two forms I have to declare. That's it.
And again, I'm totally cool with it. I just don't understand what prompted Kick to do that. That's nice of you. Usually, no one does nice things for me.
He's a filthy, dirty liar.
Let's put it that way. Okay? I got a $5 tip. Hold on, I got to shout this out.
Hold on.
Mars Inhabitant. You're right. These people act like no-life fools. They get gifted subs every month, and they walk around. No, I mean, the bottom line is people think that they can be disrespectful to each other, to me, just because, like, someone gifted them a sub, and that's not the case. On my streams, I want everyone to be okay with each other. I don't want anyone insulting each other and everything.
Yeah, but if you wanted everyone to be okay with each other, why did you let Derek sit in your chat for years when you knew people were uncomfortable with him? You knew he was a bad person and a bad influence to have in the chat, and you knew that people didn't like him, but you kept him there because he was, quote, a nice, positive guy. What about that?
Thing. And, for a while there was an element, there was an element of people who were showing up every day.
Well, right. Yeah, MeathBear, thank you also for the clarification. It gives you an extension to file, not an extension to pay. So he'd only be delaying the inevitable. I think he is still in deep shit tax-wise, but we'll see. If we after tax day, which is coming up soon, after tax day, if we see things get a little more frantic than usual for him, we'll know something's up.
And that's very much appreciated. I want people to be here every day to hang out. But they were kind of acting like they owned the place. And like it was their private clubhouse. And you know what I mean? And I don't like that. I don't like it that people being bullied. And I don't like people acting like, oh, I'm the
he doesn't give a shit about Kick Chat.
And I don't like that. I want it to be an open place where people can come to my streams, whether it's on Kick or it's on YouTube because I co-stream. I want people to feel like they can come and just hang out and enjoy whatever I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's why I can't have it like that. I can't have people trying to control stuff. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, MeathBear, you bring up the payment plan. But like I don't want to derail about taxes too much. My question is if he's been on a payment plan for years now, how much did he owe? Do you think he owed tens of thousands of dollars and he's just slowly paying the minimums back? If so, that's insane. Okay, he mentioned a payment plan in 2021, 2022. So let's even take the furthest estimate of that. If he's been on a payment plan for 4 years, let's say he pays quarterly or monthly, the amount of money you'd have to owe to pay over a period of 4 to 5 years is a lot, dude. $16,000? Okay, but how is that not gone yet? Because it's not like tax dues would accrue interest. It's not like student loan debt. I don't know. I'm very confused. I'm not a very like financially savvy person. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot that I don't know. But since we're talking about Kick, oh yeah, this was when Kino Casino and Gundam were watching him, and he shut down Kick. So speaking of Kick, let's keep it going with the Kick theme.
I owed the state over $5,000. I owed my tax attorney over
That's right, Timo. He and also he quote unquote during like the Save the House arc, when he went to Connecticut to get married, he also asked his mom for tax money, and he claims that she asked him how much it would take for him not to get screwed over. He says, I told her and she gave me the money. So where did that money go?
That money that was
it doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense.
My credit cards and completely and utterly
like he's been making too much money over too long of a period of time for this to add up or make sense, or for someone not to raise eyebrows. But then again, people talk about like, you know, government agencies coming down on him. It's not really going to happen, because in the grand scheme of things, there's really not much they can recover from him unless they can choose to garnish his wages. But he's technically a contractor, so can the government have an agreement with YouTube or Kick or PayPal to garnish monies? I don't think so. But I know if you worked for like a regular employer, the government can literally go straight to the employer and say like, hey, garnish X amount out of his wages and send it to us, please. Like I've dealt with people that have done that. Oh yeah, MeathBear, absolutely. If you want to hop on, I'll call you on Discord. Just give me a minute. I'll call you on Discord and we'll do this in direct DMs. That's probably easier. You're smart. MeathBear. There you go. All right. And let me get our Action Kid stuff up. Where did I put that? Did I get rid of it? Yeah. No, I didn't. I'll put Action Kid back on. We'll watch that. All right, MeathBear, I'm gonna call you. And actually, let me make sure my OBS settings are not fucked. Let me test the audio by hitting the soundboard for a minute. Hold on. Yeah, I think we're good. I'm gonna call you, MeathBear. Hopefully this works.
Hey, big ups.
Hey, MeathBear. Thanks for coming on. You had stuff to say about the payment plan?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
Oh crap! I need to turn off my stream here. Okay, let me mute my stream.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, make it live. And all right. So, yeah, right before he went to Connecticut, he said that with the Emerald 7 money, he owed about $16,000. He never gave a grand total on how much he owed. He just said, because of all the Emerald 7 money that I have left over, I'm able to if I put that towards my taxes, I would still owe $16,000. Plus, it was about a little over $1,000. I think it would be $17,060 to that includes fees for his accountant, attorney, tax guy, whatever.
Got it.
So he then went and said that he was told by his tax guy, the more money that you put into this, the easier it is for you to qualify. Well, if I had him in that interview with Steve, I would have clarified a lot of this and gotten him to really locked him down on this shit. Like, now was the money that your mom gave you, was that essential? Like, mom came in clutch and you were able to get on this tax plan, right? Is that from what I'm saying? And he even mentioned that in some of his streams. Yes. But just to like have him double down on it, and it would be yes. Well, it's bullshit. Because as long as you're under, I believe it's if you're under $50,000 that you owe, you automatically qualify for being able to be put on a payment plan.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So he doesn't have to qualify for it. It's all bullshit. And then when he said that he got money from his mom in order to qualify, which we're estimating it's in the probably the $5,000 range.
Okay.
Or so. He came back and he said, I paid the IRS, I qualified for the tax payment plan, and as of May 2019, he got that paid before the April 15th, and he made his first payment, or he would have made his first payment as of May 2019. And now when he filed for bankruptcy in end of January 2020, it showed that he was paying $500 a month, and he owed $15,000.
Okay.
So if he got money from his mom to put towards this plan, and before he even went to Connecticut, he owed $16,000, but 9 months had passed from the time he started the plan to then.
Yeah.
$500 a month, that's $4,500, which means that if he did get money from his mom, he didn't put any of it towards the tax payment plan, because that means he would have owed somewhere around $19,500, maybe a little over $20,000,
right,
to the IRS for his back taxes.
Yeah, which in a period of let's say 3 years and change, that should be over. That's why
it should have been over. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I have trouble believing when people will say, "Well, he's still on the payment plan," and it's like, well, it's. We're past Q1 of 2025. If this started in 2019, how much did he owe, or how much did he give? That's why I agree when you say he probably put nothing of what Linda gave him towards the taxes, because if she did, he would have been over for that would have been over for a year or two already. So
let me see. It would have been $500 a month if he took the $4,000 from Linda and put it down on what he owed plus the Emerald 7. Let's just say it was $16,000. Let's just believe him. So that would be $12,000. Yeah, $12,000. Mm-hmm. Divide that by 500, and we know that's 20. That would be 24 months.
Yeah, now, so 2 years. Yeah.
One of the problems here is that I calculated that he should have been done paying for his taxes by the end of 2022, because when he filed for bankruptcy, that prevented the IRS from withdrawing payments from him.
Okay.
It stopped. Okay. He went and said, well, I need to pay my accountant to renegotiate because the IRS canceled my tax payment plan. Bankruptcy specifically does not cancel tax repayment plans. They're specifically exempted from that, but their ability to collect is stopped during the automatic stay.
Okay.
And I've had this happen for clients of mine who are on tax payment plans and they end up filing for bankruptcy. You can pay voluntarily as long as if the payment that you are giving the IRS will not negatively affect the rights of other creditors. And since he was basically in a no asset bankruptcy, the meaning that he was telling the trustee, nobody's going to get paid back, it wouldn't have affected the rights of the of any of the other creditors. And so, yeah, he would have the right to pay voluntarily. And another issue that happened was that the IRS was closed and was not enforcing any of their collection efforts during COVID.
Oh, that's right.
They started back up in July, and they started doing enforcement efforts towards the end of July and beginning of August. And about that time in August, he said, "Well, I have to pay my tax guy." all of this money in order to renegotiate the contract, and there are fees and interest and back and blah, blah, blah. And from what it looked like, because he was paying $500 a month and only owed $15,000, it looks like he got an offer in compromise, which he mentioned beforehand. He's like, my tax guy said I might be able to get something in which they would just call it even on the interest and the penalties, and I would just owe a flat amount and I could just pay that off. I think he knew he was going to get one of those beforehand, but he was trying to make it sound like he was going to get a doomsday vehicle, like or doomsday plan, in which if you're never going to be able to pay it off no matter how much you put down. You know, it's sort of like, well, if I could owe $15,000 if I came in and paid $14,999, well, all the interest on it would just make it double overnight, and I'd get fucked again because Darkside Phil just gets fucked all the time.
Always.
Three fingers in his ass, no lube. But you know, that's his whole thing.
Things never go his way, and I think I agree. And thank you for your insight. I think he always would have painted the most doom and gloom scenario, because whether he gets a different way to pay things off more efficiently or not, it's always more advantageous for him when talking to his stream to make things seem worse, because they're impressionable dents and they give him money. So
right. So, but what August Stevens is saying, is there an indication payments toward the... Yes, he said that he made in February, he tried making a payment to the IRS during bankruptcy, and that shows up during the bankruptcy.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, it does. He said he tried to pay twice. They took 2 payments, but there was only one withdrawal during that period. And he says, well, I don't know what's going on, and I was panicking because I thought they would take my house. And it's like, well, they never had a tax lien on his house anyway, which, I mean, they could have done it, but they didn't. Usually they'll only do that if the amount that he owed was sufficiently large, or if they had some doubts about his ability to pay, that they would put a tax lien on his house. And there's still none on his house today. He still doesn't have a tax lien. And you were wondering, like, well, how would they get him to pay if he doesn't have an employee, he doesn't have a W-2? Is they would put a tax lien on his house to ensure that he freaking paid. Okay. And they could levy his bank account too.
Because he's basically a contractor for all of these services with, you know, income that is fluctuating, not steady, they would go after his only asset he could possibly leverage, which would be his house. That makes sense.
And that would be a motivating factor for him to, you know, keep on paying. And it's only $500 a month.
Yeah, that's not a lot compared to what we see him make, you know?
Right. But he lied about his income, like what his business expenses were. And you would think that the IRS would really go in on that and try to figure that. Quite honestly, I think he definitely told the IRS a different story than what he was telling the bankruptcy court, because they don't talk to each other.
Yes,
they don't necessarily share information like that. You provide your own tax returns, and the trustee, unless they have some serious doubts, like you have a conviction for fraud or forgery, or you have there's some red flags, they're just going to say, okay, these are your taxes. This is what they are. That's fine. And because the negatives on your end is that if it turns out that, you know, you're fraudulently filing your taxes, is that you could get kicked out of bankruptcy court, and then you'd be thrown back into you'd be thrown back to your creditors, and they would just come after you. So you have an incentive to be honest about this stuff. So and it does make sense, because if he's owing close to $20,000 in taxes, then business expenses be damned. You know, he wasn't giving them that $10,000 or $5,000 a month in business expenses to the IRS. He was doing it to the bankruptcy court in order to pass the means test of whether or not he can file for bankruptcy.
Interesting.
But by the fact that they were taking, you know, he was owing like at least $20,000 to the IRS for 1 year, is, you know, that's indicative that he's making over $100,000 a year. Yeah, way over $100,000, probably closer. I think it'd be if you're owing $120,000 and he wasn't married at the time, I would say it's probably closer to 180 or 150 to 180 at the time. Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think
the Irish Guardians come from Google. They they would have to probably go through tax court to do that, and that's they could potentially do that, but it's usually more effort than they want to put into it. But I think more than likely they would just put a lien on his house and just say pay. Just pay. If you don't pay, then we take your house.
If you want to keep living here, pay. Yeah, because and really for someone like Phil, that would be the best route, because one of the only things that he can say identifies him as an adult is that he lives in a house, or condo rather.
Yeah. And you don't need it. You don't need a wage, or you don't need some sort of levy to put on Google or anything like that. It's a much more of a motivating factor that they put pressure on you that way. It's like either pay or you don't have a place to live.
Yeah.
Good luck. And it's okay. All right.
And do you think, so I wanted to ask you this question. Do you think that Phil has sort of gotten that pig roach luck again, given the fact that IRS would be a federal matter and the bankruptcy is mostly a state matter? And
bankruptcy is purely federal.
Okay, so I didn't know. So bankruptcy is federal. IRS. There's some of it at the state level, depending on what the Washington Internal Revenue Service would do, and then some of it, in other places.
Yeah, they had a tax board.
Okay,
they actually filed filed against him in the bankruptcy, the state tax board, because he hadn't paid his last payment for the quarter before he filed for bankruptcy, and it was $350 something that he owed for that quarter.
Oh wow!
And so they just said, hey, he owes us money still. He wasn't paying his state taxes either at that time, leading up to the bankruptcy. And that's one of those things where your bankruptcy attorney might tell you, just stop paying on these certain debts, like credit cards. Which, if you're going to be filing for bankruptcy, fine, whatever. Especially, it's going to be a no asset. I mean, I would tell that to my clients too when I would have Chapter 7s. But when it comes to taxes, it's like, no, keep paying your taxes, because there could be an argument that if you keep paying leading up to a bankruptcy, it shows that you had the ability and you had the willingness and ability to pay.
Right.
And so you want to show that I'm not able to pay, but also you just don't want to throw away money towards something that's going to just be burned off anyway. So, but taxes, pay your taxes, because those don't go away right away. You have to they have to be assessed and on the books for at least 3 years before they can be dischargeable. Or if you paid them on a credit card, like he mentioned, paying his federal taxes on a credit card, those are technically not dischargeable, and the credit card bank that was carrying that could have come in and just say, these are exempted from bankruptcy. You still owe us the money because you paid your taxes, and those are not dischargeable.
Yeah, that's true, because the debt between the tax debt between Philip Burnell and the state would be taken care of because the credit company paid for it. That doesn't clear the matter between him and Bank of America or whoever it was. So that's interesting.
Yeah, well, that's because because they took on a debt that was non-dischargeable in the first place.
Right. Exactly.
So, yeah. So, but as for right now, what he's doing, I wouldn't doubt that he's just financing his taxes every year and just getting on a payment plan and doing it that way. You could just do it. I know people who do that frequently. They just say, oh, well, I'm just going to finance my taxes. It can cost, but for someone like him, how he likes to drag things out and not pay because he'd rather have the leverage of having more cash to blow on Hogan's and DoorDash and bullshit, right? So
yeah, that's his biggest problem, is that he thinks so short term. It's like, if I put this off, I can have more cash in my hands. Where, like, for me, I would just want the debt to be fucking done. I would just pay that off right away.
Or pay your estimated taxes quarterly. As long as you pay 90% of your estimated taxes by the end of the year, you have no penalty that you have to pay, and then you would just owe the last 10% by the next April, and well, actually be early January, and then you would file in April. So it's not really that hard, but he wants more leverage, more cash in hand that he can use right now for fun stuff. Right. And so he's a short-term thinker. He's literally just doesn't know where his next meal is coming from until it appears on his porch, and that's it. So moron. Wait, how significant does the lie to the bankruptcy document? I mean, it's a thing, but unless it would, the lie would like, it shows that you're intentionally trying to hide something and that it would affect the rights of creditors, they'll just tell you to correct it. You know, especially if it's for a piece of hardware that if you were to sell it, like fire sale, if you try to fire sale, it would probably fetch him, I don't know, $180 or $200 or something like that. It's not going to make a difference. Now, if he's talking about artwork or real property, jewelry, like if he had some Harry Winston diamond ring or some encrusted set that could cost multi-million dollars, and he was devaluing it or saying that, oh no, this is this nominally is worth $1 for insurance purposes. It's like, no, that screw you. That's a lot of money. You need to assess it properly on your forms. So, and I've been trying to find it because I remember him saying that when it came to his statues and his collectibles, he said on a stream that he gave them up during the bankruptcy, that he gave them over to the court to pay off his debts.
Yeah, and he did mention at least some of those going away. I'd be interested to verify that. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it distinctly because I heard that and my ears just pricked up like, what the fuck? Because there was a no asset bankruptcy and there was no listing of any surrendered property that he gave over to that he turned over to the trustee's office. That has to be there because it can affect the rights of the creditors. Right. And so if he's saying, he's relying on people not understanding how bankruptcy works. He doesn't understand how the fuck bankruptcy works.
He definitely doesn't understand.
He doesn't understand, but I heard that and I'm like, what? So, but it's just another one of his lies. Like when he said, I went and had another meeting with a different judge, and I went line by line and we proved everything, how the detractors were morons and bullshit like that. And said, no, you didn't. You had one meeting. You had the 341 meeting, and that was it.
And the thing is, like it
was done. You didn't have to go in again. No ex parte.
Yeah, and the thing is, like I've had to go. I've been deposed, and I've been deposed as part of my job. Like sometimes my job involves us having to talk with legal teams for very specific things. If you end up going to a court or an office and you end up talking to a judge and you end up going through a document line by line, you tend to remember it. That's not something that you tend to get foggy about, because one of the things that Cambian asked him is like, if you went over it line by line, how come you can't cite any of it to me now? And that is a massive red flag. Like you should be able to remember some of it because it would have stuck in your mind. At least my experience, I can tell you. Well, I'm not allowed to because it's my job capacity. But if I had to, I could tell people something I said in a deposition that happened 5 years ago, just because that's how memory works. You know.
Yeah, but also it's when it comes to court documents, there would be a record of it too.
Yes.
That there would have been another meeting. I've been involved in bankruptcy cases in which you've had to have multiple 341 hearings because of corrections had to be made to documents, or there was something that was found that wasn't disclosed, and so you had to come back again. And guess what? It was on the docket. I had one client who was, this is before COVID, but was immobile and had to file bankruptcy, and they ended up, it was put on the docket line that written discovery, and there would have been the 341 hearing would have been done by written declaration, by interrogatory.
Okay,
in which they would go through, and it was packet that was sent over by the trustee. It would be filled out, and then you would have a notary swear under a jurat, which you raise your right hand, say everything contained in this document is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. And you swear it under penalty of perjury, and you would send it off, and it would be the same thing, and it was put on the docket line in the case, so everything is recorded. So him saying that there was some secret meeting where he had a discussion with the judge to prove everything afterwards, it didn't fucking happen.
And isn't that like antithetical to the whole exercise of a bankruptcy? Because the idea is transparency for all parties
Yes.
involved. The creditors
Yes.
would have a right to know that meeting occurred, and they would have a right
Yes.
to that documentation or transcripts or whatever. So
Yes.
it doesn't make sense.
But the thing is that, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, when you're looking at a no-asset bankruptcy, it's like, okay, we have the right to know, but they're not going to do anything about it because it would cost them more to get involved.
Yes.
At that point. But still, they have the right to be there and have the right to know that it was happening and be given the documents.
There would be public record of it. Like it's not.
Yes.
It's not like bankruptcy proceedings are private. They
They're
are
not private, no.
public for a reason.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, and I posted this on Twitter a long time ago when he came up and he mentioned it again. I think this was last year. And I just said, here's the docket from his case. There's only one. Well, there was a canceled meeting because his lawyer got sick. And then there was the one that he attended that was recorded.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. And he was discharged. I think it was, let me see, that was March, April. I think it was in May. I think he got discharged, and it was closed in June. So I think it was like late May. I think he got the discharge. So yeah, it was 6-month bankruptcy. So, which is typical. He's like, oh, it cost me all this money, and it took so much longer than was reasonable, and it was one of the longest bankruptcies ever happened. No, dude, it takes 4 to 6 months to go through a bankruptcy.
Yep.
Yours was fucking normal.
And the way he explains things, he's always exceptional. Whoever he's talking to says, I've never seen anything like this before. There's been nobody like you, where everything he goes through is actually pretty standard if you actually look at the records. So
he's a special little boy.
He's always special. Everybody always agrees with him too. It's great.
So could Phil's credit card pay back? No, that's gone. They didn't object. The credit card, the carrier that had those taxes should have had that time to object and file a claim, and they didn't during that time period, and so it's discharged. It's done. So
okay. So essentially, if what he says is true, where he charged tax debt onto a credit card, he effectively discharged that tax debt as a result of the bankruptcy. That's wild to think about. Wow. That's like another scam unto itself, either intentional or unintentional. I'm thinking unintentional, to be honest. I don't think he's that smart. But
more than likely, the credit card company probably didn't check, what he was charging on it. They didn't run it through because, like I said, it would cost them money to go. They're looking at a no asset bankruptcy, and so it's like, okay, we'd have to hire a lawyer to go in and file the documents to create an adversarial case in order to try to nail him on what, like $9,000 or $8,000. Just write it off on the corporate taxes, take it as a loss. It's just part of doing. It's just cost of doing business.
For a large financial institution, they're not going to be interested in paying more in legal fees than they could recover. It's just simple math. So yeah,
you're dealing with it, and it's like, but like you working in the insurance field, it's like looking at some of these cases. It's like, okay, how much is it going to cost for us to pay an attorney to litigate this? And typically the cost of litigation is what, $30,000, well, between $10,000 and $30,000 depending on what's going on.
I don't work disability claims anymore, but that's where I started, and my supervisor would always be like, well, you have to think about the cost of us to approve this versus the cost of legal getting involved in some cases. So some cases, even if something looks hinky, it's just better for everybody to approve it, and that's exactly what these banks think, to be honest. So.
Yeah, exactly. Just cheaper to move on.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where we are with that. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like ultimately, when it comes to financing his taxes, I wouldn't be surprised if he's continuing to do that even to this day, just so that he has a little more cash on hand. Wouldn't surprise me. It's going to cost him more in the long run.
Yes.
But how he loves credit. That's just just get the magic credit card.
He's fantasizing about eventually getting credit again, which is gonna be. I mean, if I'm still here detracting when and if he does get credit again, that's gonna be a saga. I would look forward to that, to be honest.
I want to be. He can get credit right now. He could have gotten credit right after he got a discharge. The credit card companies love people who just got out of bankruptcy.
Oh, really? See, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had clients who got pre-approved credit cards in the mail while their case was still open.
Wow. Well, because in the end, for them, they probably love people who can't pay in the end.
It's not necessarily that. It's they can't discharge that debt for another 8 years.
Oh, okay. So they're on the hook for it because
they're on the hook for that because it's post bankruptcy petition. It's a debt that would have been accrued post bankruptcy filing, and now, with all those other debts cleared, now you have plenty of money to pay us back, right? And
okay.
I mean, the interest rates would have been pretty heinous, but no, he could have gotten credit right away. It just would have been at rates that wouldn't have agreed with him. So yeah, and I'm sure he has credit cards again. I'm sure he does, but
interesting.
But whether or not what the limits are on them they're probably not what they were with like $10,000-$15,000.
No.
Like, I mean, I have a credit card that has like a $30,000 limit on it, but I don't use it.
Yeah,
like
no,
that,
me too. I'm up to like 24 on one of my cards, and month to month I don't even come close to that. Nowhere near.
No, I mean, I just use it for get the cash back. I love cash back rewards and everything like that. I charge everything on the credit card to get the rewards points, and then I pay it off. I don't really carry a balance. I do the same thing.
They hate people like us. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're called deadbeats.
Yeah,
so,
they do call us deadbeats because we pay. Kind of weird, but
Wait, what was it? Somebody said, did you talk about the shady valuation of his house? Also, Phil is 100% doing IRS payment plan at 9% forever. Yeah, he's probably doing that. But at the valuation of his house, I believe that he undervalued his house. And
for sure. Yes.
Jake Winnell and I have talked about this. Or JG Gwinnell, Jake Winnell.
Yeah, he's smart.
He saw I saw the Redfin value of his house. It's not there anymore, but at the time, it was still there, showing that his his townhome was valued about, I want to say, I think it was like 15 or 20,000 over what he put down.
Wow, that's significant.
And if you looked at it would have brought him over the exemption limit that he had with the homestead exemption and the rest of the exemptions that he had. And which, strangely enough, if he filed for bankruptcy the next year, it wouldn't have been a problem because they increased the homestead exemptions in the state of Washington to where what they do is that in the July of the year before, they take the average value of a home in that county and they just aggregate it, and that's the new homestead exemption for people who filed bankruptcy in the state. And in 2021 it was something like $850,000, so his home would have been well covered by the homestead exemption and it wouldn't have been a problem. But because he filed when he did, they had the old homestead exemption of, I think it was $125,000 plus that just covers equity. So they would take his loan into account. And so he just calculated it so that he squeaked right under the exemption amount. Just barely. It was something like $1,000 that he had left in overhead. In normal times, if it wasn't COVID, they would have sent out an appraiser to his home and they would have looked at it.
That's something I've always wondered. They would want to send an appraiser out to know. Because I've had family members run into tax issues and they've had appraisers come out. So I was surprised for a guy like Phil that they didn't.
And I had a Chapter 7 case. This was pre-COVID. What was that back in? I think it was 2018 when it happened. And when we filed, their home was worth a particular amount and they were under the exemption amount. But the real estate market at the time was red hot. And there were some delays in them getting to their 341 hearing, and in which, it was because the trustee had illness and it had been delayed. And they went and they said, okay, well, according to my search online, it looks like that your house is actually worth, in like, I think 2 months, it had increased in their home had increased in value by, couple $1,000s. It was like, I think like $20,000 or something like that. And so they're well over the limit by that point. And so they sent an appraiser out and they said, yep, it's worth more now than it was when they filed. And so they ended up having to, we looked at it and said, okay, you file a Chapter 13 and you'll probably end up paying more than what you owe because you have all these other debts that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Or what we ended up negotiating, I ended up negotiating with the trustee to say, okay, well, we'll pay you back this amount over the course of like 18 months in payments. And so he collected payments. I think it was, I negotiated them down to like $11,000 or something like that. And there was like $400,000 or $500,000 in debt.
Oh,
or
wow.
Whatever.
Holy shit.
So, yeah, so we ended up negotiating everything down to like $10,000, $11,000, and they just paid over the course of 18 months. And then that was distributed pro rata to the debtors or the creditors. And then, boom, it was done. It was over. So they would have paid a lot more if they had switched over to a Chapter 13 because they would have had like maybe an 80% plan or a 50% plan. And so it was just easier for them to pay it off that way. And so they're like, oh, okay, well, that's the shit we get, for having a house that's in a good housing market.
It feels like Phil gets not as lucky as he could be, but just lucky enough to squeak by on this stuff. Yeah, like
he's literally like, it's literally the skin of his teeth.
Yes.
It's literally, he scrapes by. It's almost like the opposite of like how a jet fighter handles. It's like they're at the bleeding edge of performance between stability and performance to where they're so unstable that they can't fucking fly without the computer. But that's so they can be as maneuverable as possible.
Yes.
Or how the pro athlete can run along the sideline and just a quarter inch inside the line in order to dodge somebody. It's like, well, if they were just like a quarter inch out farther, they would have been hit, but they would have been tackled. But since they were that close to the line, they're not tackled and they keep going and they score. It's like he's literally like that, except it's gouty pig roach luck.
The fucking idiot version where he's just Mr. Magooing his way through all this shit. And getting the best outcome he could hope for, to be honest.
Exactly. Yeah, it is right. Yeah, it's more like Mr. Magoo. He's like walking along, and the piano falls just behind him. Yep. It's like as he's walking along, it's like, oh my, what was that? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be this way, but he is. So, I don't know. Life catches up with you.
Yeah.
But I'm not wishing anything on him. I'm just sitting and watching. I'm not expecting anything. I know he's gonna fucking hang himself, but I just sit and watch and laugh.
I've been watching a lot of GTG lately, and GTG always says that DSP is his own worst detractor, and we don't need to do anything to him. Nobody needs to do anything to him. The end will come in time. It just may be a slow race to the bottom, but it'll come. So.
Was this someone take him back? Like, oh yeah, he's gonna have to probably go to a fucking loan shark to refi his house now.
Imagine.
There's some places that are just not going to touch him after post bankruptcy. They just won't deal with you if you have a bankruptcy.
Oh my god!
On your record,
Imagine
even if it
the
was
compromises he would have to make to get a loan. Imagine the type of people he'd have to talk to get a loan in his state. Holy shit! Oh man. Imagine Phil talking to like some real mafia knee breakers trying to get a loan. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, he wants to get a cash out on that thing, just to get a cash out refi up to the fucking hilt. But his monthly payment would triple at that point, and he'd lose the condo.
And he would just be a few years or less away from the same situation. He would just have debt he couldn't cope with. I don't see it ending in anything other than another bankruptcy eventually,
Well, the bankruptcy won't help him with his refi.
Oh yeah, true. That would just
still going to be on there.
Yeah.
It would just be debt. It's attached. It's like his liability to pay would be extinguished.
Mm-hmm.
But his he would still be contractually obligated to pay, or else they could foreclose.
Yeah,
because the contract is still there, the lien is still on the house. It's just that his legal liability is gone. Doesn't mean that the contractual liability to keep paying in order to not foreclose disappears. So it's sort of strange. They just can't go after. They can't go after him for a deficiency.
Yep.
But you still have to pay.
And
because they have a lien on it.
I see him working himself into a death spiral in that situation then, because he's gonna rack up more debt. Sure, he wouldn't get in trouble for not paying it, but he'd still be obligated to pay it somehow eventually.
Yes.
So it would just run into him asking for more and more money, because it's like we always say, Phil does not have a money problem, he has a spending problem. He could live quite comfortably if he just changed a few things. But I think he's going to work himself into like a financial death spiral where he's just going to be at zero eventually. He's going to have nothing.
Just going to lie and burn and like, it's like with his something. You're going to be talking about these DMs coming up, right?
Yes.
With PPP,
I'll get to them next.
And it's like,
yeah,
right. It's like I was finally able to afford a test for Kat, and we were able to confirm that she doesn't have cancer. Motherfucker, she's on Kaiser. You both have the plan. The shitty high deductible plan that they have. Kaiser, I have Kaiser. I mentioned this on Twitter. If they hint that you have cancer, they will test you for free.
Yes, because it is in their best interest to know to know what your treatment plan and prognosis is going to be. So,
but he's treating it like it's Little House on the Prairie, in which, well, gee, Pa got real sick, and the surgeon
we got to
said
ride into town, and
we got to ride into town, and the harvest can't come in. We can't take it to market to get this $100 surgery, and boo hoo. It doesn't work that way anymore, Phil. That's not how it works.
Your insurer wants to know what you have. It's very important for them to know what you have, especially with Kaiser. Kaiser tends to be, because I deal with Kaiser in the insurance field. Kaiser tends to be very customer centric, but depending on the plan you have, you can get very mixed results. But what I've heard is they never decline testing, is what everybody tells me. They may squabble about certain other aspects of your medical care, but they want to know what you have. Diagnostics are very important to them. So
exactly. So that one right there really got to me, and that's where some people have mistaken it, saying that Kat has cancer. It's like, no, they confirmed that it wasn't cancer,
right?
But he said that it's because of the Kino arc that he was able to earn enough money to pay cash for some really expensive test that they couldn't pay for before. They didn't have the money for. And so Kat was just sitting there for some indeterminate amount of time, wondering if she had cancer growing in her body, and this pathetic slug didn't have the gumption, didn't have the wherewithal to find the money to get his wife a cancer test that she needed. Or maybe that he's trying to put out that it's like $10,000 for a test, or it's $1,000 for the test, and I just don't have $1,000 to see if my motherfucker, find the goddamn money. This is your wife.
Yeah.
Make it work.
Skip a couple of events, dude.
Fucking money.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You don't order the fucking pizza. Take the money for that and put it towards getting the fucking cancer test, you piece of shit. God damn.
Like and I understand that people are hard up. I understand why some people don't go to the doctor because medical expenses are real. But like for me, I fractured ribs a month back. Do you think when I was sitting in the hospital when they were trying to figure out what was wrong with me, I was thinking about the money? I was like, nope, they're going to bill me for whatever they bill me for, and we'll find the fucking money. That's how normal people think about healthcare. But Phil, he'll make any excuse for anything. That's just his MO, I guess. So
thankfully, like me, it's like I don't have any major problems. I mean, I just get my Adderall prescription, and that's what I have. I get my meth, 60 milligrams a day, XR.
Sure.
Really fucking hypes you up. My girlfriend doesn't have any problems. I mean, she might have some problems with her knees later on because she played volleyball and softball when she was in high school. So that, but otherwise everybody's healthy, and it's not a problem. But we have full coverage in case something does happen.
Yeah, I think Phil.
You just never know.
And the thing, like, we're talking about healthcare a lot, but the thing that kind of mystifies me about Phil is he always presents himself as a very unhealthy person, but he doesn't. For someone who claims to have a lot of medical issues, he doesn't put much stock in healthcare. Like, he doesn't go to the doctor. He doesn't keep up on things, which kind of makes me think that they're all bullshit. Like, I have multiple medical issues that I'm dealing with, and I go to the doctor because you have to, or else it just gets worse and worse and worse if you don't treat it. He doesn't want solutions to his problems. He wants excuses. That's the difference.
Oh, Timo here said, yeah, Concerta is different than Adderall. Adderall, I'm actually, like, at the... there are some people, if you have, like... what do you call it? Narcolepsy. I mean, there's some people who could take like 300 milligrams of Adderall a day.
Wow.
But for just standard 80, but also depends on how fast you process.
True. Everyone's different.
Amphetamines and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, but like my psychiatrist is like, you're kind of at the, for what you have, just your condition, kind of at the high end, 60 milligrams of XR a day, taking it twice a day. They're saying you're at the high end. Most people just take the, they might have like 20 or 30, just taking it once a day.
Sure.
But, I take it like that. So I know it's a cousin version. It's similar, but yours is more related to Ritalin. And mine's more related to just straight amphetamine. It's like they're both amphetamines, but they're different families. I tried, what was it, Vyvanse at one point?
Oh yeah, Vyvanse is very popular nowadays. Yeah.
It's nice, but I needed the eye stimulant in there, not just the dextromethorphan. I needed the other type of stimulant that's in there too. And then there's oh god, what's the other stuff called? The non-stimulant version of it's basically Wellbutrin. Yeah, that shit's just garbage. Just throw that away. So I don't need any of that. So, but anyway, here I'm gonna just pop out and listen, and unless you have anything else.
No, that's it. I appreciate you coming on and clearing that stuff up, MeathBear. You have a good night.
Yeah, no worries. All
right, bye.
All right, have a good one.
Big ups, MeathBear. He's always so helpful. I'm so happy that he's willing to call in, and I'm happy to be acquainted with him. Now I do want to get into some of these DMs because we're at about the time to get into these DMs. I'm going to fire up the background music, and I'm going to go through the DMs with Warski first because they're a lot shorter. And then because I haven't read through all of these. I'm not going to get through all the PPP ones today. There's no fucking way. And I know a lot of people have been doing reads. I've seen a lot of the reads that Tevin has done. I think he might even be doing one now. The rest is now as we speak, but I want to do these Warski ones, and then we'll get to it. So I'll fire up some background music. There we go. We'll do, what do I got? We'll do Balatro. We'll start with Balatro music. So here we go. This is the DM thread between DSP and Andy Warski. So let's fucking go. This is 728. This is DSP says, "Hey, how's it going? Wanted to be sure I had the DMs of both you guys and finally found your account today since I was sick and had some time. When are you guys usually streaming? Yo, dude, nice to see you in our chat." I feel like Andy's keeping it real casual at the outset. He's just kind of Andy's being kind of normal, like, "Yo, dude, cool, nice to see you in your chat. Nice to see you in our chat. Like, awesome. Hope you had a good night, buddy." And then DSP to Warski. I would love yo. Oh, okay. He types like me. "I'd love to join you again next time on your stream." And then Warski says, we got a double text from Warski. Warski says, "Yo, brother, we had a plan for today's stream, for today's stream, already booked out, but you're next 100%. Okay, so they're saying they had a plan for his... Okay, so they're already kind of cucking him slightly. They're saying, we had a plan, but we're already booked for the next stream. We'll get you on again. Okay, reasonable. And then Warski says, "Let me talk to PPP and let's discuss a date. We'll be going through RTU's video tonight, and how it went after you and debunking him badly. But yeah, let me get back to you tomorrow and we can plan something. Okay, so I think Andy is being somewhat sincere. Well, we know he wasn't being sincere based on his future reactions, but he's putting up a pretty good front of saying like, yeah, we'll get to the RTU stuff eventually. And then Phil says, I will try and be in chat tonight. We'll see how I feel. This cold is kicking my ass. Okay, so he's complaining about being sick to chat and to them. Holy shit, Warski. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Holy shit, Warski. Sounds good, man. Okay, dude. Good luck with that. I had this annoying cold. I was coughing all weekend, visited my parents, and I think my mom gave it to me. So Warski is already demonstrating that he is a more out in the world, functional style human being than Phil, because he had the possibility of catching a cold from his parents. Wild shit, man. Okay, the clip will be on the channel. The clip will be on the channel in case you miss it. Okay. Yo, apparently Review Tech USA is pretending to be me in your chat. Okay. So he had I didn't know that lore. He had a fake Andy, and Andy's telling him that it's RTU pretending to be him. That's wild. I just got a message about it. Okay, so these are all within a minute or two of each other. Fucking wild. Okay. Got a message about it. I go by Comedy. Okay, so Comedy Crazone. I sent you a super chat as Comedy Crazone. Okay, so Andy had a sock that he was contributing to Phil. That's interesting. So they were directly giving Phil money. I didn't know that. This is the first time I've actually read these. Okay. Phil says, all good, man. I don't fall for that stuff. What? He says he doesn't fall for that stuff? He 100% falls for that stuff. All good, man. I don't fall for that stuff. I get imposters all the time. Thank you for the super chat. So that was July 31st. This is August 1st. Okay, so this was afternoon Pacific. This is several hours later. The next day, August 1st. And yes, Timo, Phil takes the money every time. He does fall for it, but he also takes the money. August 1st, Phil says, okay, so I've got you guys some inside info. The June the King is dropping the RTU doc on Sunday, August 11th, unless there's a YouTube monetization issue or something like that prevents it from going live. That's a challenge for all of us because you guys don't stream on Sundays. And I have a weekly react day for subs, but I'm pretty sure they'd understand my bumping it if we were to do a collab react event. So this is Phil not understanding that like when stuff happens and you can be timely, you need to be timely. So he's basically saying, well, I think it would be difficult for us to do this because you guys don't stream that day and I am streaming that day. Just move it, man. The RTU doc was like your whole crux of getting together. He's such a stick in the mud. Andy says, we stream randomly, so it's fine for us. I'll talk to Ashton tomorrow and we'll figure it out, dude. Warski again. I'm sure your audience will understand. It'll be a big event. Okay, yeah, so he's trying to reassure him and he's trying to be like, yep, this will be fine. Phil, August 1st, less than an hour after Warski responds to him. Cool, I have to work out the technical stuff. Maybe we could do a test stream beforehand. Dude, do a test stream to yourself or your wife. He literally could have had Kat call in on Discord and they could do like a fake test stream together. Just have your wife call in. It's not that hard. Okay, so second message says, would you like to do it? Would you like to do a test where I appear in your show for 1 to 2 hours? That would usually be my late night stream. Wait, so I missed this bit. So he's trying to, well, they're already thinking about having him on, but now he's trying to invite himself onto the Kino stream because he's just saying, would you like to do a test where I appear on your show for 1 to 2 hours during what would usually be my late night stream next week? I'd be willing to do that so we can prep for the Review Tech USA doc. So he's coming to them and he's saying, I'd be willing to go on your show to prep for the Review Tech USA doc. That is wild to me. He is their guest and he's like, I guess I could pencil you in. Like, no, motherfucker. They've got the bigger eyeball. They've got the bigger dick. You're going on them. Okay. I would not need to stream or capture on my end. I'll just tell my viewers to tune into your show for that night. I'd need to know the days. I'd need to know the days you've set for your public shows in the next week or so, so I can shift stuff around. Okay, so he wants to schedule himself to them. That's fairly reasonable, but I don't think he's getting that, like, Kino kind of streams when they need to stream. They don't really have a schedule. They're drama dudes. They're gonna stream when there's stuff to talk about. Andy says, yo, sorry, man. I just woke up, had a late night. Like, beyond late. Watching movies. So, yeah, I spoke with Ashton, and he said Tuesday. He sent you a message also. Okay. Smart idea to test the stream before the RTU doc. I'm so hyped. Okay. So it's just Andy being Andy, I guess. And then, hey, Phil says, hey, did you get my Discord friend invite? I don't think you accepted it. Oh, man. Okay. Like, I get it. But one of my pet peeves is like messaging someone on another thing to be like, hey, did you get my thing from the other thing? Let's see if he does it again. Once is probably acceptable, but I don't like when people, like, what I've seen sometimes is like people will, in detractor chats, be like, oh, I sent you a DM the other day. Did you get my DM the other day? It's one thing if someone is like in my chat, or like I've done this in ALT's chat sometimes, where like I'll send him something during one of his streams on Discords that he's like asking for, and I'll say, hey, I just sent you something, check Discord. But this seems like, yeah, because this is August 2nd, and this is August 5th, so I'm thinking at some point around here, August 2nd, when they're talking about doing a tech test or a tech stream, he probably sent Warski a request around here, and then a couple days go by and he's like, hey, did you get it? I guess that's okay. I just get a weird feeling about that. I also don't like Warski's 1-2 word response leading to double text. That's always kind of weird to me, even though if some of you have been in DMs with me, I've done that before and I'm sorry. But it happens. And then it says, 117, hey man, sorry, I forgot to accept. I sent you a message over Discord. Okay, so Phil was right. I was a little too hard on Phil there. So Andy did leave him on red, but I don't think he meant to, or at least these messages would lead you to believe he didn't mean to. Sorry, things on my end were busy with some family stuff. See you on Discord in a few minutes. Okay, and Phil says, can you guys maybe get on a call with me around 5:30 p.m. PDT so we can set up? I've never used Discord before for this stuff, and I don't want to fuck this all up for us. I understand how hype and important this is, and I'd want to deliver. This would be an offline stream before the stream goes live on my channel. And then Andy says, yo, 100%, man. It'll be... yeah, I'll be around. Yeah, I'll be around, Andy says. Phil says, okay, cool. I also don't like when people spell out okay. OKA. Just use OK. You're typing. Just save a character. Okay, and then can you put, okay, so Warski says, can you put chat into sub-only mode for 1 hour, just so viewers can enjoy chat? Also, we are doing a pre-stream and telling people to sub. Okay, interesting. So they were going to kind of do a waiting room. Okay, so if I'm interpreting this correctly, they sort of had like a waiting room of sorts that they were going to stage beforehand. That's considerate of them to have a waiting room and then like send people along. And then, okay, so this is just a link to a tweet. Yeah, they call me DSP. .status. Yep. Oh no, this is a Discord link. Okay. Interesting. Hell yeah, I'll do my best to get a hold of him. Don't worry, they must be talking about Ashton. Oh no, this was was this a link to a Medicare tweet? Does this link work? Oh, it does work. Okay. Big ups to whoever made this searchable. No, I do not want to log in on this browser. I do not want to dox myself. Okay, so that was his tweet to Medicare. Interesting. I'll do my best to get a hold of him. Okay, so they're talking about getting a hold of Jim. That's interesting. So he's already angling to talk to Medicare with them. I feel like there's a couple of messages in here that... yeah, there's a couple of messages in here. Yeah, because it jumps from 8:11 to 8:13, and then there's just a link to him tweeting at Medicare. I don't want to say that messages were omitted, but I think a couple points in the exchange took place on Discord that we don't really have. Andy says, hell yeah. Do my best to get a hold of him. Amazing work the other night. Really fun. So this is post RTU, because he was talking about on the 10th, he was talking about setting up. So I think the Kino thing was on the 12th through the 13th, and then he says, amazing work the other night. Cool. And then Phil says, yes, this is fun. It's been a crazy ride, and I appreciate it. I get what's going on, and I'm in on the joke. It's very interesting to hear Phil say, I get what's going on. I'm in on the joke. I'm laughing so hard along with you guys. This is legitimately life-changing if it keeps up. That's very odd. Phil is an autistic alien, but it's very odd for him to say, this is legitimately life-changing if it keeps up. I'm not going to say that a lot of these type of online pairings and online relationships are not transactional. The nature of making online content is that you sort of get things from each other in exchange for appearing on streams or doing other things. But to say this is life-changing if it keeps up is kind of... I don't like the feel of that. You know what I mean? It's very sort of presumptuous. Andy says, yo, brother, I sent you this over Discord, but I'll send it here as well. Yo, Phil, so sorry. I wanted to let you know. Our editor released an old clip of us talking about your emergency story from a few months ago, before we'd ever spoken to you. Obviously, the video was in jest, and it was even before we met, or whatever. I don't want you to think we're being rude or snaking you or whatever. So already an allusion to snaking on August 22nd. So based on what we now know from what Warski has said, snaking was always the plan, and Warski was basically counting the days to doing it. So first mention of snaking on Warski's end was August 22nd at 12:30 a.m. Pacific time. Second paragraph of this says, I have logged myself and unlisted the video, even though it isn't bad. Lol. Just to let you know, hope everything is well with you, brother. Okay. So I think that was sort of an intentional release of a video that makes Phil look bad to make him sweat a little bit and work the drama angle. But I also think Andy saying, oh, it was an accident, I'm sorry, was basically a carrot to keep DSP engaged. Very smartly done. Phil says, hey man, put the vid back up. I don't care. This was 12:40, and then he double texts and says, it's all good. And then Andy says, LMFAO, okay. Based, wasn't sure if you'd be upset. You rule, dude. Yeah, based for letting us make fun of you. Great, awesome. Then Phil says, why would I be upset? I told you guys. I know you shat on me before you knew me. So did everyone else. You guys took time to get to know me, and now we're cool. I have no issue with the vid, or even if you ask me about it, or even if you ask me about that stuff in the future. All right, so he's basically saying, yeah, we're cool. Why would I be upset? Keep in mind, 8 months later, he would say, I'm very upset. It was always my plan to snake them. So just keep that in mind. Andy says, okay, awesome, brother. Our editor sometimes keeps older videos to upload when he doesn't have anything. Okay. So it seems like they needed to take a few days off. They went back into the upload queue. They pressed publish on a certain video. But it's hard to tell what is, it's hard to tell with either of them what is straight shooting and what is not, I think is the problem. Okay. The only people who care about my detractors, I crushed 11 streams, hitting and exceeding all the goals. Okay, so we're talking about goals now. I crushed 11 streams, hitting and exceeding all the goals. Why do I care about an outdated vid? Okay, so he's basically saying, I'm so successful, I'm doing so well. Why would I ever care about an outdated vid? Okay, but we all know that he's crying inside. I know, I saw some. I was working on a small project. Okay. I was working on a small project I'm working on. When I was working on a small project I'm working on. That's an awkward sentence. How well it's going. Okay, that's an odd way to type that. And then Andy goes, nah, man, your gameplay is really chill. Well, I'm working on my other stuff behind the scenes. Also, Flaked, the editor, loves your stuff. Okay, cool. So now he's glazing him, and he's like, no, actually, our editor is cool with you as well. Very interesting. Keep it up, man. It's a shame with Muda, who messaged me at the last second. Okay. So Muda bowed out at the last second. Okay, so that was the Chained Together stream. That didn't include Muda. Okay, so this is 8/22, 12:45. 2 minutes later, quick on the draw, DSP. DSP says, the Josh Moon idea... This is weird because there's no punctuation. The Josh Moon idea we need to talk about. I just this moment saw the DM from Ashton, and I was not sold on the idea of the co-op before. I was not sold on the... I hate the way DMs are written. I was not sold on the idea of the co-op before we have a serious discussion about his website. They legitimately hurt my family's, neighbors, viewers, mods. I'm not comfortable with gaming until he... Okay, yeah, I'm not comfortable with gaming until he hears my full thoughts on how Kiwi Farms... Wow. On how Kiwi Farms has fucked with my life, and to have some accountability for it. It sounds like Ashton kind of wants us to quickly chat in game or something. Interesting. So Ashton was presenting the collaboration with Josh Moon as a game stream, so he wanted us to chat in game or something. I don't see that going down too well. Interesting. So he pushed back on that. I honestly think Phil pushed his luck, and I think the stuff with Josh Moon would have done better if it was a fucking gaming stream, to be honest. Because it was like a strict sit-down stream, he banned Derek over it. Andy says, that's honestly fair, dude. Also on the 22nd, so DSP responds within 1 minute, especially because I'm legitimately heated over the whole thing, and want to have a real convo with him about it. Okay, that's actually reasonable for Phil to want to have a conversation with Josh Moon about it. But again, I don't think any of it ended up with him looking good. Okay. Heated with Josh. Yes, not Ashton. Okay, so Andy... well, DSP was very non-specific. It sounded like it could be Ashton or Null. And then Warski says, I think PPP just thought it would be a surreal stream, and he's right. It would. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, PPP was trying to sell the idea of gameplay, because gameplay with fucking Null, PPP, Andy, and Phil would have been weird and awkward in the best way possible, and I would have liked it. And then Warski also says, excuse me. Warski also says, yeah, PPP and him were enemies a long time ago until recent, TBH. I would bet until the idea of talking to DSP together. I think that was probably the one that put him over the edge. Okay, and then this says, I would totally do the co-op gaming with Josh if we had a real conversation first. And I'm okay with his answers. To be honest, I know nothing of the guy. Well, that's not true. He knows a lot of the guy. I know nothing of the guy, and I have no idea how it's going to go. Doing it on your show is definitely going to bring drama views. Okay, sounds good. I'll reply to him. It's interesting. That's interesting to me. That Phil was basically saying, I'm willing to play games with Josh, but only if I'm okay with his answers. That's very strange to me. DSP has this weird tit for tat kind of mentality that I don't really think he's in a position to do at this point, since he is basically going to Kino hat in hand and saying, I need you guys, can you help me? And now he's saying, yeah, I'll do that if I'm satisfied with Josh's answers. It just seems like he's asking for a little bit too much, which absolutely strengthens and validates the idea that Andy was like pulling his fucking hair out, having to be nice to Phil like that. It just sounds hinky to me. Sounds good, man, and yeah, it makes sense. But it would be insane views, TBH though. Yeah, so yeah, they're trying to say like, yeah, let's fucking do it on your channel. You get great views. And then okay, August 22nd, same minute, dude. He was on his phone, laying in bed next to his wife, texting within. So you could deduce that like him saying, okay, sounds good. These two rapid fire, these are all within 90 seconds of each other. And he's saying how he can never spend enough time with his wife. They don't have time, this, that, and the third, whatever. That's not true. Even just looking at the Warski thread. So 822, 1251. So with Mutahar, what's your take? Do you think he flakes because of the detractors? This is between us. I won't talk about it publicly. Seems like he legit pussed out. Okay, seems like he legit pussed out. He was posting on Twitter about guns and games and supposedly couldn't make it. This was same day, coincidentally, as Mutahar punched out of Twitter, yeah? If I'm remembering correctly. So I think this was just lucky timing. But the language that Andy uses here, it's interesting that he's like, hey man, what's your take? He's trying to get a sense of where Phil's head is at, because I think they want to know if the work is effective. Because to him saying, so with Mutahar, what's your take, man? It's like when you're trying to... it's like when you're trying to get a sense of like what a supervisor wants from you, or like what a professor in college thinks of something you're working on. Like whenever you hear someone say the phrase, "Hey, I want to pick your brain for a minute," it means they want something from you, or they want to find out how you feel about something without asking. That's really what that means. When someone says, "I want to get your take on something," or "I want to pick your brain," it means that there's something that they want to ask you that they're not comfortable asking you. Is usually what that means. Okay, so then... Okay, so he also didn't respond to me, Phil says. Okay, I was wishing him well. Okay, so they wished Mutahar well. Andy says, honestly, as we were writing, I noticed his account's deleted as of an hour ago. Okay, so they discovered Mutahar's account was deleted. Phil says, what the fuck? Andy says, I'll be real, I think he chickened out. Okay, so this is Andy trying to puff DSP up. Because he's kind of freaking... Well, question marks don't count as emotion, but Andy gives him the triple question mark up here. And then he goes and he says, I'll be real with you, man. I think he chickened out. He's trying to puff Phil up in a massive way. I can already see the glazing, even just based on how these are written. Couldn't handle the heat, in my opinion. And then Phil says, did detractors get shit on his family? Okay, his account does not exist. So Phil immediately assumes that he's important enough for his detractors to sabotage Muta. Phil, my brother, you are not that important, okay? Not by a fucking long shot. And then Phil says, I saved the history of our limited chats. I suggest you do too. Well, it's a little late for that. If his account doesn't exist, I'm not in Twitter DMs that much, but I don't think that stuff stays. I think if your account is locked, it's locked. Or maybe you retain DMs on your end. I don't know. I haven't sent enough DMs, and I haven't gotten my accounts locked by someone I'm DMing to know. Yeah, he is paranoid. He is absolutely paranoid, CarTube, 100%. Okay, so Andy says, I'm not sure if that's the case. Okay, he has gone deaf. Okay, he has definitely gone. I'm not like a DMer, so some of these abbreviations are tough for me. He's definitely gone against some crazy people. It's so bizarre. Yeah, it turned out it was just timing. Like, we can chalk this up to timing, knowing what we know now. Hindsight's 50-50, as Phil says, but actually 2020. Okay, Phil says, maybe it's just really bad timing. Maybe it's just a really bad timing issue, but maybe not. Shit, of course it happens. Everyone's going to blame us. Phil's actually right about this. There were a decent number of detractors in the detractor community, myself included, who for at least a little while in August were, I think for at least a day or so, were attributing some of Mutahar's fuckery to either I almost said chemo, to either Kino, Phil detractors, or Phil Dents. We know that not to be true. And then Andy says, LMFAO. I know, right? And then Andy says, nah, I don't know. I'm just curious why he would do that. It's... I can't tell if Phil... Well, I know Phil's paranoid, but I can't tell if Andy's fear or paranoia that he's writing in these messages, I can't tell if he is genuine or if this is part of Andy's work that he claims to have been doing on Phil this entire time. And then Phil says, I just posted a video on DSP Reacts if you want to highlight it somehow. Okay, so he's already asking Andy to shill a video, and then he says, the vid about me, I mean. And then this is 8:22 to 9:03. So for just about 2 weeks, no response from Andy. So double text him, no response from Andy for about a week and change. And then he says, 9:03, hey dude, hope all is well. I'm glad everything worked out. Wow, dude. That's an incredible gap for something that seems like kind of a hanging thread. I get the sense that he messaged Warski and he's like, hey, can you show my video? And then Warski's like, fuck this guy. I need to take a break. And then Warski just went away for a while. And then when it was time to get DSP on the hook again, he said, hey man, hope all is well. So far so good. Oh, excuse me. Hope your vacation is doing well. Oh, that's right. End of August. It was like around their vacation. End of August into September. Now the timeline is becoming clear again. Okay, so hey man, hope you enjoyed your vacation. Okay, so this is 9/3 to 9/19. So this is 2 weeks. They were on vacation for roughly 2 weeks. That lines up. Hey man, hope you enjoyed your vacation. Looking forward to your return. And then Andy says, yo, thanks man. Still traveling back. Been a miserable plane ride. 2 layovers. Hope all is well. So they weren't even back to Canada from their vacation yet, and DSP was already on their asses about when are we going to cross over again, this, that, and the other thing, you know? Okay. And then Phil says, I've been there, used to fly a ton during my Street Fighter days. I miss it. All is well. Your fans really... Wow, that's right. Because Phil was thinking that Kino Casino fans were like using him as a substitute for Kino Casino. Oh man, your fans really miss you, and they're eagerly awaiting your return. And then Andy says, "Oh man, that's brutal. Finally slept on my own bed last night. Felt good." Okay, interesting. And so this is 9:20, so this is just a couple hours later on September 20th. That's seriously a blast after a long time away. The best. I can't read. It's late and I'm tired. That's seriously the best after a long time away. Okay, you didn't really need to say anything like that. Okay, so 4 days later on 9/25. Oh, yeah. Derek's bans. So this happened the week of the 25th. I think this is the day after. So we're into the Derek ban. And DSP says, fuck these idiots for trying to associate pedophilia with the casino. Well, it is firmly associated with the casino because one of their massive pay pigs got outed for doing some sus shit. So they're going to, but imagine sweeping for Kino Casino, right? Phil says, fuck these idiots. You guys just you guys just convinced me to get rid of Derek. Yep, so this is the Derek ban. That's exactly the evidence you need to erase this nonsense. Yeah, but people convincing him to ban Derek doesn't mean that a Kino Casino orbiter wasn't into sus stuff. That doesn't invalidate that claim necessarily. They could still have someone in their orbit that's still into sus stuff. That's exactly the evidence you need to erase this nonsense. We wouldn't even be talking about it now if I hadn't listened to reason. I'm grateful that nobody who makes content can be held accountable for their actions. I'm grateful that nobody who makes content can be held accountable for the actions of their viewers. Well, that's not true. You disowned the freak, and that's enough. I've got your back. Wow, the sweepery is amazing. I've got your back. I've got your back on this. Not that it means much, because I'm a nobody. Okay, wow. I'm a nobody, and I won't let shitbags have their way if I can help it. Okay, so he's like, yeah, man, I'll sweep for you, but I ain't much, but I'll sweep for you. Wow. Okay, so that's 25, 27, 2 days later. Andy says, yo, bro, sorry I didn't write back for a few days, got tied up. That's honestly really nice of you, Phil. Okay. And then Warski says, honestly, we can't control... Well, this is... This is the exact argument they used to get him to ban Derek. Andy says, honestly, we can't control who watches our show. It's just retarded to even have to deal with these weirdos. By the way, Ashton told me you were thinking of a Ghostbusters themed thing to do. I'm hype. We're back tomorrow, though keep it under wraps. That's really weird to me that the whole argument was that Derek was a PDF. They had a problem with that. And now they're basically saying, yeah, we can't be held responsible for anybody that watches us. That's an odd pivot. Yeah, I agree, Epion. I think it's willful ignorance. Well, we know for Phil that it's definitely willful ignorance. Like, he knew about Derek a good while ago, based on the way he tells it. And then Phil says, "That's great news. No worries. I won't say a peep." Okay. And then tweet screenshot. And then this says, "Someone with brain cells wouldn't find themselves on a stream with a pedo." Oh yeah, this was the someone was sort of bringing up Andy's allegations as well, because there are credible allegations surrounding Andy. Fucking Phil to get involved with this. He would be way better off to say nothing. Sweeping on Twitter for anybody, even if you agree with them or not, just looks bad. Because people are always going to say you're sweeping. That's why it's better to say nothing. Like, if a friend of yours gets accused of something, most of the time they can take care of themselves or it'll sort itself out. Just say nothing. Don't get yourself involved. It's not hard. Alright, so Phil says, anyone with brain cells wouldn't link me to an over 5-year-old video, why am I saying video? I'm filling in the gaps because I'm tired. Anyone with brain cells wouldn't link me to an over 5-year-old clickbait article, while paying for YouTube Premium with only, well, I think he meant Twitter Premium, with only 200 followers. But having PayPal link in their description. Nobody cares about you, give up. Where are your PayPal links, Phil? You've got PayPal links. What are you talking about? Fucking felt it, lol. Wow, Phil. Whoa. Look at this. This is incredible. Look, I'll double and triple text somebody, but this is special. I've been in DMs with people before where I'll pop off maybe 3 or 4, but not like this. Oh, so the Ghostbusters idea. I hope you like it. And then later on, Ethan Ralph is so dumb that my detractors baited him with a fake Twitter account. No, I think Ethan just takes bait and sees what happens. I don't quite remember that timeline super clearly, to be honest. And the only thing I remember about what Phil did with Ethan Ralph on Twitter was tweet Ethan Ralph. So, I don't know. The timeline's getting hazy because I didn't cover this while it was happening. So, yeah. I randomly that's the thing. I randomly tweeted his name out, Ethan Ralph, onto my timeline to see what would happen. Not only did the tweet get crazy attention, but my detractors convinced him to respond in a drug-induced video that made no sense. No, the detractors didn't convince him of anything. If you tweet at Ralph and you move in an adversarial way, he seems to want to respond, to be honest. Okay, so not only did the tweet get crazy attention, drug-induced video, detractors convinced him. Okay, I responded to that too, and the entire time I kept saying things like, I'm taking early readings on Ralph, I'm very confused on what is actually going on. Yeah, so he's just fishing for Ralph. So 12:33, 12:35. So I'm going to make huge assumptions between messages, and Timo points out that there's 2 minutes between the message. I think he hit that message out. He was afraid of the lack of response, so he elaborated. Because I think it depends on who you're talking to. There are some people who would be fine with you elaborating on your previous message and then respond later. But if you look at this, 12:35, 12:38, 12:40, 12:41, 1:24. So there is like an hour and 30-minute gap between this. There's almost a 2-hour gap between this tweet screenshot and this. This should have been a signal to Phil that, like, hey, maybe cool down. You're not getting a response tonight. And then Andy says, yo, bro, I'm sorry I missed this. I have so many DMs. And then he says, we are covering Ralph now. So this is 8:41, 8:41, 8:41. Yeah, so I think he responded to this while Kino was streaming. Yeah, because we're covering Ralph now. Awesome. I'll get caught up tonight. This is so interesting to me, though, that he just kept... So from 11:48 to 1:24, almost a 2-hour span, he tweeted, if we count them, he messaged 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 messages in a 2-hour span, all unread. In my experience, if somebody wants to get back to you or can get back to you, they will get back to you. There are some people that'll just leave you unread, but Andy has been very responsive to Phil, and he has no indication to think that Andy wouldn't continue to respond to him. Warski, even though we know what Warski's feelings were in retrospect, he's given Phil no indication that he's disinterested in him. He's trying to be empathetic. He's trying to be warm and polite to Phil. He's encouraging him. Phil should move confidently in DMs, but I don't know if he has the ability to. Some people are just going to leave you unread for a while. That's just what it's going to be. It's part of forming friendships online, I guess. Awesome, I'll get caught up tonight. And then, okay, so this is 10:05 to 10:09. Okay, so a few days pass, 4 days pass. And then Warski goes, bro, PPP told me your idea. I'm dying. Fucking funny, man. That kind of tells me that it's not that funny, because they said all his ideas were cringe, which is why they never did it. And then this is 9:14 to 9:40. And this is the most racist moments countdown. Dude, that would be comedy gold to watch together. I have the files. I can send them. We can play them on stream. Okay. And they're not allowed anywhere. So be careful. Be careful if your guy clips them. Oh, so they did this. I remember them watching... Somebody watched Racist Moments. I don't remember. Oh, I'm terrible at texting back, Burdock Root. I don't even text my own mother back for like several days. I'm terrible. You know what it is? I'm good with Discord replies. I'm bad with everything else. Because Discord is like so. Because Discord is on like every fucking device. It's very easy to see, very easy to respond to. I'm very responsive on Discord. If you have my number and you text me, I'll probably respond within a day. But Discord, I'm usually like same day, next day, depending. Because I have Discord up while I'm doing so many other weird things. Okay. Haha, okay, amazing. Okay, clean up anything. Oh, this is Warski telling him about the detractor troll clips. Because he didn't know for several days. He had no idea for several days, and people were just putting that shit up. That was an amazing arc. There was so many good things there. All right, so he's telling him to turn clips off. And then Phil says to Andy, how? I don't see a way. I don't see a way to do that anywhere, and I want to. Okay. Just email support. They respond quickly. Interesting. So Warski's telling him, like, hey, man, just email support. Don't ask me. Email support. They'll also be able to ban anybody who made clips. Interesting. Okay, thanks, man. I'll look for that today. Yeah, bro. They respond quickly, so don't worry, man. How many of these we got left? I'm losing steam. I'm losing steam here. I will have to set up. We are on what page? I'll have to remember this. We're on page 10. I am fading. I know I said I wasn't gonna sleep tonight, but I think I gotta go to sleep. I think I'm fading. But yeah, we'll continue on page 10, my next stream. I don't know what it's gonna be, but I want to look at the rest of these DMs. I think looking at the rest of these would be good, and I think eventually going through PPPs would be interesting to do on stream. I'm not sure when that's gonna be. But I think it's almost 2:30 in the morning. I'm going to call it because I'm losing steam and I'm getting tired. But thank you for coming to this wild disaster stream, guys. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys next time. I need to hold on though. I need to get a song to play you guys out on. Let me get a Yakuza song because I like those. Let's see. What is it? There we go. The classic. Okay. Got that. All right, so hit this. Okay, so Kiryu and Goro-san are going to play you guys out. Thank you for coming by, everybody. I really appreciate you. I'll see you next time. I don't know when my next Take an L stream is going to be. I can't really promise consistent streams going forward, but I'll try. Life circumstances have changed to where I don't really want to spend that much time streaming per week, but we'll see. But either way, big ups. Thanks for coming by. Have a good night, good morning, good evening, whatever it is where you are, and we'll see you next time. Oh, it's muted? Oh, come the fuck on. It auto-muted. Hold on. Let me get my mouse. All right, let's restart this disaster fucking stream. Bye, guys. Have a good one.